Chapter 34-24. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Blood Slaughter Lion. Today, this young lord will exterminate your Yin Demon clan. Exterminate your clan. The young master of the Battle Lion clan, Zhon Bafeng's arrogant roar reverberated in all directions. A large portion of the Dark Turtle Sea's void was shaken, and there was a faint echo in the void. This was illogical, as if it was an illusion. However, a few strong people in the starry sky exclaimed, "Battle Lion's roar." This is one of the bloodline abilities of the Battle Lion clan. It's not the strongest, but it can intimidate the mind. It has the same effect as the mysterious 9 heavens 10 earths chant of Heavenly Noga from the human cultivation camp. The Yin Demon clan is in trouble this time. The reason why they are feared is because their clan leader, the Yin Emperor, is very powerful. He is already at the late stage of the universe realm, the 15th great realm. If they attack the Yin Emperor's nest, it is very likely that the Yin Emperor will wake up, which will lead to bad consequences. However, the Yin Demon clan is moving in full force. Apart from Ancestor Huan Ting, who has been invited by the ancestor of the Netherworld clan and hasn't replied for 2 days, the strongest among the 10,000 Yin demons are only 3 elders at the late stage of the Grotto Heaven realm, the 12th great realm. This is clearly not enough, especially when they are facing the Battle Lion clan, which is one of the top 3 clans in the Federation of the Second Universe. Although the Battle Lion clan has only mobilized a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters, the one overseeing it is a 15th great realm Battle Lion clan elder. Even the young master, Lion Batian, is known as one of the 3 invincible young masters of the Second Universe. He is young, but he is already at the early stage of the Void Realm, the 12th Great Realm. Although Yin Qi and the other 2 Yin Demon clan elders are in the same Great Realm, his bloodline talent is extremely extraordinary. He is known to be invincible in the same realm. He might be able to fight 1 against 3 and suppress the 3 Yin Demon clan elders. If this is really the case, then the Battle Lion clan sent out a young clan leader to suppress the 3 clan elders of the Yin Demon clan at the same time. If this matter were to spread, even if the clan leader of the Yin Demon clan, the Yin Emperor, were to awaken, he would have no choice but to swallow his anger. He can't stand up, or he will be a laughingstock. The 3 elders were suppressed by the young master of the Battle Lion clan. How can they still have the face? As the discussions continued, fleets from different forces from the 3 universes gathered one after another in the surrounding voids. They had long disliked the Yin Devil clan's high profile. However, they were afraid of the mysterious Huan Tan ancestor, so they did not dare to voice their anger. But things were different now. The Battle Lion race was ranked 3rd among the races of the Second Universe Federation, and they were not even afraid of the Dark Turtle race. This was because the Battle Lion race also had a supreme Battle Lion that surpassed the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, and there was more than one of them. Therefore, the Battle Lion clan could completely disregard the so-called Netherworld Young Master, Ancestor Huan Ting. Even if his Dao protectors woke up at the same time, they might not be able to do anything to the Battle Lion clan. They were existences that surpassed the 15th Great Realm. The few Grand Elders of the Battle Lion clan were also powerful Battle Lions of the same level. At most, they would just fight. The experts in the fleets of the various forces that were swarming over seemed to have realized something. This time, the vexing army of the Yin Demon clan would most likely be completely defeated here. Not to mention that their Netherworld young master was not here at the moment. Even if he was, he would not be able to change anything. Soon, a large number of fleets from various forces gathered in the surrounding void. They floated in the void a little further away as if they were watching a show. From time to time, there would be some mocking laughter from the fleets. Everyone was waiting to see the Yin Demon clan make a fool of themselves. They wanted to see how Yin Qi and the other 2 Void Realm patriarchs of the Yin Demon clan would be suppressed. The Battle Lion race felt no pressure in this battle. Young clan leader Shi Bafeng definitely had the strength to suppress Yin Qi and the other 2 in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, he was a junior. Under the situation of 1 against 3, even if he deliberately beheaded Yin Qi and the other 2 Yin Devil clan elders on the spot, the Yin Devil clan could only grit their teeth and swallow their grievances. Not only did the experts of the various forces in the fleets in the surrounding void understand this point, But even the young master of the Battle Lion race, Shubafeng, was also well aware of this point. Seeing a large number of fleets crowding over and stopping a little further away to watch, Shubafeng felt that this was a good opportunity to gain face. At this moment, he had already leaped out of the pitch-black starry sky fortress of the Battle Lion race alone. He was suspended in the void of the sea of hellish turtles in front of him. Not even a guardian was following behind him. Standing proudly, his aura penetrated the mountains and rivers. He sneered and pointed at Yin Qi and the other two Void Realm patriarchs. "The three of you, do you dare to answer? Humph, don't blame me for not reminding you. My Battle Lion race either doesn't take action, or once we take action, we will either perish or destroy the enemy. Otherwise, we will not give up. I respect the three of you as my seniors, so I will allow the three of you to join forces and fight together. If you dare to fight, then come forward. If you don't, then immediately tuck your tails between your legs and get out of the sea of hellish turtles." Get out of the sea of hellish turtles. In the last sentence, Shubafeng clearly displayed the Battle Lion's raw innate ability of the Battle Lion. As the roar came out, a large part of the void of the sea of hellish turtles was stirred up, and there was a faint echo in the void. Not only was it unscientific, it was like an illusion, and it was even more shocking. Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Ju, who originally had gloomy expressions, felt their hearts tremble, and they almost fell to the ground. Shubafeng's bloodline innate ability was indeed extraordinary. In the Battle Lion race, even some of the older generation's Battle Lions were far inferior to him. Although there was still a certain distance to the bloodline atavism, he looked down on the race since ancient times and was known as a rare genius in the race. If not, he wouldn't be known as invincible in the same realm, and he wouldn't dare to challenge the three great Void Realm elders of the Yin Demon race at the same time when he was only at the initial stage of the Void Realm. All of this was because the bloodline ability of the Battle Lion race was too powerful. The Battle Lion's roar was only an auxiliary innate ability inherited in the race's bloodline, and the race was called the Battle Lion. The real most powerful bloodline innate ability was obviously related to battle. It was said that the bloodline ancestor of the Battle Lion race was the Blood Slaughter Lion of the Desolate Era. Its 9 transformation of the Berserk Lion was incomparably powerful, and it had once shone in the unparalleled battle of the Desolate Era. However, which camp did the bloodline ancestor of the Battle Lion race belong to? Whether it was the headless infant corpse's side or the side suspected to be the Desolate Era's will of the Heavenly Way's side, which was the side with the Eye of the Heavenly Way. No one knew about this matter, and there was simply no way to confirm it. The battle of that year was too long ago. What? Are you afraid to fight? Chapter 34-25. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Poodle Roar. Blood Slaughter Lion, First Change. An earth-shattering lion's roar resounded through this side of the world. As Lion Ba Feng's voice spread out, a phantom of 100 feet long berserk lion suddenly appeared behind him. Its angry manner was stained with blood, and its angry eyes were filled with killing intent, causing this side of the void to tremble slightly. In an instant, this blood phantom of 100 feet long berserk lion entered the body of Lion Ba Feng, whose hair was fluttering in the wind. His figure instantly skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he revealed his bloodline true body. A blood-colored berserk lion that was 100 feet long, with a pair of blood-red eyes that were as huge as a mountain, stared closely at Yin Qi and the other two, and had already locked onto their auras. The various races of the Second Universe basically had the blood of some ancient or even desolate ancient beasts flowing in their bodies, but for other races, revealing a huge bloodline true body was basically the last resort. Even the last 7 races of the top 10 of the Federation of the Second Universe were the same. Only the top 3 races revealed their bloodline true body, which was far from the peak of their true combat power, but it was just the beginning. It was also because of this that these 3 races were able to firmly stand in the top 3 of the Federation of the Second Universe for hundreds of millions of years, unshakable and unshakable. Even the Dark Turtle clan, which had a few living fossils in the clan and was generally incomparably powerful because of their long lifespan, had never truly entered the top 3. From this, one could see the strength of the top 3 races of the Federation of the Second Universe. And the Battle Lion clan was only at the bottom of these 3 races, but even so, it was still not to be ignored. Roar. Blood slaughter lion, second change. A second violent lion roar sounded, and behind Lion Ba Feng, a giant blood-red lion phantom appeared. Then, this giant blood-red lion phantom instantly entered Lion Ba Feng's body, causing his body to expand again in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into the true body of a giant lion. A pair of blood-red eyes that were as huge as a mountain were still staring at Yin Qi and the other two, locking onto their auras. Although his cultivation aura was still at the initial stage of the 12th Great Realm, the supreme fiendish aura had already turned the world upside down and was completely different. If it was said that the first transformation, which revealed 100 Zhonglong Berserk Lion's body, had only shocked Yin Qi and the other two, then now, as the true body of 1,000 Zhonglong Berserk Lion appeared, Yin Qi and the other two were so shocked that even their courage was trembling. Blood Slaughter Lion's second transformation? My God, his bloodline true body has become 10 times more powerful than the first transformation. It's exactly the same as the legends. Legend has it that every time the 9 transformations of the bloodthirsty mad lion erupts with a transformation, the bloodthirsty true body will grow 10 times stronger. Even if the bloodthirsty mad lion's aura doesn't change, the difference in the power of their blood and qi is like the difference between heaven and earth. Any opponent that could match them before will be instantly crushed. After reaching the 9th transformation, the terror of the bloodline true body will increase exponentially. It will reach the level of the void tortoise, and with a wave of its claw, it can create a galaxy. However, no battle lion has ever reached that level. Even the current patriarch of the Battle Lion clan has only reached the 3rd transformation of the bloodthirsty mad lion. However, the young patriarch of the Battle Lion race, who is known as the existence with the strongest bloodline talent in the race in the past 10,000 years, had long since reached the 4th transformation of the Blood Slaughter Lion's divine ability many years ago. Heavens, the 4th transformation? What kind of concept is that? The 2nd transformation is 10,000 Zhonglong. The 3rd transformation is 10,000 Zhonglong. Wouldn't the 4th transformation be 100,000 Zhonglong? A body of 300,000 meters? Even the starry sky fortress is just a small thing in front of him. As they muttered to themselves, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Ju couldn't help but tremble in their knees. If Lion Ba Feng could really use the 4th transformation of the bloodthirsty mad lion, then his bloodline true body would reach an unprecedented 100,000 Zhonglong, which was 300,000 meters. A small part of the sky would be covered by his body. Even if his cultivation aura didn't change, he was still at the early stage of the Void Realm. But who would dare to treat him as an existence of the Void Realm? A terrifying bloodline true body of 300,000 meters. Even if a real powerhouse of the universe came, he would have to treat it with caution, right? Roar. Bloodthirsty mad lion 3rd transformation. Just as Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Ju were exclaiming, in the void in front of them, the young patriarch of the Battle Lion clan, Lion Ba Feng, roared again, and a small part of the void trembled. His voice was too loud. After all, the current Lion Ba Feng was already 1,000 Zhonglong universe battle lion, far from his previous human form. Along with this violent roar, a majestic universe astral wind instantly blew in the surrounding universe void. The invisible universe energy was completely sucked in and gathered in one place, forming a huge invisible vortex in the center. And this energy vortex was located next to the mouth of the bloodthirsty mad lion pavilion. After swallowing, the young master of the Battle Lion clan, Lion Ba Feng's body rapidly expanded like a balloon. 2,000 Zhong, 3,000 Zhong, until the final 10,000 Zhong. The bloodthirsty mad lion 3rd transformation was completed, and its size was indeed as described in the legends. From the previous 10,000 Zhong, it had expanded to the current 10,000 Zhong, which was 10 times its original size. 10,000 Zhong, which was equivalent to 30,000 meters, was comparable to a small fortress. Moreover, the visual effect was even more shocking than that of a small stronghold. Although the diameter of a small fortress was 50,000 meters, and this bloodthirsty mad lion was only 30,000 meters, the former was a majestic steel fortress, which was not rare in the universe void, while the latter was just a bloodthirsty mad lion. Normally, even a 10,000 meter long star beast would be shocking enough, But now, a 30,000-meter-long bloodthirst lion had suddenly appeared in the void. Gasps could be heard from the starry fleets in the surrounding void. As for Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Ju, they were so shocked that they almost fainted on the spot. Their faces were extremely gloomy, and they gnashed their teeth, hating each other. Damn it, this broken lion dog can change too much. In the blink of an eye, it has already become 10,000 zhong long. Careless, really too careless. Just now, when it barked for the first time, we should have attacked and not given it a chance to continue its berserk transformation. All Yin demon clansmen, listen up. Leave behind 100 people to guard the 9 dragons' azure phoenix carriage. The rest of the clansmen, follow the 3 of us and eat this lion dog alive. That's right, this guy can berserk transformation and is suspected to carry the rabies virus. For the peace of the universe, there is no time to be polite with him. Our clan will not lose face to him. This is not a one-on-one battle, this is a dog slaughter battle, a crazy lion dog. Chapter 34-26. The old ancestor returns poodle? Rabies virus? The dignified young patriarch of the Battle Lion clan was actually associated with such words at this moment. This made Lion Ba Feng so furious that he felt unwell. Roar! How dare you insult this young patriarch? All of you must die. The 3 patriarchs of the Yin Demon clan? In this young patriarch's eyes, you are just a bunch of ants. This young patriarch alone will suppress all of you. Roar! The gigantic blood berserk lion went completely berserk. It let out a furious roar, and its huge figure, which was like a small fortress, suddenly burst out. With a leap, it covered a distance of 10,000 miles and directly landed in front of the Yin Demon clan's camp. Swish! Ka-cha-cha! Boom! Boom! A fierce hurricane blew up. The gigantic blood berserk lion raised its right forelimb and swept it towards the Yin Demon clan's camp. In an instant, the sound of bones shattering could be heard. There were even some concentrated sounds of explosions. Some of the weaker Yin Demon clan's clansmen couldn't resist at all. In the blink of an eye, they were blasted to death by the majestic power contained in the sweep. For a moment, the space where the Yin Demon clan's camp was filled with thick black fog. The Yin Demon clan's clansmen didn't have flesh and blood bodies. This black fog was the manifestation of their divine souls being destroyed and their bodies disintegrating into energy. With just a sweep of the claw, at least several hundred Yin Demon clan's clansmen had died. Such a terrifying power of qi and blood had already surpassed the effect of the peak of the 12th Great Realm, the Void Realm. Currently, the young patriarch of the Berserk Lion clan, Shi Ba Feng, was at least at the middle or late stage of the beginning realm. Moreover, this was only the effect after he had successfully activated the 3rd transformation of the Blood Berserk Lion. Although the patriarch of the Battle Lion clan had only cultivated to the 3rd transformation of the Berserk Lion, legend had it that this young patriarch of the Battle Lion clan had surpassed his master and had long grasped the profundity of the 4th transformation of the Blood Berserk Lion. At this moment, after seeing him display the terrifying might of the 3rd transformation of the Blood Ferocious Lion with their own eyes, the experts from the various powers who were watching the battle from afar all cried out in shock, "Awesome, my brother. What a huge lion. It's actually over 10,000 zhong long. Even if it's a true ferocious star beast, it's rare to see one with such a size." That's right. The bloodline of the warrior lion clan's young master is too extraordinary. Even if he hasn't returned to his ancestral state, he is not far from it. One day, he will become the #1 overlord among the younger generation of the various races in the 2nd universe. Such a heroic figure is destined to shake the world. Shi Baofeng's name has been resounding in the 2nd universe for a long time, but he rarely appears in front of people in a real battle. I didn't expect that today's first battle would be to suppress an entire clan. It's too amazing. The young generation of the 2nd universe finally has an amazing person. That's right. The shame of Ji Jinghong, Jiao Ri Tian, and the others being suppressed by the peerless genius of the 3rd universe may be washed away today. Although the ones being suppressed are not from the human race, the Yin Demon clan is not a race of the Federation. This battle with the Warrior Lion clan is very satisfying. It's a pity that young Master Linghu has been exiled. Otherwise, if he were in this sea of dark turtles at this moment, he would probably kneel down and submit to the supreme majesty of Shabaofeng. Alas, back in the heavenly war starfield, the warrior lion clan's young master did not appear. He missed the opportunity to become famous in the three universes. In the face of these exclamations, the warrior lion clan's young master, Shabaofeng, was in high spirits. He proudly pointed out, although these three old guys are clan elders, in this young master's eyes, they are not even ants. To suppress them, the third transformation of the blood-ferocious lion is already extravagant. There is no need for the fourth transformation. As for that foodie Linghu Chong, this young master did not go to the Heavenly War Empire that day. Otherwise, I would have suppressed him. Although I do not have the habit of slaughtering and eating people, I can still smash his body with one claw and kick his head under my feet like a ball. These words were too arrogant. Most of the fleets watching the battle in the surrounding void were from the human race from the third universe. There were forces from the science and technology camp and also forces from the cultivation camp. Although they did not like young Master Linghu, the latter was, after all, a human. At this moment, he was being belittled by the young master of a certain clan from the second universe. Many human race experts were indignant. However, the warrior lion clan's young master was indeed too powerful. At this moment, the 10,000 feet bloodline true body he had revealed was explosively heaven-defying. What's more, in the pitch-black starry sky fortress behind him, there was a supreme being of the 15th great realm. The surrounding human race experts were indignant but did not dare to say anything. For a moment, the prestige of the warrior lion clan surged throughout the entire void. The battle instantly shook the sky. The more than 10,000 members of the Yin Demon clan were all mobilized. Except for 200 clansmen who protected the Nine Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage and retreated, the rest all joined the battle to suppress the warrior lion clan's young master. Boom! 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 Violent explosions rang out unceasingly. The 10,000 feet tall lion Bafeng detonated the entire void by himself. Every minute, every second, there were casualties among the Yin demons. Even the three elders, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Ju, who had the cultivation of the 12th great realm, the middle and late stage of the void, began to retreat and spurt out blood. Lion Bafeng was indeed too powerful. The might of the third transformation of the blood-slaughter lion could not be measured with common sense. This was clearly the rhythm of suppressing an entire clan by himself. The most powerful member of the Yin Demon clan was the clan's leader, Yin Di. He was already a supreme existence of the 15th great realm, the late stage of the universe realm. However, at this moment, Yin Di was not here. No one took the Yin Demon clan seriously. The young master of the Berserk Lion clan, who was ranked third in the second universe, wanted to suppress their entire clan by himself. PFFF. Unexpectedly, Elder Yin Qi was struck by Lion Bafeng's claw. A fierce gale burst forth, and Yin Qi suffered heavy internal injuries. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so furious that he was about to go crazy. Poodle, just you wait. Soon, my clan's old ancestor will return. At that time, he will make you into a braised lion's head in soy sauce and let my clansmen eat to their heart's content. Ha ha ha, that's right, braised lion's head in soy sauce. Smash his dog's head. The Yin Demon clan's temperament was disagreeable, and they were all a bunch of troublemakers. In just a short while, close to 1,000 clansmen had their bodies blown up and turned into black fog. The battlefield could not be said to not be desperate. But even so, not a single one of the clansmen of the Yin Demon clan retreated. Although there were casualties at every moment, they still fought bravely. Following Yin Qi's words, the surrounding Yin Demon clan's clansmen all roared insolently. Their fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. This was clearly the rhythm of the entire clan fighting until there was not a single soldier left. Even if they all fell here, they would not lower their heads. Seeing this scene, even the experts of the various major powers who were watching the battle in the surroundings sighed one after another. They all believed that the Yin Demon clan was finished this time. Even if the clan's leader, Yin Di, revived in the future, he would not be able to shake the Battle Lion clan. Chapter 34-27. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Braised Lion's Head in Brown Saucio, This ancestor seems to have heard someone say braised lion's head in brown sauce. Where is it? This ancestor is drooling. Along with this abrupt voice, in the distant void, a figure wearing clothes whiter than snow quietly appeared. His hands were behind his back, and he had the air of a hedonistic young master. His face was pale, and the corners of his mouth outlined a cold and arrogant smile. His triangular eyes were filled with a fierce light, and they were tightly locked onto the 100,000 feet tall lion that was displaying its divine might in the void. It was none other than Yi Xian. Of course, his current appearance was that of the ancestor of the Yin Demon clan, the young master of the Netherworld clan, Huan Ting. In the surrounding void, exclamations could be heard in an instant. Heavens, look who's here. The ancestor of the Yin Demon clan, Huan Ting? He was actually not stopped by the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan. This is too shocking. He was so arrogant before, calling himself ancestor in front of the late-stage universe realm elder of the Netherworld Turtle clan. He can still return calmly under such circumstances. Could it be that the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan really invited him? That should be the case. Moreover, this revealed too much information. At least, the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan has acknowledged his identity. Previously, he sent the patriarch of the Netherworld Turtle clan to personally welcome him. This is clearly the rhythm of treating him as an equal. Could this ancestor Huan Ting really be the young master of the extinct Netherworld clan from the primordial era? This is most likely the case. Moreover, the ancestor of the Netherworld clan is most likely on the same side as the ancestor of the Netherworld Turtle clan. This is a sign that they will join forces again in the future. The Yin Demon clan has found a great backer. The situation seems to be chaotic. This is the Netherworld Turtle Sea. Although the Battle Lion clan is not afraid of the Netherworld Turtle clan, just like how their young patriarch bullied the Yin Demon clan, the few supreme experts of the Battle Lion clan who have surpassed the universe realm are not here. If the ancestor Huan Ting goes crazy, the elder of the Battle Lion clan who is guarding the Black Fortress behind most likely will not dare to make a move. Otherwise, the Netherworld Turtle clan's living fossil will definitely take action. It seems that this battle should stop between the Lion House clan and the ancestor Huan Ting. It will not expand. Since it involves the universe realm god, it will be difficult to end it. The Battle Lion race's current generation genius against the Netherworld race's sealed young master? The two of them were separated by a period of time, but in this world, they started a great battle. This battle is unprecedented. Yin Qi, Yin Ba, Yin Ju, and the other members of the Yin Demon clan were so excited that they cheered. With the return of the patriarch, our race will prosper. That's right. The ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan personally invited us, and we returned with gifts in the end. Our ancestor is mighty, and he must have formed an alliance with the Nether Turtle clan. This is our territory now. Ha ha ha. How satisfying. The Battle Lion race's lion dog actually dared to provoke my race in the Underworld Turtle Sea. Now, he is stupefied. He actually kicked an iron plate. This is my territory, and I call the shots. I humbly request the Grand Ancestor to destroy the lion head. Patriarch Huan Ting, the #1 expert in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. Patriarch Huan Ting, punch and kick him. Lion-headed big dog, crying bitterly. In the end, these praise-like slogans suddenly burst out again, and with a slight change, it was targeted at Lion Barfeng who had manifested his blood lion true body. In the face of this shocking change, the atmosphere in the surrounding void froze in an instant. The unexpected return of the Yin Demon clan's young master was too shocking. Previously, some people suspected that he was detained by the ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan. After all, this person was too insolent before, and he actually disrespected the ancestor of the Nether Turtle clan, who was at the late-stage universe realm, and called himself the ancestor. In fact, the reason why the young patriarch of the Battle Lion race attacked the Shadow Devil race was not only because he couldn't stand the sight of the Shadow Devil race and wanted to make a name for himself in this battle, but also because he considered that Patriarch Huan Ting of the Shadow Devil race might not return. But at this moment, with the arrival of Yi Xian, this speculation was instantly shattered. The experts of the major forces who were watching the battle in the surrounding void all had their hearts in their throats, knowing that there would be a great battle. At this moment, with the arrival of Yi Xian, the battle lion race's young master, Lion Bafeng, also stopped his attack. Across thousands of miles in the void, he stared at Yi Xian, who was slowly walking in the void with his hands behind his back. He sneered and said, "Young Master Netherworld. That's me, Big Poodle. Don't think that you can avoid death by getting close to me. Today, you are destined to be made into a braised lion head by me." Yi Xian sneered as he replied with a sneer. Then, he unceremoniously waved his hand and pointed in the direction of Lion Bafeng, Xiu. A weak dark green light rushed out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed thousands of miles. In less than half a breath, it had already arrived in front of the 10,000-meter tall lion. Immediately after, before anyone could recover from their shock, this weak and almost undetectable dark green light instantly soared. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3,000 meters tall, transforming into a terrifying dark green withered claw. Immediately after, the dark green light suddenly flashed and the withered claw disappeared. As for the head of the 10,000-meter tall lion, it silently rolled down from its shoulder. Phut. Hualala. After the sound of a gushing waterfall, the sound of a gushing waterfall could be heard. From the neck cavity of the lion that had lost its head, a boiling hot blood soared into the sky, surging for 10,000 meters, and finally turning into a majestic rain of blood that sprinkled down into the void. This scene happened too quickly, catching everyone off guard. At this moment, along with the boiling rain of blood that soared into the sky, Yi Xian's voice that was filled with a strong sense of laziness suddenly rang out. Immediately after, the 3,000-meter tall lion's head that was glaring angrily disappeared along with the blood lion's body that was spurting out scarlet blood from its neck cavity. Even the large amount of berserk lion's hot blood that was pouring down like rain in the void had disappeared without a trace. This was caused by Yi Xian activating the devouring system's forceful devouring ability. Although this blood-slaughter lion could not be raised, its flesh and blood were extraordinary. The Battle Lion clan originally had the bloodline of the blood-slaughter lion, and right now, the young patriarch of the clan, Bafeng, had even used his bloodline ability to manifest the third transformation of the berserk lion's true body. To Yi Xian, this flesh and blood was the best alchemy material. At this moment, after he used the devouring system to absorb it into his body, the berserk lion's true blood was immediately stored in a bottle-shaped spatial magic treasure. Even the headless berserk lion's body was stored in a large-capacity spatial magic treasure, which could ensure that it would not rot and the medicinal effect would not be lost. In the future, when he needed to use it, he could use it at any time. As for the huge berserk lion's head, Yi Xian had just said that he wanted to eat the braised lion's head. He was already drooling, so naturally, he would not go back on his word. The berserk lion's head was immediately thrown into the Shunnong giant cauldron, and in the blink of an eye, it was roasted by the orange-red fire in the cauldron. With a wave of his hand, a braised lion's head that had shrunk to the size of 6,000 to 7,000 meters, like a small hill, with golden oil and sweat dripping down its surface, and the fragrance of meat assailing the nostrils, appeared in front of Yi Xian. Chapter 34:28. Gulp. Gulp. Let me out. Damned Ling Huchong, there will be a day when this young master will suppress you. Awoo, this is simply too much, this is absolutely intolerable. We, the young patriarchs of the top 10 clans in the second universe, are actually being raised here as great medicines. Ling Huchong, you will die a horrible death. Just you wait, one of the 3 invincible youths in the second universe, the Iron Blood Battle Lion, Bafeng, is this young master's good friend. Soon, he will find you and suppress you. Bang! Bang! Inside the Shunnong cauldron, the young patriarch of the Enji clan, Ji Jinghong, the young protagonist of the barbarian Bull clan, Jin Haoyan, and the descendant of the greedy Wolf clan, Lang Ganglai, who were imprisoned at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron, were crazily shouting and roaring. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and a ferocious lion head that was 3,000 meters long fell from the sky, startling the 4 of them, and their roars came to an abrupt end. This is, heavens, lion head of Bafeng? That's right, it's definitely him. This young master is good friends with him. How could I be wrong? This guy is too savage, he actually came to the second universe. Is this the rhythm of slaughtering the War Lion clan in one fell swoop? Look, he's setting fire again. Do you have to be so savage? He actually wants to eat braised lion head. Swish, before the four of them could finish speaking, a large lion head that was shiny and fragrant flew through the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Gulp. Gulp. Only at this moment did Ji Jinghong and the other three realize that they had subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Moreover, all four of them were swallowing, without exception. The four of them were ashamed and resentful. They all turned around and hid in the corner of the cell. Their minds were in complete chaos. At the same time, in the Netherworld Turtle Sea, the young master of the War Lion clan, Shi Baofeng, and Yi Xian were engaged in a shocking battle. To be precise, it was the void where Yi Xian had cleanly beheaded him with a single claw. Gulp. 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 Although it had shrunk due to being roasted by the fire, it was still 6,000 to 7,000 feet in size. It was golden in color, and the aroma of meat wafted through the air. In the surrounding void, the fleets of the various major forces that were watching the battle from afar suddenly appeared. Immediately, a series of strange gurgling sounds were heard. Countless people gulped at this moment. This was a completely subconscious action. After all, Lion Bafeng's bloodline was extraordinary to begin with. Furthermore, he had activated his bloodline true form with the Bloodthirst Lion's bloodline ability and reached the third transformation. After being roasted by the orange-red flames of the farmer god cauldron, all the impurities were evaporated, leaving behind only the essence. This braised lion's head was not only delicious, it was also a great medicine. Once swallowed, one's cultivation would definitely skyrocket. It was simply too fragrant. Anyone who smelled it would be tempted. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. It was to the extent that there seemed to be some whispers of suspicion that could be heard vaguely. Why is it so fragrant? It's not like this old man hasn't roasted the lion's head of the Battle Lion clan before. Back then, I had secretly hunted one. Although its bloodline is not as good as Lion Bafeng's, but the fragrance shouldn't be so different, right? What a familiar feeling. Another peerless foodie has appeared out of nowhere. He is definitely comparable to the peerless monster of the human clan, young Master Linghu. What's wrong with this world? Have they all been infected by young Master Linghu? That's definitely the case. That guy is a poison. Even though he has been banished to the turbulent void, his influence has been left behind. In the three great universes, who knows how many peerless foodies will be born in the future? Sigh, the clansmen of a race with extraordinary bloodlines in their bodies have to be careful in the future. They can't go out alone anymore, and they can't walk at night. There will be foodies who will attack them. Ha ha ha, delicious. The most delicious food in the world. Previously, this young master thought that, what meat was the most delicious in the world? I didn't expect there to be something even more delicious. This trip to the Dark Turtle Sea is really not in vain. Back in the Nether Turtle Secret Realm, I had a drink with the Nether Turtle ancestor Hai, who was already as large as a star, and it was so bland that birds could fall out of my mouth. Who would have thought that there would be a braised lion's head to go with the wine right away? Just as the experts of the major forces around were whispering in their hearts, Yi Xian had already arrived above the huge braised lion's head. He waved his hand to release an invisible force, wrapped up pieces of golden and shiny meat, and sent them into his mouth. As soon as they melted in his mouth, he almost swallowed his tongue in enjoyment. He almost spilled the beans and exposed his identity. In the end, he came to his senses and quickly changed his words. At the same time, he didn't forget to pull out the flag of the Dark Turtle ancestor and secretly warn him. After all, in the pitch-black starry sky fortress in the distance, there was still a mighty figure of the Battle Lion clan guarding it. Now, the young patriarch of the clan was slaughtered and even made into braised lion's head in public. As a mighty figure of the universe, it was impossible for this person to not do anything. Although Yi Xian was not afraid of him, in order to avoid an unnecessary battle to the death, he deliberately brought out the Dark Turtle ancestor to suppress the situation at this moment. After all, this was the Dark Turtle Sea, and Yi Xian had already brought out the Dark Turtle ancestor. Even if the other party was a mighty figure of the Battle Lion clan, he couldn't do anything. He should be able to accept it after saying a few harsh words and leaving. It could barely be considered a passable explanation. Regarding all this, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, Yin Ju, and the other members of the Yin demon clan were not in the mood to pay attention to it at all. With the arrival of the ancestor Huan Ting, all the worries in their hearts had completely disappeared at the first moment. In their view, the return of the ancestor Huan Ting was definitely the result of drinking and chatting happily with the Dark Turtle ancestor and forming an alliance. This meant that the entire Dark Turtle Sea was now their territory. Then, before they had time to digest the great joy in their hearts, the ancestor Huan Ting had already suddenly made a move. In an instant, he killed the young master of the Battle Lion clan, Shi Baofeng, who was raging and arrogant before, and roasted him into a shiny golden color in an instant. At this moment, with Yi Xian's call and the first to start eating, coupled with the enticing fragrance that kept entering their noses, these guys had long been unable to hold back. They swallowed their saliva crazily, and after cheering, they pounced at the same time. Although the braised lion's head was huge, in the face of more than 10,000 Yin demon clansmen, it was really nothing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10,000 Yin demon clansmen were like countless ants climbing on the body of an elephant. They all hung on this huge braised lion's head and ate heartily. In less than 10 breaths, half of the huge braised lion's head was eaten, revealing the eerie white bones. This scene stunned all the experts of the major forces who were watching the battle in the void. Shi Baofeng was too miserable, the Yin demon clan was too ruthless, and the ancestor Huan Ting was too cruel. At the end of the battle, he actually roasted the enemy's head and turned it into a huge white skeleton. Everyone shuddered in fear. Chapter 34-29. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Intimidate. How dare you kill our young master? Old thing, you will definitely die. Rumble. Previously, everything had happened too quickly. As such, the Battle Lion race's supreme expert couldn't react in time. As Lion Baofeng's dog head was roasted into a braised lion's head, he was petrified. He was too shocked. At this moment, in that pitch-black starry sky fortress in the distant void, an earth-shaking roar finally rang out. The mighty figure of the war lion race was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He roared and turned into a golden arrow light, rushed out of the fortress, and shot toward this side. In a short period of time, more than 10,000 Yin demons ate at the same time. The braised lion's head that was 6,000 to 7,000 feet long was not very edible. It had already turned into a huge skull, and not a single piece of meat was left. Yi Xian ate the most. His body was surging with energy, and the pores all over his body were overflowing with golden light. This was the sign that his flesh and muscles were being nourished by energy and were overflowing with energy. In the distance, the voice that had muttered a few words earlier appeared again. Hey! Strange, strange. It actually has such terrifying medicinal effects. Could it be that the young master of the Battle Lion race is different? The ordinary lion that was roasted previously didn't even have 1/3 of the medicinal effect. Which bastard is it? Get out here. Get out here if you have the ability. The golden arrow light that was shooting towards Yi Xian paused for a moment. Then, the roar of the Battle Lion race's supreme elder could be heard. It was too infuriating. The Battle Lion race was ranked 3rd among the races in the Second Universe. They were one of the 3 strongest races since ancient times. They had always run amok in this plane. Today, his race members, including the young master, were being discussed about the medicinal effects of the meat. This made him feel as though he was about to explode. Ding! Congratulations to host. Physical body's Qi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, level 4 of the Grotto Heaven realm. Ding! Congratulations to host. Physical body's Qi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, level 5 of the Grotto Heaven realm. At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. After eating so much of the golden lion meat, his body was overflowing with golden light. The qi and blood in his body were boiling, and every cell in his body had been baptized. The effect of the orange-red fire was so good that it even attracted the attention of the hidden senior-level foodie. However, The benefits of Yi Xian's meal had already been revealed. His physical body's blood and qi cultivation had advanced 2 levels in a row, and the blood and qi in his body had increased explosively. Right now, he felt like he could blast apart a star with a single punch. The lion golden lion meat. Lion the dragon race's meat. Is the golden lion meat? Is there golden lion meat? Is there one is there? Is there? Another one? After receiving such a huge benefit, Yi Xian had no intention of hiding it. He raised his head and roared, revealing the fact that he had advanced 2 small stages. He even said that it was not enough. He wanted to roast another golden lion meat and directly push his cultivation from the heavenly passage realm to the 9th stage great perfection. This scene was too insolent. In the surrounding warships that were watching from the void, the exclamations of the powerhouses from the various major forces resounded endlessly. They were all lamenting the fact that a foodie had appeared in the second universe. This was not inferior to young Master Linghu's momentum. At the same time, there were also some people whispering that if they had known that the golden lion dog meat was so effective, they would not have waited until today. They would have hunted countless golden lion dogs for a sumptuous meal. At this moment, the dignified battle lion race was being treated as a meat medicine or a rare delicacy in this kind of situation. The golden arrow that was shooting toward Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. The mighty expert of the battle lion race was so angry that he coughed up blood. This was too shocking. The mighty expert of the battle lion race was so angry that he coughed up blood. This made the starry sky powerhouses of the various major forces in the surrounding void sigh endlessly. They were even more afraid of this so-called ancestor Huan Ting of the Yin demon race. His mouth must have been smeared with poison. Just like young Master Linghu, he could infuriate people to death. Old lion dog, are you delivering blood to this ancestor? Unfortunately, it came from your mouth. It must be smelly. This ancestor has always been picky and does not like contaminated ingredients. If you are sincere, stretch out your neck and this ancestor will personally draw the blood. Look at you, you are so old that your hair is about to fall off. Your meat must be hard and not easy to chew. Only this blood can be used. If it is not smelly, it can be used to make medicine. Facing the mighty expert of the battle lion race who was about to reach him, Yi Xian was calm and fearless. He continued to ridicule him. Then, he rolled his eyes and kicked the huge skull in front of him, which had been eaten until there was not even half a piece of meat left. Hey, your young master, return it. There are still bits and pieces of meat on the inner wall of the skull. If you want to taste it, take it back to the fort and slowly dig it out. Bang! A huge explosion sounded. The white skull that was shot out was smashed into powder by the mighty expert of the battle lion race. Then, Yi Xian raised his hand again. A dark green claw that was hundreds of feet long appeared out of thin air above his head and suddenly slashed down. Netherworld claw. It is indeed a very sharp and terrifying bloodline power. The eyes of the mighty expert of the battle lion race flashed and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you were a little stronger, even if you were only in the 12th realm of the void realm, this attack would be able to defeat this old man. Unfortunately, you are only in the 10th realm of the Grotto Heaven realm, level 5. No matter how powerful your power is, it is useless in front of a mighty expert of the universe realm. Demon bastard, die. With that last sentence, the body of the war lion race's supreme expert suddenly swayed. After dodging the 300-meter-long dark green withered claw at an extremely fast speed, he suddenly raised his hand and was about to slap down at Yi Xian. How dare you? Yi Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. At this time, escaping was absolutely impossible. Otherwise, the effect of the previous show of strength would be ruined. However, facing a mighty expert of the 15th realm of the universe realm, if he did not want to retreat, he would have to use other methods to force his opponent back. In this way, his identity would be exposed. In a moment of desperation, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and immediately took out the fragment of the ancient tortoiseshell that recorded the incomplete Dongshu scripture from the undying world in his body. Holding it in his right hand, he raised it high above his head. There was no fear on his face as he shouted loudly, "This old ancestor has been sealed for hundreds of millions of years. My cultivation has not recovered yet. The guardians of the netherworld are also still in hibernation. Otherwise, how could an old dog like you be so arrogant in front of me? But even so, if this old ancestor wants to restrain you, it is still a piece of cake. Don't forget whose territory this is. The old ancestor of the dark turtle race is this old ancestor's sworn brother. After drinking to our heart's content, we have already called each other brothers. You dare to touch this old ancestor in the ancestral land of the dark turtle race? This is that old tortoiseshell's natal tortoiseshell. The old tortoiseshell personally gave it to you. Do you dare to act rashly again? This old ancestor only needs to crush it lightly. The old tortoiseshell of the dark turtle race will instantly descend. He is a supreme expert who has surpassed the universe realm. Old lion dog, are you sure you want to pull him over for a chat? Chapter 3430. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The will of the turtle sea rumble, as Yi Xian subconsciously tightened his fingers and channeled a wisp of his vital energy into the ancient tortoise shell, a change that even he didn't expect suddenly occur. A huge roar resounded, and the void shook. It was not just a corner of the void, but the entire vast starfield of the nether turtle sea. At this moment, when Yi Xian lightly pinched it and infused a wisp of qi and blood energy into the ancient tortoise shell, it began to shake in its entirety. Thousands of miles of the void shook, and countless stars swayed. This scene was like the end of the world. The universe was shaken, and the scene was so terrifying that all the masters in the surrounding void were stunned. The supreme master of the War Lion clan, who had turned into a golden arrow and shot toward Yi Xian, trembled all over. He was so scared that he stopped 1,000 miles away. His face was filled with shock. Like all the experts in the surrounding fleets, their gazes converged on the ancient tortoiseshell fragment that Yi Xian held between his fingers and raised high into the air. At this moment, no one doubted Yi Xian's words. They were sure that this ancient turtle shell was the natal turtle shell of the nether turtle patriarch. This was really F***ked up. Who would have thought that this kid would really become sworn brothers with the nether turtle patriarch? What kind of existence was the nether turtle patriarch? Even the ordinary elders of the nether turtle clan were at the late stage of the universe realm, and the clan leader was a supreme master who had surpassed the universe realm. He was an ancestor of the clan. No wonder the entire starfield of the nether turtle sea was shaken. This was clearly the result of the nether turtle patriarch's anger. Although there were many masters in the universe present, including the top forces of the 3 major realms, and more than 10 supreme masters of the universe realm, most of them were at the 3rd or 4th stage of the universe realm, which was the early or middle stage of the universe realm. Even if it was them, they had never seen such a scene in the past. The entire starfield was shaking. This was definitely a terrifying method that far surpassed the universe realm. It was simply unimaginable. Even Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He was well aware that the words he said just now were just a bluff, and it was just to scare off the mighty figure of the battle lion race. He never expected that just by lightly moving his finger and injecting a weak wisp of qi and blood into the ancient tortoiseshell, it would actually cause such a change. The entire starfield was shaking. Could it be that the tortoiseshell in his hand really had some other miraculous use? Rumble, an enormous rumble resounded once more, and then, an unimaginably enormous tortoise beast appeared in the air above the vast sea of nether turtles. Its body covered the entire nether turtle's sea. Although it was not as terrifying as a real void tortoise that could cover an entire nether turtle's sea with a wave of its claws, a turtle that was as big as the entire nether turtle's sea was still extremely terrifying. It was far beyond the size of the nether turtle ancestor, whose head was as big as a star. The strange thing was that this terrifying giant tortoise was suspended above the nether turtle's sea. Although it was huge, its body did not have a trace of flesh and blood. It was completely made up of grey tortoise bones. This was a nether turtle. A real nether turtle had no flesh and blood, only bones. Yi Xian had sharp eyes and saw a hole smaller than the eye of a needle on the back of this terrifying nether turtle. The edge of the hole was exactly the same as the palm-sized ancient tortoiseshell in his hand. He instantly came to an understanding. This ancient tortoiseshell in his hand was obviously ripped off from the back of this terrifying nether tortoise. It ought to have come from the hands of this void tortoise, and it utilized this ancient tortoiseshell to brand the first 7 levels of the void dimension technique within it. But what was the identity of this nether turtle? With its body that was as big as a vast nether turtle and its aura that could shake an entire nether turtle ancestor, this grey-boned nether turtle was definitely far more powerful than the nether turtle ancestor. Its cultivation could no longer be measured by the universe realm. The so-called universe realm was clearly an ant in front of it. Except for the headless infant corpse and the great eye of the heavenly way that was suspected to be an avatar of the great path of heaven, this was the first time Yi Xian had seen such a terrifying existence in reality. Even the weeping soul bloodhorn and the demonic dragon phantom were far inferior to it because they were incomplete and illusory. It was also at this time that the Battle Lion tribe's elders, Zhon Tu, the eyebrowless ancestor, Long Ziwen, and nearly 10 other powerful figures of the universe realm in the surrounding void were stunned and muttered to themselves one after another. Nether turtle? Ancient nether turtle. The legend is actually true. It's actually true. Legend has it that there was a period of time between the primordial age and the ancient age, called the primordial age. The creatures of the primordial age were all direct descendants of the primordial age. After the ancient age, the ancestors of the various races of the present world appeared. They are not direct descendants of the primordial age, but were born from the primordial age after a generation. For example, the Nether Turtle clan's true bloodline ancestor should be the primordial Nether Turtle, and the Void Turtle of the primordial age is the bloodline source of the primordial Nether Turtle clan. Legend has it that after the primordial Nether Turtle died in the early ancient age, its obsession did not dissipate and turned into the Nether Turtle Sea's star domain will to protect this star domain. I didn't expect that all of this was true. The primordial Nether Turtle has appeared, and this is the star domain will of the entire Nether Turtle Sea. Heavens, where did this kid come from? Is he just the young master of the Netherworld Great Emperor from the primordial age? If so, why would the Nether Turtle ancestor give this ancient turtle shell to him? How is this the Nether Turtle ancestor's life source shell? It is clearly the only life source shell of the primordial Nether Turtle's body. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Xian came to a realization. At the same time, he felt a little disappointed in his heart. It turned out that this was only the projection of the primordial Nether Turtle's obsession and not its real body. Otherwise, if he could capture this primordial Nether Turtle that was comparable to a star domain, he would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3 universes in the future. However, it was better than nothing now. With the protection of the star domain will of the Nether Turtle Sea, he would definitely be able to do whatever he wanted in this vast Nether Turtle Sea. At the very least, this Battle Lion race expert in front of him could absolutely crush him with a raise of his hand. No wonder that old bastard Nether Turtle ancestor did not even leave a universe stage Nether Turtle clan elder to him. After all, there was no need for that at all. He was holding the only life source shell left behind by the primordial Nether Turtle before its body collapsed. In this star domain, he could summon the star domain will to descend at any time. He was simply invincible, so why would he need any guards? Wahahaha. That old bastard Nether Turtle ancestor is really too evil. He actually deceived this ancestor. It was clearly the life source shell of the primordial Nether Turtle, but he insisted that it was his. Chapter 34-31. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation specialized in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. Come on, lion dog. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come on, come and kill this ancestor. Do you believe me when I say I'll kill you? At this moment, Yi Xian looked like a top profligate who deserved a beating. This was intentional. After all, his current identity was the young master of the Netherworld lineage. Before he was sealed hundreds of millions of years ago, he was already a profligate young master of the primordial era. Now that he had lived to this day, he naturally had the right to look down on everyone. However, his current appearance was indeed too hateful. In the fleets of the top forces from the 3 planes of the universe, countless masters of the universe were glaring at him, gnashing their teeth in hatred. This guy's face was really asking for a beating. Unfortunately, no one dared to beat him up no matter how much he asked for a beating. At this moment, The mighty figure of the war lion race was so stifled that his entire old face had turned purple. The aura around his body surged and he clenched his fists tightly. However, he stood in the void thousands of miles away and did not dare to make a sound. Although he was a mighty figure of the universe, he was no different from an ant in the face of the primordial underworld dragon's will projection that could cover the entire nether turtle starfield. When the primordial underworld dragon's true body completely collapsed in the early primordial era, the only piece of armor left behind was now in Yi Xian's hands. This piece of armor was the switch that controlled the nether turtle starfield's will. Currently, Yi Xian held the power to kill. In this starfield, he could directly destroy anyone he disliked. Yo, old lion dog, why aren't you making a sound? Why aren't you reacting to this ancestor's question? Are you deaf or mute? The mighty figure of the battle lion race didn't make a sound, but Yi Xian didn't intend to let this go. In his opinion, a primordial era profligate like the Netherworld young master should be someone who wouldn't show mercy even if he was in the right. If the other party admitted defeat at this time, he would immediately let go of all previous enmity, which would instead arouse suspicion. They would think that he was guilty. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't back down. The more it was like this, the more he had to beat the dog while it was down. Anyway, he had already killed the battle lion race's young master, roasted, and eaten. This enmity was too big to be resolved, so he didn't care to deepen it. It just so happened that he could also use this opportunity to ruthlessly beat up a universe almighty expert and help increase his despotic power. Yo, old man, you're still not saying anything? Are you insisting on going against this ancestor's rhythm? Me, you old bastard. Let me, I specialize in curing all kinds of things you. As he spoke, Yi Xian rolled his eyes and instantly stepped forward. With a few large strides, he arrived in front of the supreme being of the war lion race. He glanced at the latter, whose face was filled with vigilance, and raised his hand to point at the will projection of the ancient nether turtle that was floating above the entire starfield. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Look carefully, there's a super bastard up there staring at you. You old bastard, aren't you dissatisfied? This ancestor will now teach you how to be a human. No, it should be how to be a Pekingese. If he dares to fight back, kill him immediately." Yi Xian was practically roaring when he said the last sentence. He tightened his grip on the palm-sized ancient tortoiseshell and channeled another wisp of chi and blood energy into it. In an instant, the entire nether turtle starfield shook slightly again. The war lion race's universe god realm expert's body trembled slightly. At this moment, he clearly felt that there was an indescribably terrifying and powerful aura that instantly locked onto his body. Not only the body, but the soul as well. He did not know what kind of method this was, but the chi could even lock onto the primordial spirit. It was simply unheard of. But there was one thing that he was extremely clear about, and that was if he dared make the slightest movement now, then he would immediately face the consequences of being obliterated in both body and soul. Even teleportation or tearing through space to escape from this region of stars was impossible. There was no chance at all. If it was said that this war lion race's universe god realm expert was full of resentment towards Yi Xian before, then now, as his entire body and primordial spirit were locked onto by the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle that covered the entire nether turtle starfield, the only thing left in his heart was boundless fear and panic. An extremely strong sense of life and death crisis enveloped his mind. At this moment, the war lion race's universe god realm expert suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Death, he had never been so close to him before. As long as this hateful fellow in front of him who made the roots of his teeth ache thought about it, he would instantly be reduced to ashes and not even a strand of hair would be left behind. He would be completely annihilated by the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle hanging above his head. Faced with this unprecedented life and death crisis, the war lion race's universe god realm expert did not even dare to move his body, for fear that the slightest movement would lead to disaster. Of course, more importantly, Yi Xian, who was only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, was not much of a threat in his eyes. Even if he stood here and forcefully endured the other party's bombardment, at most he would be in a sorry state and suffer some minor injuries and lose face. Compared to being instantly obliterated by the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle hanging above his head, even a fool would know what to choose. Boom. Old lion dog, does it feel good? Yi Xian's figure shot in front of the War Lion Race's Universe God Realm expert and punched out, causing an explosion in the air. Although he was in the nether body state right now, it did not mean that he could not use his physical body's blood energy. The strength of this punch far exceeded the War Lion Race's Universe God Realm expert's expectations. It was definitely not something that a 10th level Grotto Heaven Realm expert could achieve. One had to know that Yi Xian cultivated his physical body's blood energy, mental energy, and the void dimension technique. He also had the demonic dragon bloodline and the nether bloodline. With all of these combined, he already had the overall strength to fight across realms. Although it was not to the extent of crossing 2 realms and reaching the 12th level, the void dimension realm, it was definitely not below the mid-late stage of the 11th level, the mystic light realm. The War Lion Race's Universe God Realm expert was caught off guard and was immediately blasted to the point that his blood energy surged and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, this was also the result of him not daring to use the energy in his body to resist. Otherwise, a mid-late stage Mystic Light Realm expert wouldn't be able to injure a 15th level Universe God Realm expert and cause him to spit out blood. He'd long since seen that Yi Xian wanted to use him, the supreme expert of the universe, to establish his might and make him suffer some physical pain. Intimidated by the life and death crisis, the supreme expert of the War Lion race could only grit his teeth and cooperate. He could only hope that this little bastard would achieve his goal and let him go after he was satisfied. As long as he left this sea of nether turtles, the will projection of the immemorial nether turtle above his head would not be able to affect the outside world. At that time, he would be completely safe. Chapter 34-32. That's him. Is this a dream? I actually saw a Universe Realm expert being beaten up by a level 5 Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Not only did he not dare to fight back, he didn't even circulate his energy to defend himself. He was forcefully punched to the point of spitting out blood. This is too humiliating. This ancestor Huan Ting from the Yin Devil clan is too powerful. Not only does he have the Nether Turtle Sea's star domain will as his backer, but his own strength is also extraordinary. He is only at the 10th level of the Heavenly Passage realm, and even if Universe Immortals didn't resist, they still wouldn't be able to make him cough up blood. This is at least the battle prowess of a middle or late stage Mystic Light Realm cultivator. This person has the strength to fight across realms. Is it another peerless monster? This level of arrogance is indeed comparable to the invincible god of war and young master Linghu of the human clan. He does have a foundation, and he himself is a peerless monster-level existence. This time, the races of the second universe finally have a peerless genius born. I wonder if the Tianji clan, the overlords of the first universe, will do the same. Is this the golden age of the 3 universes coming together? Luo Yunyang thought. If this is really the case, then the battle that will break out soon will be extremely exciting. It will shake the world since ancient times. However, the theory of luck will fall into illusion. If the other 2 big planes also have peerless geniuses, then the theory that the human race will dominate this battle's luck will fall apart. The future is even harder to predict. It's full of uncertainties. We need to increase our cultivation as quickly as possible so that we can survive the upcoming war. Rumble. Awoo, old lion dog, do you admit defeat or not? Boom. Yi Xian did not hold back at all as the experts of various forces in the surrounding void cried out in alarm. He kept punching and bombarding the War Lion clan's experts like sandbags. The War Lion clan's experts opened their mouths and spat out blood again. Their old face turned from purple to green. They were clearly angered to death. There was no doubt that after this battle, even if the mighty figure of the War Lion tribe could survive, he would become the laughingstock of the 3 universes henceforth. There had never been such an astonishing event. A mighty figure of the universe in the 15th realm was bombarded like a rubber ball by an existence at the 5th level of the Dao Insight realm in front of countless masters of the starry sky. Puff! With another punch from Yi Xian, the War Lion clan's experts spat out Blood Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts, War Lion clan's experts. By now, the Lion Clan's experts. The War Lion Clan's experts, Lion Clan's experts, Lion Clan Battle, Lion Clan's experts, Lion Clan's experts, Lion Clan's experts. Perhaps, it was a combination of both. Not far away, in the void closest to where Yi Xian was bombarding the War Lion Clan's experts, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Ju, the three elders of the Yin Demon Clan, jumped up and stood in front of the tens of thousands of Yin demons like cheerleaders. They waved their hands and led the way. Soon, countless experts, War Lion Clan's experts, War Lion Clan's experts, Lion Clan's experts, Lion Clan's experts were shouting and waving their hands to lead the way. War Lion Clan Ancestor, number 1 in the world. Enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heaven. War Lion Clan Ancestor, punch and kick. Lion-headed dog, cry bitterly. He was a War Lion Clan's expert at the 15th level of the world realm. How could he endure such a scene when he was being beaten up by a cheerleader? As the shameless slogans came from the void not far away, the Chenkuan tribe elder of the battle lion race really wanted to cry. He really wanted to cry on the spot without a single shred of snot flowing out of his nose. In 3 different directions, Shenyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who were originally in their respective big fortresses, took advantage of the fact that the clan elders were not paying attention and slipped out. They rushed out of the big fortresses and converged in one direction like telepathy. Not long after, the 3 girls stood still in the void not far away from the battle circle. Their faces were full of suspicion as they stared at Yi Xian, who was cursing and beating up the War Lion Clan's experts. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, as if they were going to dissect Yi Xian from the inside out. According to my analysis, the probability is at least 70%. Zhao Qianru's face was filled with mystery as she stared fixedly at Yi Xian, who was in the air in front of her. She lowered her voice and whispered to Shenyuan Ziying and Duanmu Xiaocha, "You all know that it's impossible for that guy to be banished to the turbulent void. He has too many tricks up his sleeve, so this definitely won't happen." Since then, there has been no news of him, and a netherworld young master has appeared in the second universe. This is too strange. Don't forget, this guy said when he was in the heavenly battle starfield that he would come to the second universe to wreak havoc. Speaking of this, Zhao Qianru curled her lips and said, "TSK, isn't this the right thing to do?" No, Sister Qianru, you're wrong." Duanmu Xiaocha immediately shook her head and said, "The probability of 70% is too low. In my opinion, the probability of that guy in front of us being him is at least 85%, or even as high as 90%. Haven't you noticed? This style is simply carved out of the same mold. He is not forgiving when he is in the right, and even more so when he is in the wrong. This kind of thing, other than this blind idol of mine, is there any other living person who can do it? Besides, this foodie's virtue is simply a carbon copy. There is absolutely no doubt about it. There is more than 80% chance that it is him." Fut. As soon as Duanmu Xiaocha finished speaking, the purplish warbler covered her mouth and chuckled. She shook her head and sighed, "It seems that the 2 of you don't know him very well. What do you mean by 70% or 85%? In my opinion, there is a 100% chance that it is that big bastard." At this point, Shenyuan Ziying rolled her eyes and stealthily pointed her finger at the empty space in front of her. She patted her chest and said with certainty, "If you don't believe me, just watch. After this guy gives that guy a good beating, he'll definitely use the same old trick again. He'll either ask for compensation for his hard work or medical fees. He won't see if that guy is coughing up blood, but he's definitely sprained his wrist after beating him up for so long. He'll definitely clamor for compensation." Hearing this, Duanmu Xiaocha and Zhao Qianru were shocked and gasped. "Ah! It can't be. So shameless. My goodness, Ziying, you know him very well. But if this is the case, can we still say that we know him when we go out in the future?" Before the 2 of them could finish speaking, Yi Xian, who was indeed a little out of breath from the beating, suddenly sneezed. He stopped moving, rubbed his nose, rolled his eyes, and glared at the War Lion race's supreme expert, who had a bloody nose and a swollen mouth. "What are you looking at? I sprained my wrist in order to cure you. How are we going to calculate the medical fees? You tell me yourself." Chapter 34-33. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Subduing Others with Virtue Fut. Young Master Netherworld, don't go too far. The Battle Lion Tribe Elder, who had been holding back his anger after being beaten by Yi Xian, finally couldn't take it anymore. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression instantly turned ferocious as he glared fiercely at Yi Xian. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is too much. Our leader won't self-destruct. Even if he dies, he'll definitely drag you down with him." He was so angry that he couldn't take it anymore. It was bad enough that a mighty figure of heaven and earth was beaten up by Yi Xian in public, but he still wanted to blackmail him. Couldn't you find another excuse to blackmail him? He even said that he sprained his hand and wanted to pay for his medical fees. What the F***ck? A mighty figure of heaven and earth was so angry that he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Who was he going to find to pay for this? Oh my. Your temper is rising. But it's understandable. It's normal for you to be angry after being beaten up. But why is your IQ dropping so quickly? Yi Xian was calm and unafraid. He was still sarcastic, and his words were full of mockery and ridicule. This ancestor remembers that I didn't hit your head just now. Could it be that you were so angry that you broke it? With this super bastard above us, the entire sea of nether turtles is under our control. You want to self-destruct as a mere mighty figure of heaven and earth. Do you think that's possible? You. The Battle Lion Tribe Elder's face turned green again. He squeezed out a word with great difficulty, but he couldn't finish it. With the projection of the primordial nether turtles will above him, he didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. He was just trying to scare Yi Xian and put up a strong front. Now, it seemed that it was useless. This guy was indeed from the primordial age and had seen much of the world. If he wasn't a Grotto Heaven Realm Junior, the self-destruction of a mighty figure of heaven and earth wouldn't scare him at all. At this point, the Battle Lion Tribe Elder was completely defeated. He didn't dare to bargain with Yi Xian anymore. He could see that this guy was tired of beating him up and didn't intend to do anything else. Now, he just wanted to get some reward for his hard work. It would be fine if he was the Battle Lion Tribe Elder. Since this old, the Battle Lion Tribe Elder Translation, the Battle Lion Tribe Art Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Lion. The Battle Lion Tribe Elder was still. And the Lion Tribe Elder. The Lion Battle Lion Tribe. Was the Lion Dragon Tribe Elder Translation. The lion was Sea Realm. Elder in translation. Translation. After all, there were so many fleets in the Sea of Nether Turtles right now, and all the top-rate powers of the 3 dimensions of the universe had gathered here. With his current reserves, who couldn't he plunder? With that thought in mind, the Chenkuan Tribe Elder from the Battle Lion Tribe cowered. The ferocious look on his face disappeared. Although he was still expressionless, he did not dare to put up a strong front. Even his voice had become much weaker. Fine, I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want? F***ck your mother. Yi Xian was immediately infuriated. The other party's attitude of giving arms made him quite unhappy. He glared and said, this old man was deliberately tactful and said that it was medical expenses. You old lion dog, you actually don't know how to appreciate favors. If you continue to dawdle, do you believe that this old ancestor will directly detain you and then send someone to your Battle Lion tribe to ask for a ransom? Kidnapping. Pu. F***ck. The War Lion race's Universe Supreme being really couldn't hold it in, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. If he gave it up now, on the surface, it was to compensate for the medical expenses, which was barely acceptable. However, if this fellow really shed all pretense of cordiality and directly detained him and sent someone to the tribe to ask for a ransom, then he really wouldn't have the face to continue living. A dignified Universe Supreme being, the elder of the Battle Lion race in the second universe, was actually kidnapped and extorted for a ransom. This was definitely unprecedented and unheard of in history. This old ancestor's patience is limited. I'll give you 3 minutes to pay for the medical expenses. As for the specific standards, that will depend on your sincerity. Since he had already spoken, Yi Xian had no more scruples. He immediately waved his hand. If this old ancestor is satisfied, you can turn around and scram. Otherwise, that bastard up there has been bored for a while. It's time to let it exercise its muscles and bones. This was a blatant threat. Either he gave enough, or he would directly kill it if it was not enough. The war lion race's Chenkuan race's body trembled. Everything that happened today made him doubt his life. It was too painful. Whoosh. As the war lion race's universe supreme being gnashed his teeth, a small spacebox was shot out by the war lion race's universe supreme being toward Yi Xian. The latter caught it and used his divine sense to investigate it. Immediately, he beamed with joy. As expected of a universe supreme being, he was too rich. Although this small spacebox was not eye-catching, there were many things inside. There were all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as rare minerals. Among them, there were even some precious medicines needed to concoct level 14 and 15 liquids, which could even be used to refine great medicines of heaven and earth with the Shunnong cauldron. As for other kinds of magic treasures, there were countless battle weapons, armors, and small private warships, as well as some other treasures with special purposes. In addition, there were also many cultivation resources. Yi Xian saw more than 30 level 9 colored star core origins. Although he did not care about these things and still had a few cubic meters of them, to an ordinary star sky expert, they were definitely top-notch resources. As expected of a universe supreme being. Although the resources in this small spacebox could not compare to the resources in the Black Wind Scout Fortress, it was still about 30% to 30% of the total. Even to Yi Xian, it was a windfall. This old man was not an ordinary person who was afraid of death. In order to buy his life, he probably took out at least half of the cultivation resources in his hand. That's right. We are all civilized people. If you hurt someone, as long as you are willing to pay for the medical expenses, we can still be good friends. With a flip of his hand, Yi Xian kept the small spacebox in his undying world. Immediately, his expression changed into a smile. This old ancestor has always won people over with virtue. Old friend, take care, I won't see you out. Although these words were infuriating, to the Chenkuan tribe elder of the Battle Lion tribe, it was no different from the sound of an immortal from the outer realm. He snorted coldly, turned around, and rushed into the pitch-black starry sky fortress behind him. With this snort, Yi Xian's anger was ignited again. Originally, he really wanted to let the other party go. Who would have thought that this fellow would not learn from his beatings? Before he even left the sea of nether turtles, he actually put on a straight face and even dared to snort. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face immediately darkened. He said in a sarcastic tone, "Eh? If you want to leave, then leave. Why did you come to this ancestor's starry sky fortress? Hurry up and get rid of all the Pekingese inside. Leave the fortress behind. This ancestor finds it pleasing to the eye and keeps it for fun." In other words, this was clearly the rhythm of extorting 100,000 meters of starry sky fortress from the other party. A second ago, he was still talking about using virtue to win people over. This scene had long stunned the experts of the various powers in the surrounding void. At the same time, they suddenly had a bad premonition in their hearts. Chapter 34-34. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Translator, Transan Editor. Transan. Although space battleships and other technological elements of the human race had been popularized in the Second Universe for a long time, space battleships were imported goods to the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe. They did not have powerful research and development abilities. Therefore, although they could build some planetary-level battleships with a length of 1,000 meters and star-level battleships with a length of 3,000 meters, they could build them. Even the top 10 races of the Federation of the Second Universe could build small fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters and large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. They had long obtained starship construction assembly lines from the human race through the Wan Luo Federation. However, small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and large space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters could only be imported. Even the top 10 races of the Second Universe did not have many space fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Each race only had about 20 of them, and all of them were guarded by powerful beings of the universe. Even the 14th realm, the cosmic light realm, did not have the qualifications to be allocated one. Therefore, for the Battle Lion race, this pitch-black Black Lion space fortress was definitely an important resource. It belonged to this powerful being of the Battle Lion race. Without a doubt, once he handed it over, this powerful being of the Battle Lion race would no longer have a space fortress. Even if he could get another one in the future, he would have to pay a heavy price. The relationship between the human race and the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe was tense. For this kind of strategic resource, the export of it would definitely be very strict. Even so, the meat that should be cut had to be cut. In the end, the enraged Battle Lion race's Chenkuan race's elder stepped out of the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress with a large number of Battle Lion race's clansmen following behind him with their tails between their legs. They left the Nether Turtle Sea's star region with their tails between their legs. Along the way, whether it was the Battle Lion race's Chenkuan tribe elder or the large number of Battle Lion race clansmen following behind him, none of them made a sound because the terrifying giant tortoise projection above their heads could still be seen. Not long after they had completely left the star field of the Nether Turtle Sea, the Battle Lion race's Chenkuan tribe elder raised his head and let out a roar. "Roar! Little bastard of the Netherworld, you have gone too far. My Battle Lion race will definitely not let this matter rest. You think you can do whatever you want just because you control the will of the Sea of Hellish Turtles? Our race naturally has a way to resolve this matter. Just wait and see." Roar. Amidst his roars, the Battle Lion race elder and many Battle Lion race Atlas Studios editor, David Hua Luo David Absolute, at the same time in the Sea of Hellish Turtle. After the War Lion race's Chenkuan race elder left with a large number of War Lion race clansmen behind him, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the empty Black Lion into his undying world. Yi Xian truly didn't have the ability to keep the other party here. Of course, this referred to the situation where he didn't use the Headless Infant's corpse, the Thunder Emperor's seal, the Fallen Skybow, and other powerful divine abilities and treasures from the primordial era. Just by relying on the primordial netherworld turtle's will projection above his head, he would not be able to kill the Battle Lion race elder. Not long after the other party left, Yi Xian tried to communicate with the will of the ancient nether turtle that was floating above his head and covered the entire nether turtle starfield. He wanted the other party to take advantage of the fact that the War Lion race was far away and kill him from afar. Unfortunately, the response he received disappointed him greatly. The primordial netherworld turtle's will projection only protected the life armor in Yi Xian's hand. It did not care about anything else. In other words, even if Yi Xian had the life armor, the primordial netherworld turtle's will projection would not care even if Yi Xian threatened it. If Yi Xian was forced into a corner and wanted to destroy the life armor, the primordial netherworld turtle's will projection might destroy him first. This result caused cold sweat to appear on Yi Xian's back. He hurriedly put away the nether turtle life armor in his hand, afraid that if it fell and broke, the will projection of the primordial nether turtle would fight him to the death. Fortunately, only he was aware of all of this, and it was because he'd received a strand of the consciousness of the nether turtle's projection. Everyone else was completely unaware of this, otherwise, he would probably immediately become a rat that was despised by everyone in this nether turtle sea. Without the threat of the primordial nether turtle's will projection, the masters in the fleets of the top forces from the 3 realms of the universe would definitely attack him because he had already incurred the wrath of the masses. But now, Yi Xian realized that the trump card in his hand was actually just a vase. After looking at it but not being of use, Yi Xian immediately had other thoughts in his mind. He would be a bastard if he did not take advantage of the situation. He had to take advantage of the fact that these guys had not found out the truth and the deterrent effect of the life armor in his hand was still there. He had to take action immediately. He had to take advantage of these guys first. Otherwise, once he was exposed, he would not have the chance to take advantage of them. He would regret it forever. In any case, his current identity was that of the patriarch of the Yin Devil race, Young Master Netherworld. Even if he incurred the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people, he could just leave and no one would know who he was. The Yin Devil race would take the blame. Thinking like this, Yi Xian raised his head to look at the sky. Because he'd already put away his life-bound tortoise shell, the will projection of the ancient nether turtle that was slowly fading away. He turned around and looked at the fleets of the various powers in the surrounding space. He cleared his throat, put his hands behind his back, and immediately said in a strange tone, "Fellow Taoists, this patriarch has always won people over with virtue. It can be said that I have a compassionate heart." Speaking of this, he saw that the nearby fleets had begun to retreat one after another. It was as if they couldn't afford to provoke them, but they could still avoid them. His face immediately sank, and there was a look of displeasure on his face. "Then," he continued, "the Nether Turtle's Sea is a mixed bag of good and bad people. Don't be fooled by the fact that you have a lot of people. As the saying goes, you may know a person for a long time, but you may not know who is who. It is very possible that there are bandits in this place. Originally, this matter had nothing to do with this patriarch, but this patriarch has always been compassionate and compassionate. It just so happens that the Nether Turtle's Sea's will is a friend who has gone through thick and thin with this patriarch. How can this patriarch stand idly by when bandits are happening here? So, don't panic. I don't dare to say anything else, but as long as this patriarch is still alive, and as long as you haven't stepped out of this Nether Turtle's Sea, this patriarch will take care of the safety of all of you. I will absolutely not allow any accidents to happen to you. Come, little 7, little 8, you lead the old bastards in the clan to register the surrounding fellow Taoists. This is for their safety." Chapter 34-35. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. This young man is so fair. Protection fee. For everyone's safety. Persuading people with virtue. I really admire your mother. After hearing Yi Xian's words, the experts from the various great powers in the surrounding fleets from the 3 great universes were stunned for a moment. Then, they were all enraged. All of them glared at Yi Xian fiercely, as if they would never submit. Although the universe realm expert from the Battle Lion race was in a miserable state, he deserved it. He was courting death by provoking the Yin Demon clan. He deserved to end up like this. However, the experts of the various forces in the surrounding fleets were all innocent. They had nothing to do with the Yin Devil clan or this shameless Netherworld young master. If they were blackmailed by him even like this, they really couldn't swallow their resentment. How could he have the face to say that it's fine if it's just a little bit and use the compensation standard of that universe realm elder from the Battle Lion race? He had been blackmailed with a small space box of cultivation resources and a fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. With such a standard, some of the fleets in the surrounding void couldn't even take out such a standard. Some of the powers had come with 10,000-meter-long fortresses or even 3,000-meter-long ordinary stellar-level battleships to join in the fun. According to that standard, even if they pawned the underwear of all the experts in the fleets, they still wouldn't be able to gather enough. Besides, why should they pay a protection fee for no reason? Right now, there were over 100 great forces in the surrounding void. Could it be that the Netherworld young master could annihilate all of them in a fit of rage? If that was the case, he would never think of leaving the Netherworld Turtle Sea again. He would just hide here and live out the rest of his life. Once he went out, he would be suppressed immediately. He had offended all the top powers in the 3 universes. How could he survive outside? With that in mind, all the experts in the fleets immediately shut their mouths. At this moment, they absolutely could not be the first to stand out. That guy was probably thinking of making an example out of the unlucky one to set an example for the rest. Because of this, the few fleets that were retreating quickly and wanted to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible all stopped as if they had agreed. They couldn't run at this time, or they would immediately be targeted. For a time, the entire expanse of space was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, and the atmosphere was strange to the extreme. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression immediately darkened. Looks like they aren't giving me any face at all. Could it be that they really think that the law won't punish the majority and I won't be able to do anything about it? Wasn't it just to catch a bird that stuck its head out and kill the chicken to warn the monkey? This ancestor has plenty of ways to complete this matter reasonably. I will definitely not allow anyone to find fault with it, lest this group of people find fault and come together to seek revenge, which will mess up the situation. Thinking like this, Yi Xian sneered inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged. He slowly turned his head and swept his gaze over the starry sky masters around the fleets. Suddenly, he saw two familiar figures next to the fleet of the immortal army from the dynasty, the imperial family's elder, Long Ziwen, and the eldest prince, Long Xiong. Among the 5 princes, Long Xiong was originally the one with the greatest chance to become the crown prince of the dynasty. Ever since Prince Xian was sent to the Death Master Starfield, he was the most active of the 5 princes. Previously, when he went to the Heavenly Battle Starfield, Yi Xian, using the identity of young Master Linghu, had beaten him into a pig's head. He didn't expect this guy to be so thick-skinned. The swelling on his head had probably just disappeared not long ago, but he actually ran to the Netherworld Turtle Sea of Universe 2. He clearly wanted to seize the primordial treasure, Yang Luo, so that he could use it as a bargaining chip to obtain the crown prince of the dynasty in the future. It's him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's lips curled up. He raised his hand and pinched his thumb and middle finger, then winked at the eldest prince, Long Xiong, who was in the distant void. Then, he smiled charmingly and said softly, "This little brother's face is so fair. Come, 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 I like people with fair skin the most. I met one before, but I didn't expect to be so disappointing. It's rare to meet a little brother again. Come, this ancestor serves. No, I should treat you to a drink." As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved at the eldest prince, winking at him. Oh my God, the latter was caught off guard and was so frightened that he cried out for his mother on the spot. He almost fell on his butt in the void. His face turned green in an instant, full of horror. How could this perverted old monster be up to no good when he called him over? What, treating him to a drink? It was simply nonsense. He couldn't wait to blurt it out. He was obviously going to serve the hole behind him. The example of Hongdo Lifeng was still in front of him. That was the result of him directly poking the hole until it cracked. When he thought of that result, half of Long Xiong's soul flew away. His face turned from green to white in an instant. He looked at the imperial elder, Long Ziwen, with a sad face. With tears streaming down his face, he begged bitterly, Ancestor Ziwen, save me, save me." In the face of this unexpected scene, the imperial elder, Long Ziwen, was also dumbfounded. Then, his face became incomparably gloomy, but he didn't say anything for a while. He was secretly calculating and analyzing in his heart. Yi Xian suddenly pointed his spear at Long Xiong. Did he really take a fancy to his soft skin and tender flesh, or did he do it on purpose? His goal was to provoke a dispute and make an example out of him. If it were another time and another place, this kind of thinking and consideration would naturally be unnecessary. However, it was different now. The old monster opposite was too strong. Even the star domain's will of the entire sea of hellish turtles was in his hands. Even with Long Ziwen's almighty means, he couldn't jump around at all. Didn't he see the local tyrant of the second universe, the Chenkuan elder of the Battle Lion race, which was ranked 3rd among the various races of the Federation, being dealt with so miserably? Long Xiong was the eldest prince of the dynasty, so he naturally had to be saved. However, it was also because of this that he had to be more cautious. In the face of the current situation, if he wanted to put on airs as an almighty in the universe, it would definitely not end well. It didn't matter if he, Long Ziwen, was beaten up and lost face. However, if he really allowed the eldest prince of the dynasty to be toyed with by that old pervert, the entire immortal dynasty's reputation would be swept to the ground. That would be a great sin. Thinking of this, Long Ziwen's eyes couldn't help but flash. At this moment, he had even prepared for the worst. If it really couldn't be done, even if he had to personally kill Long Xiong on the spot, he definitely couldn't let the old monster toyed with him. Although it would also be a great loss of face, at least the dynasty's reputation would be preserved. This flash of light from the bottom of Long Ziwen's eyes was coincidentally seen by Long Xiong, who was pulling on his lapel and pleading. He knew this patriarch Ziwen very well. At the same time, as the imperial prince of the immortal dynasty, Long Xiong and Long Ziwen's perspective on this matter were basically the same. Therefore, he immediately understood the meaning of this flash of light. In an instant, a deep sense of despair surfaced in Long Xiong's heart. He didn't want to die. Chapter 34-36. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What a pain in the ass. For Long Xiong, this was too much for him to accept. His future was definitely limitless. Soon, he would be able to obtain the position of Crown Prince of the dynasty. How could he die prematurely, because of something that no one else could talk about? He was unwilling, he was on the verge of being driven mad, he was on the verge of hysteria, the rims of his eyes had instantly turned blood red. Since Patriarch Z Wen was unreliable and he had prepared for the worst, he could just kill him on the spot to protect the reputation of the imperial dynasty. Then, he could only rely on himself. With bloodshot eyes, Long Xiong looked around, trying to find a way to divert this disaster. Hong Do and Lai Feng's miserable state had left too deep an impression on him. He had never considered the possibility that this abnormal old monster was deliberately stirring up trouble, using this opportunity to find a bird that stood out and kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Even if he had considered it, he did not dare to gamble. This concerned his own life. Therefore, he would rather believe that the old monster in front of him really liked fair and clean people because this was his only hope. If the old monster really liked fair and clean people, then with so many starry sky experts in the surrounding void, wouldn't it be possible to find someone more pleasing to the old monster's eyes than him? If it was in the past, he, who liked to put on a pretentious and benevolent image, would naturally not do such a thing in front of so many powerhouses. But now, he couldn't care less about it at all. His bloodshot eyes quickly swept over the three girls, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, who were not far away. The three girls were all devastatingly beautiful women. Naturally, they were many times fairer and more pleasing to the eye than him. However, this perverted old demon seemed to have a liking for men. He wondered if he would fancy these three girls. Long Xiong was nervous, but he could not care less. He had to take a gamble. He immediately raised his hand and pointed at the three girls, the purplish warbler and Duanmu Xiaocha, and shouted, "Patriarch, if you want to talk about fair and clean, how can I be as fair and clean as those three? Look, her skin is as tender as jade, and her skin is as smooth as cream. That's the best." The expressions of Old Man Shen Yuan, the representatives of the Duanmu family, and body biogenetics changed drastically when they heard this. Their gazes were filled with hostility. "First Prince, what is the meaning of this? This is too much." "That's right. You are so shameless. You are a direct descendant of the dynasty. How dare you do this in front of the elites from the top factions of the three universes? Patriarch Z Wen, I don't think it's appropriate. The imperial family should give us an explanation." Long Ziwen's face instantly turned gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Instead, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. He subconsciously looked at the void where the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were. The three girls were absolutely stunning. Any man would be tempted by them. However, the old monster opposite them seemed to like Long Xiong. He wondered if this plan would work. That was right. Although Long Xiong's plan was unkind and would more or less cause the immortal dynasty to be criticized behind their backs, it was not a serious matter. After all, it would be resolved with a little explanation. It was better than letting the first prince of the imperial family be humiliated or killed in front of everyone. Therefore, even in Long Ziwen's heart, he actually agreed with Long Xiong's plan. How could he care so much when it was a matter of life and death? Seeing his reaction, Old Man Shen Yuan, the leader of the Duanmu family, and the representative of body biogenetics were so angry that their faces turned green. Their chests were heaving up and down. Even Patriarch Long Ziwen, who led the team from the dynasty, had this idea. What else could they say? Even if they could complain to the dynasty about this, they could not continue to reprimand him. Moreover, their hearts were in their throats at this moment. That perverted old demon was indeed lustful. This had already been proven. That cracked part of Hong Do's Liefeng's body was proof. However, a pervert with lustful desires might not necessarily dislike women. Those three girls were so fair and attractive. If the old guy was really moved by them, thinking of this, Old Man Shen Yuan and the other two felt their hearts twitch. They looked at the void where Yi Xian was standing in horror. At the same time, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru did the same. They looked at Yi Xian with cold smiles and actually took the initiative to talk to him. "Oh, Patriarch Huan Huan, is it? You're very hospitable. You're an existence who lived from the primordial age to the present. Since you like to drink so much, could it be that your father also made some spiritual wine from the primordial age and sealed it with you and kept it until today? That's good stuff. Are you really going to let others taste it?" "Of course we are. The three of us are girls. I guess we don't meet your requirements. But since we're so fair and clean, why don't you make an exception and let us drink a pot of wine? Since you didn't say anything, we'll take your silence as a yes. We're coming. Sisters, let's go." As they spoke, the three girls' figures flashed, and their faces darkened as they shot toward the void where the Yin Demon clan's camp was located. This scene was too strange, and it stunned all the experts in the surrounding void. The expressions of Old Man Shen Yuan, Clan Master Duanmu, and the person in charge of body biogenetics changed drastically. Their entire minds were completely dumbfounded at this moment. They didn't know what the three girls were doing all of a sudden. Looking at their attitude, it seemed that they couldn't wait to jump into that perverted old demon's 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot and let him play with it. As for the first prince, Long Xiong, who had been thinking about whether or not his plan would succeed, he opened his mouth wide in surprise. His face was filled with shock as he muttered to himself, Is this prince hallucinating?" As for Yi Xian, he was defeated in an instant. When he subconsciously turned his head and met the eyes of the three girls, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly had a bad feeling. And now, as the words of these three girls came out of their mouths, it completely confirmed the guess in his heart. Damn it, do these three girls really have the same nose as a dog's? This young master already has the netherworld physique, how could they still recognize me? Of course, it didn't matter if they recognized him, but the key was that he had promised last time that the next time they met, he would definitely refine their armor a second or even third time. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to fulfill this promise. The materials and armor for the last 2 times were still in Yi Xian's undying world. Looking at the three girls, it was obvious that they did not come with good intentions. If he could not complete the task this time, he was afraid that they would come to settle the score with him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian subconsciously shrunk his neck. He turned around and hid in the 9 dragons azure phoenix chariot behind him. "Sorry, this ancestor is feeling a little unwell. I need to rest for a while." When they saw this scene, Shenyuan Ziying and the other 2 girls who quickly arrived immediately started teasing him. "Feeling a little unwell? Ancestor, are you okay? TSK, you're feeling unwell after seeing us 3 beauties. Ancestor, your behavior is very suspicious." Chapter 34-37. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Old bastard, how dare you? Bang! Bang! When Yi Xian heard the 2 words, he felt his vision go dark. He almost fell down from the 9 dragons cyan phoenix carriage. These 3 girls seemed to hold a deep grudge against him. They were even more ferocious than before. No, this time, he couldn't fool them, otherwise, something big would definitely happen. Fortunately, their armor had only been refined once before. Even if he refined it twice now, it wouldn't take much time. I just need to ask them to wait outside for a while. However, this matter is too strange. I have to explain it. Otherwise, the experts of the various forces in the void will be suspicious. It will be troublesome if I ruin it. Although Yi Xian didn't turn around, his voice was loud and clear. 3 beauties, please wait for a while. This ancestor's 9 dragons cyan phoenix carriage is a little messy. 3 beauties, I can't be rude and make a fool of myself. Please wait for a while. I'll clean it up right away. Hearing this, the experts in the fleets of the various forces in the void suddenly understood. Disdain appeared on their faces. This old man is really bad. He kills both men and women. Moreover, he seems to be even more impatient when it comes to women. When he saw the 3 beauties coming to him, he was afraid that the mess in the carriage would make the beauties unhappy. He actually hurriedly went inside to clean up first. Only Old Man Shenyuan, Clan Master Duanmu, and the person in charge of body biogenetics were anxious like ants on a hot pot. They couldn't wait to rush over and snatch the 3 purplish warbler girls back. Unfortunately, they didn't dare to do that. Because if they did, they would be the ones who stood out. They were afraid that they would be killed on the spot by that temperamental perverted old demon as a warning to the rest. In addition, in another void, the elder of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, Jean too, frowned and subconsciously exchanged glances with the ancestor next to him. The latter's eyes flashed. Although he didn't say anything, he raised his hand and pinched his fingers to calculate. His bald eyebrows were tightly knitted. At this time, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had also arrived beside the 9 dragons Cyan Phoenix carriage. The 3 girls obviously saw through Yi Xian's thoughts and snorted. Seeing that he wanted to make up for it, they didn't say anything more and just stood beside the carriage. Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Ju hurriedly came over with smiles on their faces and carefully served them. This was the prey that the ancestor had his eyes on. Moreover, from the ancestor's reaction, he seemed to be very nervous. They had to serve them carefully. Who knows, they might become their 3 ancestors in the future. If the 3 purplish warbler girls knew what they were thinking at this time, they would probably go crazy and kill them on the spot. With Yi Xian holding the fort, no matter how high the 3 old men's cultivation was, they definitely wouldn't dare to fight back. After entering the 9 dragons Cyan Phoenix carriage, Yi Xian didn't dare to delay at all. He immediately entered the carriage's secret chamber. After activating the restriction, he immediately took out the 3 girls' armors from the undying world in his body, as well as 3 treasures for the second refinement. Then, he immediately ordered the devouring system to start the second refinement. Although the 3 sets of armor were being refined at the same time, both the system and Yi Xian were far from what they were in the past. They had grown too much, and the 3 sets of armor were only being refined for the second time, so it wasn't too complicated. Therefore, after the time it took to eat a meal, the refinement was completed. Yi Xian didn't stop. He took out the treasures for the third refinement and immediately started the refinement again. This time, the refinement took slightly longer, but it only took about an hour before it ended. Fortunately, there weren't any accidents along the way. In less than 2 hours, the 3 armors were successfully refined for the third time. They were completely different from before, dazzling and dazzling. This time, I can finally report back. Yi Xian raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. He heaved a long sigh of relief and stepped out of the 9 dragons Cyan Phoenix carriage. When he turned around, he saw the 3 purplish warbler beauties with cold faces. He immediately put on a smile on his face. 3 beauties, I'm sorry. It's really too messy inside. It took a while to clean up, but there's no problem now. Please come in, come in. After he finished speaking, he turned around and scolded, "What are you waiting for? This ancestor wants to entertain the human beauties. Why are you staying here and being an eyesore? Get out now, all of you." There were originally hundreds of beautiful yin demon maids in the 9 dragons Cyan Phoenix carriage. When they heard Yi Xian's scolding, they all immediately moved and walked out of the carriage. Then, Yi Xian led the 3 purplish warbler beauties into the Phoenix carriage. Old man Shenyuan, family head Duanmu, and the person in charge of body biogenetics in the void in the distance beat their chests and stamped their feet, but they couldn't do anything. The fleets in the surrounding space didn't leave because it was meaningless. Unless they retreated from the Nether Turtle Ocean, otherwise, no matter how far they fled, the Nether Turtle Ocean would be able to instantly annihilate them with a mere will projection of the primordial Nether Turtle. After all, the Nether Turtle Ocean was huge enough to cover the entire Nether Turtle Ocean. At the same time, inside the 9 dragons Cyan Phoenix carriage, after the hundreds of yin demon maids left, this was the world of Yi Xian and the purplish warbler beauties. As a primordial treasure, the 9 dragons Cyan Phoenix carriage didn't have any offensive abilities. All of its power was reflected in defense and extravagance. Therefore, even the most powerful beings in the universe couldn't spy on everything inside the Phoenix carriage. This was something that all the major powers had tested before. The 3 purplish warbler beauties all knew this, so they immediately relaxed when the Phoenix carriage's curtains fell. "Little Xianzi, you're really something. The outside world thought you were exiled to the turbulent void. I didn't expect you to be living so comfortably. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're actually an ancestor of a clan and hundreds of beautiful maids. Is this a money-squandering cave? Are you drunk and dreaming? So what? You don't even have the mood to care about our precious armor. Don't think we don't know that you were cramming for nearly 2 hours just now, right? Humph, humph, you didn't take my important matter seriously. You decide how you want to settle this matter. As they spoke, the three beauties frowned and looked like they were about to rush out and expose Yi Xian's true identity and background. Yi Xian immediately panicked. He hurriedly waved his hand and took out the 3 female cultivators' precious armors that had just been refined for the 3rd time. In an instant, the 9 dragons' azure phoenix carriage was overflowing with precious light. The 3 precious armors floated in front of Yi Xian. It was too beautiful. The 3 beauties immediately cried out in surprise, "Wow, oh yeah, heavens, heavens," because they were too excited and their voices were too loud. Yi Xian didn't turn on the 9 dragons' azure phoenix carriage restriction to silent mode. Therefore, the 3 beauties' cries accidentally spread out and were heard by the experts of the major powers in the surrounding void. Old Man Shen Yuan, Clan Master Duanmu, and the person in charge of body biogenetics were immediately enraged. They even thought that the old pervert in the phoenix carriage had gone berserk and was forcing himself on them. They couldn't care less about anything else and rushed out with a roar. "Old bastard, how dare you? Wow, you're too shameless." Chapter 34-38. Suspicion creeps in. Oh no, we seem to have screamed too coquettishly. The people outside seem to have misunderstood. "Aya, you damned girl, what do you mean we screamed too coquettishly? You're going to be the death of me. It's all this guy's fault, he made our armor so beautiful and mighty." The sisters couldn't help themselves. Shenyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru all cried out in alarm when they heard the angry roars of Old Man Shenyuan and Clan Master Duanmu. Duanmu Xiaocha, who had always been a loose talker, suddenly blurted out a coquettish word. Shenyuan Ziying and Zhao Qianru immediately blushed and chased after her to beat her up. For a moment, the 9 dragons' azure phoenix carriage was filled with boundless spring breeze. The 3 peerless beauties were far more charming than the 100 Yin demon clan maids from before, causing Yi Xian to be stunned. Fortunately, the 3 girls knew their limits and knew that now was not the time to make a fuss. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Old Man Shenyuan and the rest were to fight with Yin Qi and the others outside. They didn't even have the time to carefully appraise the armor that had just been refined for the 3rd time. After hurriedly handing over the treasures for the 4th time to Yi Xian, they reluctantly walked out of the 9 dragons' azure Luan carriage. Before the 3 girls lifted the curtain, Yi Xian had already kept the 3 armor and the treasures that had been refined for the 4th time into his undying world. Then, he regained his composure and followed the 3 purplish warbler girls out of the 9 dragons' azure phoenix carriage with his hands behind his back. "Although the 3 of you are fair and clean, you're still too noisy. You don't even have a lump in your throat. This ancestor really doesn't like it. Quickly leave, otherwise don't blame this ancestor for slapping you to death." As soon as they exited the 9 dragons' azure phoenix carriage, Yi Xian's expression darkened. He looked at the 3 purplish warbler girls who had grievances written all over their faces and sternly scolded, "You wasted 3 cups of this ancestor's spirit wine for nothing." At this moment, Old Man Shenyuan, Patriarch Duanmu, and the person in charge of body biogenetics were right in front of the 9 dragons' azure phoenix carriage. When they saw the 3 ladies of the purplish warbler, who were completely unscathed, and their dresses and hairpins were not messed up at all, coupled with Yi Xian's words, they immediately understood what was going on. They stared at him as if they had just seen a ghost, completely speechless. After messing around for so long, this old man was actually a serious homosexual. 3 such delicate beauties delivered themselves to his door, but because they didn't have a Adam's apple, they were actually chased out. What the F***ck? Old Man Shenyuan and the other 2 didn't dare to say anything on the surface. They hurriedly dragged the 3 ladies of the purplish warbler who were still praising the ancestors' spirit wine and hurriedly returned to their respective space fortresses. Next, they would definitely send someone to ground the 3 girls. They were really troublesome and had such big guts that it made people's hair stand on end. They had to be on guard. In the surrounding void, in the fleets of the top forces from the 3 dimensions of the universe, Countless starry sky masters had extremely strange expressions on their faces. This ancestor of the Yin demon clan was so strange that they were completely speechless. As for the imperial crown prince, Long Xiong, he had already fled to a small fortress of the immortal army with his tail between his legs. He definitely wouldn't dare to show his face for a while. If that old monster were to take a fancy to him again, he would really die. Yi Xian didn't plan to torment that guy anymore. It was more important to get down to business first. As the three ladies of the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were dragged away by their respective elders, his expression completely darkened. He turned around and scanned the fleets in the surrounding void. When he saw that no one had taken the opportunity to escape when he was refining the three ladies' armor, his expression eased a little. Then, he said in a muffled voice, "Very good. It seems that you all still trust this ancestor. In that case, the protection fee I mentioned earlier will be waived. However, this is after all my territory. If you want to search for treasures here, you should at least show some appreciation, right? This ancestor won't set any standards. All of you, prepare your own gifts and present them to me. As long as they are acceptable, this ancestor won't care too much. Otherwise, if anyone wants to treat this ancestor like a beggar and treat me like one, the consequences will be enrich. You'll have to think about it yourself." At this, the experts in the surrounding void heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked gratefully at the three bastions of the Shenyuan family, the Duanmu family, and body biogenetics. Their eyes were full of gratitude. This old monster was obviously disgusted by the three girls just now, which affected his mood. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Since Yi Xian had lowered his standards, or perhaps it could be said that he didn't set any standards at all, the leaders in the surrounding void were all excited. This old monster was temperamental. On one hand, he was doing extremely shameless things. On the other hand, he could shamelessly say that he would win people over by virtue. It was rare that he had loosened up, so they had to take advantage of this opportunity to get this matter done quickly. Otherwise, who knew when he would suddenly change his mind? At that time, it would be troublesome. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable to hand over some resources and treasures for no reason, who asked the primordial treasure, the Silk of Desire, to appear in this dark turtle sea? At present, this starfield was almost completely under the control of old monster Huan Tan. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they had no choice but to pay to avoid disaster. After all, the Silk of Desire was not an ordinary primordial treasure. Not only was it impervious to water and fire, the beautiful women embroidered on both sides of it were also ancient existences whose spiritual sense had been absorbed by the treasure. It was one of the 9 great evil treasures of the primordial era. It was said that after refining this treasure, there would be a chance to reforge the soul of the primordial demon, who was sealed inside the silk until only a trace of spiritual sense was left, and reappear in the human world as a slave or servant, at the disposal of the master. None of the major powers were unmoved by such a precious treasure. The scale of the fleets of the major powers that had entered the Dark Turtle Sea was so large that it far exceeded the scale of young Master Linghu's sudden appearance in the heavenly battle starfield. Therefore, for this treasure, it was acceptable for the major powers to pay some dispensable treasures and resources. As long as they didn't act like the Chenkuan elder of the Battle Lion race, they would be fine. With this thought in mind, almost all the major powers of the 3 universes in the surrounding void began to move. Holding the idea of paying to avoid disaster, they all prepared some treasures and resources, put them in a small space box, and sent people to deliver them to the corner of the void occupied by the Yin demon race. For Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Ju, they had never been so glorious in their lives. Almost all the major powers of the 3 universes had arrived. They were holding space boxes filled with all kinds of treasures and resources, waiting in line for the 3 of them to register. Chapter 34-39. Exposed at least 60%. A light flashed in Zhon Tu's eyes as he sneered. Previously, this old man felt that this matter was a little strange. That Ling Huchong was clearly moved to the 2nd universe, but the 2 of us couldn't find any trace of him. However, this Yin demon clan suddenly appeared at this time, and a desolate ancient ancestor's behavior is quite similar to Ling Huchong's. Yes, This old man has been suspicious about this for a long time. On the side, the eyebrowless old man also sneered, his eyes sweeping in the direction of Yi Xian from time to time, especially the three women of the Shenyuan family. If this old man remembers correctly, the three women of the Shenyuan family were specially taken care of by Ling Hu Chong in the Medicine King's giant cauldron in the Heaven Battle Starfield. Ha ha ha, hearing the eyebrowless old man mention this matter, Zhon Tu grinned again, speaking of which, this is a pleasant surprise. Before this old man had never suspected these three girls, but this time is different. Everything in the world can't be so coincidental. These three women have been strangely ambiguous with Ling Hu Chong many times. This matter is thought-provoking. Perhaps they really know some secrets about this boy, such as his true origin. However, this matter is not urgent. The three women of the Shenyuan family are there anyway, and we can make a move at any time. Everything should wait until we join forces to capture this Ling Hu Chong. Yes. The eyebrowless old man nodded, but suddenly frowned and said worriedly, however, it would be fine if it was elsewhere, but now that we are in the Dark Turtle Sea, I don't know how that Ling Hu Chong did it, but he actually swindled the immemorial Dark Turtle life armor from the Dark Turtle old ancestor. Now that this entire starfield is under his control, the two of us have no chance or possibility to make a move. This matter is really a headache. It doesn't matter. Zhon Tu waved his hand and said with certainty, don't be fooled by this boy's words. Since he came to the Dark Turtle Sea, his purpose must be the desolate ancient treasure, Yang Luo. Moreover, according to this old man's speculation, the Yin Demon clan was most likely fooled by him. This boy definitely has nothing to do with the Netherworld young master. It's not like we haven't seen his means before, so he must have obtained the Netherworld clan's bloodline divine ability from somewhere. If that's the case, his value will be even greater. This is a good thing for both of us. This time, he's in the Nether Turtle Sea, and if nothing unexpected happens, then the primordial treasure, Misty Net, will probably fall into the hands of that bastard. But for the two of us, this is good news. This boy thinks that no one knows his true identity. Moreover, his current identity as the Netherworld young master has offended too many forces. At the very least, the Battle Lion clan, which is ranked third among the various clans in the second universe, will absolutely not let him go. They will definitely wait for him outside the Dark Turtle Sea, so, after obtaining the Yang Luo, this boy will definitely abandon his identity as the Netherworld young master. At that time, there might be chaos, and he wants to take advantage of the chaos to escape the Dark Turtle Starfield with another identity. You mean to say, the eyebrowless ancestor continued and probed, will secretly help him safely escape the Dark Turtle Starfield, and then will make a move outside the Dark Turtle Starfield and capture him? Exactly. Zhon Tu nodded and laughed fiercely. Once he leaves the Dark Turtle Starfield, the life armor in his possession is useless. Although this boy has other treasures in his possession, such as the Medicine King's ancient cauldron, he was in the dark before this, so he was prepared. But it's different this time. I'm in the dark while he's in the light. At that time, we'll suddenly make a move, and this boy might not have the time to withdraw other treasures when he's caught off guard. So, we'll definitely be able to capture him. So, not only do we have to help him successfully escape the Dark Turtle Starfield after this, we'll secretly follow him and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Moreover, we even have to try our best to cooperate with him and seize the Yang Luo. After all, every time this kid obtains a precious treasure, our gains will be even greater after it falls into our hands. Ha ha ha. As they finished speaking, the two old fellows looked at each other and laughed. They were extremely certain that Yi Xian was a bird in a cage, and they firmly believed that it would be impossible for him to escape. Ancestor, all the protection fees are here. Please take a look at the list. After some trouble, all the small spatial boxes sent over by the various forces in the surroundings had been recorded. Moreover, Yin Ba and the others even made a list and passed it to Yi Xian. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian placed all the small spatial boxes into the undying world within his body. At the same time, his divine sense invaded all the small spatial boxes to check the treasures and resources contained within them. If there were treasures whose quantity and quality were truly unacceptable, then he naturally wouldn't let them go. He would definitely take the lead and punish them properly. However, These fellows were rather conscientious. After Yi Xian checked all the small spatial boxes, even though the treasures and resources contained within them varied in quantity, they were basically passable. Since it was like that, then there was no need to continue entangling himself with these fellows. In Yi Xian's opinion, the most important matter in the Dark Turtle Starfield now was to obtain the primordial precious treasure, the Yang Luo, that was about to appear. Previously, he didn't know the use of the ancient tortoise shell in his hand, so he had no choice but to wait for the precious treasure to appear before making a move to fight for it. However, it was different now. Since the ancient tortoise shell was the life armor of the primordial nether tortoise, and after the latter's main body collapsed at the beginning of the primordial era, it actually left behind a strand of obsession to protect the Dark Turtle Starfield and become the starfield consciousness of the Dark Turtle Starfield. Then, through the projection of the primordial nether tortoise's will, Yi Xian might be able to find out the location of the primordial precious treasure, the Yang Luo, in advance. Even if it was just a rough location and region, it was of great significance. At present, the other matters had basically come to an end. Even the Battle Lion clan, although they had suffered such a huge loss and would definitely not let this matter rest, they would at most wait outside the Dark Turtle Starfield and absolutely wouldn't dare to rashly enter this place to cause trouble. Yi Xian could completely calm down and explore the location of the primordial precious treasure, the Yang Luo, and then secretly rush over and make preparations in advance. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate and immediately took out the ancient tortoise shell that he had kept in the undying world in his body. In the next moment, just as Yi Xian was about to inject a strand of vitality into it to summon the projection of the primordial nether tortoise's will and secretly inquire about the location of the Yang Luo, a strange change suddenly occurred at this moment. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly rang out from an extremely distant starfield in the northern region of the Nether Turtle Sea. Immediately after, a pale pink pillar of light soared into the sky, illuminating more than half of the Dark Turtle Starfield. With the appearance of this pink pillar of light, the soft laughter of several women could be heard clearly. Chapter 3440. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Rising into the sky, Yuyan Silk. As the pink beam of light soared into the sky, a woman's giggle could be heard. The masters of the universe from the 3 planes of the universe were stunned. Then, they cried out in surprise, "Treasure light is rising into the sky. This is the sign of the birth of a great treasure. Yuyan Silk, it must be Yuyan Silk. It's absolutely right. It is said that there are some beautiful women embroidered on both sides of the silk. They are all existences at the level of Desolation era whose spiritual sense has been absorbed. After refining this treasure, there will be a chance to mold the souls of the Desolation era demons sealed in the silk, leaving only a trace of spiritual sense. Then, they will reappear in the world and be ready to be ordered. Now that the women are laughing, it must be related to the female cultivators sealed in this treasure. Oh my God, could it be that those beautiful female cultivators sealed in this treasure have been awakened with the birth of this treasure? If so, who can take this treasure? They are existences from the Desolation era. Even if only a trace of spiritual sense is sealed in this treasure, it will be difficult to suppress them. Things are getting serious. No matter what, I have to get this treasure first. Those beautiful female cultivators all have a trace of their spiritual sense sealed in this treasure, so they can't leave. Even if I can't refine it, as long as I get this treasure, I'll still have a chance in the future. Rumble. Boom. Along with these exclamations, the large and small battleships in the fleet all moved. With a rumbling sound, they rushed in the direction of the pink light column. In addition, Zhon Tu, the ancestor without eyebrows, Long Ziwen, and other powerful figures of the universe also jumped up and crossed the void with their physical bodies. Their speed was not slower than those small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters, or even faster. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared in the grey void ahead. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the battleships in the surrounding void had left. Those that were still in sight were some planet-level battleships with a length of 1,000 meters, or some stellar-level battleships with a length of 3,000 meters. Apart from that, there was the camp formed by more than 10,000 members of the Yin Demon clan. Because of the 9 Dragons Cyan Phoenix carriage, and because Yin Qi and the other 2 thought that Ancestor Huan Huan liked to show off, the Yin Demon clan did not bring any battleships with them. This huge group of people had traveled all the way from the Darknest starfield. Although their momentum was indeed extraordinary and extremely eye-catching, at this moment, the drawbacks were also showing. They were lagging behind the other major forces. After all, most of the Yin demons were weaker than the Black Hole realm. At this moment, they were all gathered around the 9 Dragons' Azure Phoenix carriage. How fast could they be? Get on the ship. Get on the ship. Get on the ship now. Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Black Lion Star Fortress that he had extorted from the Warrior Lion clan and Chenkuan clan not long ago. At the same time, he jumped and roared. With another wave of his hand, the 9 Dragons' Cyan Phoenix carriage was stored in his undying world. Actually, he could have traversed the void by himself. However, on one hand, it was because he couldn't use the void shuttle. With Yi Xian's cultivation, which was only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Passage realm, the speed at which his physical body traversed the void was far inferior to that of the Starry Sky Fortress. On the other hand, the Yin Demon clan members were still very useful. After obtaining the Yang Luo, Yi Xian still had to rely on them to attract attention. Then, he could take the opportunity to change his identity and slip away. Therefore, no matter how burdensome the Yin Demon clan members were, Yi Xian had to bring them along. Soon, the 10,000 or so Yin Demon clansmen entered the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress under the lead of Yin Qi and the other 2 elders. They immediately rushed to their respective posts in the fortress. Soon, the Black Lion Star Fortress started a space jump under the control of the Yin Demon clan members according to Yi Xian's command. Its target was the pink light pillar that shot into the sky. Rumble, after a short while, the Black Lion Star Fortress arrived first. After a space jump, it traversed thousands of miles and arrived at the area where the pink light pillar shot into the sky. In the surrounding void, only a few star fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters could be seen from afar. They were stationed in different positions and surrounded the pink light pillar. They maintained a distance of about 10,000 miles. In addition, Zhon Tu, Ancestor Wu Mai, and the other universe realm experts could be seen clearly as they stood in the void. As for those small fortresses and large fortresses, they were on their way here and soon arrived as well. The fleets of more than 100 top-class forces from the 3 universes surrounded the entire void space. They kept a safe distance of about 10,000 miles, surrounding the pink light pillar that was soaring into the sky. The reason why all the forces didn't start fighting immediately upon arrival was because they were afraid of each other and restricted each other. On the other hand, the scene in the pink light pillar was too weird. The diameter of the light pillar was about 100 miles. Its height was impossible to estimate. In short, it shot into the sky and pierced a huge hole in the horizon. And in the central region of this incomparably thick pink light pillar, a pink silk spread open, and on it, a gorgeous figure appeared, singing and dancing. It was a woman. She was extremely beautiful. Her skin was as white as jade. She was wearing a fiery armor, but a large part of her snow-white skin was exposed. Her heroic spirit was impressive, but at the same time, she gave off a gorgeous aura. What was even weirder was that while the woman was singing and dancing, there was a canopy of flames around her body. It was black with a hint of red. It was clearly corpse fire. Seeing this, the faces of the universe realm experts around the void were gloomy. Some of them even cried out in alarm. Gorgeous corpse drought demon? This is one of the 4 ancestors of corpse doctrine in the remote antiquity era. I didn't expect that a wisp of origin sense would be sealed in this treasure. What's worse is that the corpse ancestor drought demon has clearly awakened. It seems that it will be born together with the Yang Luo. How can it be broken? Hearing this, the surrounding void was suddenly filled with exclamations. Many experts were shocked, including Yi Xian. No one expected that such a great expert from the remote antiquity era would be sealed in this treasure. Drought demon was tormented, and it was burning. Yi Xian had some understanding of zombies before. There were basically 5 types of zombies. The first type was white zombies. After the corpse entered the corpse cultivation ground, it began to grow white hair all over its body. The second type was black zombies. If the white zombies were full of blood essence, They would shed their white hair in the future and be replaced by black hair that was a few inches long, as hard as steel nails. The third type was jumping corpse. The black zombies would absorb yin blood for a period of time and shed their black hair. They would mainly move by jumping, and their jumping steps would be faster and farther. The fourth type was flying zombies. They evolved from jumping corpse to absorb yin moonlight. Flying zombies were usually zombies that were more than 1,000 years old. They were agile and could jump up trees and houses as if they were flying. They could absorb soul essence without leaving any external wound. Chapter 3441. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Colorful corpse Hydorigami zombies were different from zombies in the universe. They were more dangerous and were regarded as the most evil creatures. They were not tolerated by the various races in the universe. Among the 5 forms of zombies, white zombies and black zombies were generally dormant in the yin corpse nurturing ground. Because they did not cause chaos in the world, they could temporarily linger on. However, once they reached the third form of the jumping corpse, the growth of zombies required more blood essence. They had no choice but to leave the yin corpse nurturing ground and begin to cause chaos in the world. Zombies at this stage would basically be slaughtered. There were very few zombies that could grow into the fourth form of the flying corpse. This was because every flying corpse required at least thousands of years of blood essence to nurture. Third form jumping corpses were usually killed before they could grow to this extent. Since ancient times, there were almost no zombie cultivators that could grow into the zombie demon, which was the Hydorigami realm. There was only one in the desolate antiquity era. Because of its uniqueness, the original name of this female zombie had long been forgotten. No one mentioned it again. Instead, it was called the Hydorigami, the 5th form of the zombie. Since it was a zombie demon, its power was naturally extraordinary. Even if it did not reach the level of the supreme desolate antiquity like the golden divine dragon and the void giant turtle, it should be the strongest under the supreme desolate antiquity. It should belong to the same level of existence as the void ladle. However, it was only a wisp of Hydorigami's spiritual sense that was sealed in this treasure. Its original body might have long been destroyed in the distant desolate antiquity era. Although this wisp of Hydorigami's spiritual sense was not too terrifying, it had the cultivation of the 15th realm of the universe realm. A wisp of spiritual sense was already a mighty figure of the universe realm. It was enough to show how powerful the Hydorigami zombie demon in the desolate antiquity era was. However, all of this had nothing to do with the powerhouses of the major forces who were guarding the surrounding void. Now, it was just Hydorigami's spiritual sense that gave them a headache. There must be more than one wisp of the spiritual senses of the beautiful cultivators of the remote antiquity sealed in the Yang Luo. The others were still in deep sleep. But now, the corpse ancestor Hanba had awakened. He had the cultivation of the 15th realm of the universe. Thus, it brought endless obstacles and variables to refine this treasure net. Not to mention refining Bao Luo. From the looks of it, just collecting Bao Luo would be extremely difficult. In the pink light beam, the internal field of the Yang Luo had been activated because of the awakening of the corpse ancestor Hanba's wisp of spiritual sense. Presently, the misty net was over 300 meters wide, and it was like an enormous pink carpet that undulated with ripples. On this carpet, the corpse ancestor and Hydorigami were singing and dancing. This scene was so strange that it left everyone speechless. In this state, who would dare enter the pink pillar of light and obtain the treasure? In that case, he would definitely be attacked by the corpse ancestor, Hydorigami, without a doubt. Therefore, after the initial shock and exclamations, the countless experts in the starry sky soon fell into a dead silence. Even Long Ziwen, Zhon Tu, ancestor Wu Mai, and nearly 10 other powerful figures of the universe were frowning. They fell into deep thought. Obviously, they were thinking of countermeasures to break this zombie. Yi Xian also fell into deep thought. Facing a body of primordial spirit sense of the universe realm, he also had a headache. He couldn't use force to suppress it. Perhaps, the will projection of the primordial dark tortoise can help. After thinking hard for a while, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. He then waved his hand and took out the ancient tortoise shell that he kept in his undying world. The will projection of the primordial dark tortoise controlled the entire dark tortoise starfield. Although the corpse ancestor and Hyderigami were powerful figures of the universe, under the control of the will of the primordial dark tortoise, they were destined to be suppressed. At this time, as Yi Xian took out the ancient tortoise shell from his undying world, the experts of the major forces in the surrounding void all gathered their gazes with vigilance. Obviously, these people understood the terror of the primordial dark tortoise's will projection. If Yi Xian wanted to make a move, they wouldn't have the slightest chance. The Yang Luo would definitely be taken away by Yi Xian, and they wouldn't even have the chance to stop him or snatch it. Otherwise, they would be crushed by the will projection of the primordial dark tortoise controlled by Yi Xian. Zhon Tu and Ancestor Wu Mai exchanged glances across the void. This was exactly what they wanted to see. Once Yi Xian succeeded, they would secretly add fuel to the fire. No matter what, they had to create chaos so that Yi Xian could take the opportunity to change his identity and escape. The two of them would secretly follow behind and wait for an opportunity to capture him after he left the Dark Tortoise Sea Starfield. However, the other forces obviously wouldn't give up so easily. The voices of the leaders of some forces could be heard from some small fortresses. Young Master Netherworld, didn't you say that you wouldn't fight with us for the Yang Luo? You're the Emperor's son of the Netherworld Great Emperor, but you actually went back on your words. Relying on that piece of life armor in your hand, are you planning to eat all over the world? That's right. You change your words in the morning. Your table manners are too ugly. How despicable. To think that we've expressed our intentions before. Whether it's protection fees or deliberate extortion, young Master Netherworld, you've already benefited a lot. Even if you want to fight with us for the Yang Luo, at least you shouldn't use the power of the primordial dark tortoise's will projection, right? That's a little too shameless. Among them, even the imperial family's elder, Long Ziwen, couldn't help but warn Yi Xian with a dark face. Although the Dark Tortoise clan is strong, it's only one of the clans in the Second Universe's federation. Although the Dark Tortoise Sea is vast, it's only a corner of the Second Universe. Young friend, you came from the primordial age, so you shouldn't be willing to cower in this corner of the Second Universe, right? Everyone present is from the top forces of the three universes. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. Although these words were said tactfully, the warning and threat were extremely obvious. Yi Xian immediately sneered. He rolled his eyes and directly replied without any trace of politeness, F***ck your mother. Damn old man, how do I behave? When did I need you to tell me what to do? If you continue to complain, do you believe that I will immediately suppress you? Long Ziwen was so angry that his face turned red. He raised his hand and pointed at Yi Xian, but he didn't dare to be tough anymore. He finally understood that this guy was not only shameless, but also a troublemaker. He wouldn't listen to any good words. He was too rampant. Yi Xian coldly snorted when he saw that the other party had finally stopped talking. He didn't continue to speak ill of him. His right finger slightly moved, and he immediately channeled a strand of vital energy into the life armor in his hand. Rumble. In the next moment, thunder rumbled in the sky. The huge will projection of the primordial dark tortoise that had appeared once before appeared in the sky above the Dark Tortoise Sea without any suspense. Chapter 3442. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Damned Primordial Turtle. As Yi Xian took out the ancient tortoise shell again and injected a wisp of vitality into it, he summoned the will projection of the primordial nether tortoise and immediately extended his divine sense to communicate with it. Very quickly, a heavy voice that exuded a strong sense of vicissitudes suddenly appeared in his mind: the birth of the net of smoke, the end of the mission, the dissipation of the nether turtle, the ancient times return to ruin. Rumble. Boom. Before Yi Xian could react, the huge projection of the ancient nether turtle's will that covered the entire nether turtle starfield suddenly trembled and began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene was so unexpected that Yi Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. In the surrounding void space, the countless starry sky masters in the fleets of the top forces from the three universes looked up at the sky in horror. Then, they subconsciously turned to look at Yi Xian. At this moment, he was standing above the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress that he had extorted from the Battle Lion tribe. He held the ancient tortoise shell in his hand and raised it high above his head. His posture was extremely showy, but the expression on his face was sluggish. Yi Xian's entire body trembled as he recalled the words that had just sounded out in his mind. His entire body felt unwell. Obviously, the reason why the will projection of the primordial underworld tortoise had been dormant since the beginning of ancient times until now was to wait for the appearance of Yang Luo. Yet now, this treasure had officially emerged into the world, and the Primeval Nether Turtle's mission had been completed, so it was about to disperse. Although Yi Xian did not know the meaning of this mission or who gave it to the will projection of the primordial abyss tortoise, there was one thing without a doubt. Once the truth was exposed, he would be in an extremely dangerous situation. Yi Xian was clearly aware of how ferocious and shameless he was before this. Presently, he was absolutely surrounded by enemies in the Nether Turtle Sea, and everyone wished for nothing more than to crush him. A mistake. It's definitely a mistake. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shuddered again. Facing the suspicious gazes cast at him from all directions, he hurriedly covered it up. It must be the wrong way to open it. This ancestor was a little impatient. I'll try again later, let the old bastard rest first. Catcher. Before Yi Xian could finish speaking, he raised his right hand high above his head. Suddenly, the sound of something shattering came from the palm of his right hand. At this moment, Yi Xian's body stiffened. His face turned green as he mechanically turned his head to look. Soon after, his entire face drooped. It was so black that it could compete with the bottom of the pot. Broken. The ancient tortoise shell. Although it was the turtle tortoise shell, the tortoise shell Tortoisisich, turtle was Lucas of Amorn. However, from another perspective, this armor was of great significance to the current Yi Xian. It was like a protective talisman. Even if the projection of the primordial nether turtle's will in the sky dissipated, as long as the life armor was still in his hand, then the experts from the various top forces who were eyeing him covetously in the void would not dare to do anything extreme to him out of fear. Even though the previous scene of the nether turtle's will projection dissipating had indeed aroused their suspicions, these fellows did not dare to rashly probe. After all, if his guess was wrong, Yi Xian would be very likely to find a few unlucky people and punish them as an example to others. Yi Xian was also well aware of this. That was why when the projection of the abyss tortoise's will in the sky above his head dissipated, he didn't panic and even tried to cover it up with words. But now, as the life armor of the abyss tortoise between his fingers was broken, everything was different. If it was broken in private, it would be fine. But now, he was in the limelight, and the life armor was held in his right hand and held high above his head. Even a green-eyed person would have seen the scene of the life armor shattering clearly. Now that the life armor was gone, how could he summon the projection of the abyss tortoise's will? This was clearly a sign that something big was going to happen. If nothing unexpected happened, then with the disappearance of Yi Xian's protective talisman, the experts from the various powers that were eyeing them covetously in the air would definitely avenge their grievances and take revenge on their enemy. Yin Qi and the others in the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress understood all of this. At this moment, this group of old bastards were all dumbfounded. In the surrounding void, the experts from the various top forces from the 3 dimensions of the universe were initially stunned, then shocked, and then ecstatic. Some of them even began to laugh hideously. This kind of accident was so shocking that no one had expected it. But when they realized what had happened, their thoughts immediately changed because of this. They were afraid that the Yang Luo would not be able to be collected for the time being. With so many experts around, they were not afraid that it would fly away. They could only wait and see. On the other hand, Ancestor Huan Ting of the Yin Demon clan could take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge. After all, they had nothing to do. Even Zhon Tu and the eyeless ancestor were frowning at this moment. Their eyes flashed with hesitation as they considered whether they should change their previous plan and immediately take action to suppress Yi Xian and take him away first. After all, although the Yang Luo was a primordial treasure, it was an extraordinary primordial treasure. This could be seen from the fact that the primordial corpse ancestor, Hanba, had awakened along with it and seemed to want to come into being together with it. Just the spiritual sense origin of the remote antiquity alluring cultivator sealed in it was already in existence at the 15th realm of the universe, let alone the other remote antiquity alluring cultivators sealed in it. Once this treasure was refined, it was tantamount to fully controlling several remote antiquity alluring cultivators. This was definitely a supreme treasure. After refining it, the remote antiquity alluring cultivators would be fully awakened. When that time came, several remote antiquity alluring cultivators could crush the enemy at the same time. Was there anything more satisfying than this? In addition, it was said that the one sealed inside was a beautiful cultivator from the desolate era. For a male cultivator, this was not only a weapon for attack, but also a treasure for sex. In private, when no one was around, they could use this treasure to summon the sealed beautiful cultivator to serve them. What kind of enjoyment would that be? Even Zhon Tu, ancestor Wu Mai, and other remote antiquity alluring cultivators could not ignore this treasure. They all coveted it. Because of this, even though young Master Linghu represented a great fortune, the three absolutes of medicine, tool, and formation, in addition to the mechanical battle bug technology, and the primordial treasure, the Medicine King Cauldron. After hesitating for a while, Zhon Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor finally gave up on the idea of immediately attacking. Although young Master Linghu was important, they did not want to give up on the Yang Luo. They wanted to have it all. At this time, Yi Xian finally could not bear the increasingly hostile gazes around him. After secretly gritting his teeth, he made up his mind and immediately shouted with a sullen face, "What? Is this the start of a rebellion?" Chapter 34-43. The arrival of old enemies. Come on, try standing out and I'll crush all of you on the spot. When facing the experts of the three universes that were glaring covetously at him and revealed hostile expressions, Yi Xian braced himself and shouted, and he seemed to be fearless on the surface. So what if the lousy tortoiseshell is shattered? Don't forget where we are. Don't forget who gave that lousy tortoiseshell to this ancestor. Me. If you have the ability, then send a few almighty figures. In any case, this ancestor's sworn brother, the Nether Turtle ancestor, is a supreme almighty figure that has surpassed the universe realm. Do you dare bully this ancestor in his territory? All of you can give it a try. When they heard this, the experts of the various powers in the surroundings were instantly stunned, and they revealed hesitant expressions once more. They'd almost forgotten this. Besides the will projection of the Primeval Nether Turtle, the entire Nether Turtle clan stood behind this damnable Nether Turtle young master, and any random elder from this clan was already in existence at the advanced stage of the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm. The Patriarch's cultivation had even surpassed the Universe Realm, so the turtle ancestor of the clan was obviously even more formidable. The turtle ancestor had once invited the young master of the netherworld and even gave him his ancient tortoiseshell, so how could their relationship be ordinary? This was still the Nether Turtle stellar region, and with the Nether Turtle clan here, this shameful young master of the netherworld was still in existence that could do as he pleased, and no one dared to offend him. When they realized this, even though the experts of the various powers in the surroundings were greatly disappointed, at least this damnable fellow was unable to utilize the will of the Nether Turtle to fight for the primordial treasure, the mist net of desire, with them. This matter could be considered as a form of consolation. When they thought like this, the experts of the various powers instantly grunted coldly, and they unwillingly withdrew their thoughts of causing trouble for Yi Xian. All enmity could wait until they left the Nether Turtle Ocean because the young master of the netherworld would be able to leave this place one day. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and didn't dare continue making noise so as to avoid provoking a rash fellow to go head-on against him. At that time, he would be completely exposed. Then, he frowned and fell into deep thought again. The current situation was very unfavorable to him. Although the experts of the major forces in the surrounding void did not immediately launch an attack, for Yi Xian, the Desolation Silknet was a must-have item. Now that he had lost the help of the will projection of the primordial turtle, it instantly became very difficult to complete this task. Yi Xian had offended all of them with his own strength. He was in existence at the level of a rat crossing the street. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for him to obtain the primordial treasure, Yang Luo. Clang, just as Yi Xian was frowning in deep thought, The melodious sound of a zither suddenly came from a certain direction in the distance, bringing with it a sharp and austere aura. Although the sound was not loud, it actually caused Yi Xian's heartstrings to tremble. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked in the direction of the sound. At the same time, the experts of the major forces in the surrounding void, who were thousands of miles away, all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound of the zither. A slender and beautiful figure was stepping on the void, crossing over from the end of their line of sight. She wore a black dress and had snow-white hair. It was Zhao Lingyang. She was one of the 4 peerless prodigies of the human race. Her cultivation was at the 9th stage of the mystic light realm, the successor of the undying dark phoenix, the palace master of the parting Hatred Palace, and the owner of the primordial treasure, the Zither of Hatred. She was also the daughter of the palace master of the 6th palace, Tian Qianzi, and the woman who had almost become Yi Xian's wife. Of course, Yi Xian was forced to marry her, but this matter was announced to the world by Tian Qianzi at that time. Therefore, in the eyes of the world, Zhao Lingyang had indeed almost become Yi Xian's wife, and the reason why she fell into the demonic dust was because of her love for Yi Xian that turned into hatred. It could be said that the depth of love and the intensity of hatred destined one's life. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang's face was covered by a black veil, but Yi Xian still recognized her at a glance. In fact, the experts of the major forces in the surrounding void did the same. Although they could not see her face, the black dress, snow-white hair, and the demonic zither on her shoulder were all Zhao Lingyang's trademark. No, she could no longer be called Zhao Lingyang anymore. She was now the demonic dust woman, and the sound that was filled with killing intent came from the beautiful and ancient jade zither on her shoulder. The demonic dust woman fell into the demonic dust and was unrestrained. Although she used the zither as her weapon, she did not have the gentle aura of a woman. Even the zither on her shoulder was majestic and majestic. The name of this zither was Hateful End. Its sound could manipulate people's hearts and control their emotions. It could create endless illusions on the spiritual level. In the cultivation camp, it was already a famous killing weapon. Its grade was a primordial treasure, and its origin was even more extraordinary. It was rumored that it originated from the primordial era. It was refined by a powerful creature from the primordial era using the 9 heavens spiritual jade and the silk of the heavenly demonic silkworm. Even the entire body of the zither was actually carved from a piece of fallen phoenix tree that came from the 9 netherworld prison. Of course, the phoenix that resided on this piece of fallen phoenix tree was not an ordinary phoenix, but the 9 netherworld prison's undying phoenix. Although the main material came from the 9 netherworld prison, its surface glowed with a gentle white light. Its sound could make people feel peaceful, and it had the mysterious power to control the souls of all living things. It was originally a mascot. Unfortunately, the person who refined this zither was bewitched by the heavenly demon in his heart and fell into the demonic path. He called himself the Zither Demon, and this was how the name Hateful End came about. With this zither, the demonic dust woman became famous in a single battle and became one of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race. She once sat cross-legged in the void, took out the zither of Hateful End, and played it with her knees crossed. The dozens of starry sky masters around then encountered a nightmarish scene. They were all suppressed by the demonic sound of the zither in an instant. Some of them were not injured and soon woke up quietly, as if they had just walked around the 9 netherworld prison. Their whole body was weak, and their mind was injured. The rest of the people were in a terrible state. They were injured to varying degrees, and many of them were seriously injured. There were even a few people who died directly. Under the terrifying illusions of the demonic zither that were manifested in their souls, their divine souls were directly destroyed. This was definitely a powerful and unpredictable killing weapon. Now, the demonic dust woman came with the Hateful End. Her purpose was undoubtedly to fight for the primordial treasure, Yang Luo. After realizing this, the starry sky masters of the major forces in the void suddenly frowned, and their hearts sank. Yi Xian immediately felt his scalp tighten. Although he did not feel guilty about this woman, because Yi Xian was the real victim of everything that happened before. If he was not strong enough, he would have been humiliated at that time. However, This woman's fall into the demonic dust was ultimately related to him. Yi Xian felt a little guilty. This was the rhythm of an old enemy. It was also at this moment that an even more unexpected accident happened. Chapter 34-44. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Deplorable Zither Kill Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering a system carrier. Host, Witch, Void Level 1, System Evolution Level, Intermediate Mutation. Note, Deprive. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating a system competitive mission. Mission requirement, Subdue Witch. Mission reward, choose any item you want from the other party's system store. Punishment for mission failure, the system will be devoured and the host will be obliterated. Following the system notification in his mind, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment before his expression darkened. His eyes were filled with suspicion. It was not that he had never seen Zhao Lingyang before. If she had been a system carrier before, this system competitive mission that was automatically triggered when the two system carriers first encountered each other should have appeared long ago. In other words, the devouring system in Zhao Lingyang's body didn't exist before. She only obtained it after she fell into the demonic dust world and became the witch. This was also proven by the first sentence of the system notification, the last sentence of the system notification, deprive. This made Yi Xian feel a sense of crisis. Only now did he know that the devouring system could be stolen. The witch's devouring system in her body was stolen from someone else's body not long ago. As for the person whose internal system was seized by him, there was no doubt that he was already dead. Yi Xian had already encountered two system hosts before. They were Xiaoyaro Zi and Fairy Yin Xia. But compared to the two of them, the witch in front of him was obviously more dangerous. First of all, not only was her system stolen from a bloody massacre, it was also an intermediate mutation, the same as Yi Xian's. Of course, although both systems had evolved to intermediate mutation, the direction of the mutation was definitely different. According to Yi Xian's guess, the direction of the devouring system in the witch's body should be system devouring. Yes, systems devouring each other. This was clearly explained by the system notification in Yi Xian's mind. If this system competitive mission failed, the system in Yi Xian's body would be devoured by the opponent's system. And as the host, Yi Xian, would be obliterated. As for the consequences of the other party's failure, it was the same as before. He would only have to pay the price of an item from the system's auxiliary exchange shop. In addition, Yi Xian's devouring system would imprint his source code. However, it would not be devoured, and the host would not be erased. This was clearly unfair. The reason for this situation could only be due to the mutated attribute of the other party's system, and because of this, the witch dust woman was destined to be terrifying. If Yi Xian fought against her, he could only win. Once he lost, he would die. Apart from that, Demon Dust Lady's cultivation had surpassed Xiao Yarozi and Fairy Yin Xia. The latter was at the peak of the 9th level of the Mystic Light Realm, while Demon Dust Lady was at the 1st level of the Void Realm. Even though it was only a small difference of a level, it was a difference of an entire level. It could not be ignored. Yi Xian was only at the 5th level of the 10th level of the Void Realm. The Witch Dust Lady was almost 2 levels higher than him. Without using the Fallen Sky Bow, Rai Di Seal, and other powerful treasures, Yi Xian would face an unprecedented challenge. Don't forget that the other party also had the demonic zither of hatred. It was unpredictable, and its power could not be underestimated. At the same time, just as the system notification sounded in Yi Xian's head, the Witch Dust Lady, who was walking in the air, also heard the system notification in her head. The system's competitive missions were always relative, and not one-sided. However, in the two competitive missions that Yi Xian had experienced before, his true identity hadn't been leaked. Whether it was Xiaoyaro Zi or Fairy Yin Xia, neither of them knew his true identity. Even Prince Xian, who wasn't considered his true identity, didn't know about it. This might be one of the mutated attributes of the system in Yi Xian's body that had evolved. Now, although the Witch Dust Lady had confirmed that Yi Xian was a system carrier, she still did not know his true identity. However, since he was a system carrier, one thing could be confirmed. Yi Xian was not some netherworld young master from the end of the primordial age. He was a master of the current era. Yi Xian quickly realized this. His expression changed, and he cursed inwardly. Unfortunately, before he could think of a way to hide this fact, the witch dust lady had already spoken. From thousands of miles away, her gaze fell on Yi Xian. She frowned. So you're a master of the current era, and not from the primordial age. However, why do I feel like I've seen you before? Hearing this, Yi Xian shuddered. His face was full of shock. Were all women's noses so sensitive? This girl almost recognized him. Fortunately, she only felt like she had seen him before. Otherwise, if she shouted that he was Prince Xian, Yi Xian would probably go crazy. Immediately after, he realized that his reaction was a little too extreme. The change in his expression was too obvious. This was clearly the reaction after being penetrated. Cries of surprise rang out from all around. He even felt a few suspicious gazes from the Black Lion warship. They were from Yin Qi and the other Yin demons. What did I hear? The Netherworld young master is actually a fake. How is this possible? Why is it impossible? Is there a need for the witch dust lady to lie about this? She has no grudges with that guy. Moreover, with her identity, if she was not sure, why would she suddenly say something like this? Don't be hasty. After all, the witch dust lady is now a master of a palace. She is the founder of Lihan Palace, the founder of Lihan Palace. Yes, such a person naturally cherishes her reputation. It is impossible for her to speak nonsense. She has her own channels. And didn't you see the look on that guy's face? His reaction was too intense. It was clearly the feeling of being caught in the crossfire. This is really interesting. I don't know how those idiots of the Yin Demon clan in the Black Lion Fortress feel. They are actually being called old bastards by an imposter who pretends to be their clan ancestor, and they are still shouting that they will enjoy immortal blessings forever. Ha ha ha, what a big joke. Bullshit. Bullshit. Witch, you have ulterior motives. You are clearly misleading the public with your lies. Before the mocking voices of the experts of the major forces could be heard, Yin Qi's flustered and exasperated roar came from the Black Lion warship not far from Yi Xian. He pointed his spear at the witch dust lady standing thousands of miles away and reprimanded her in public. Humph! Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to reprimand this palace master? The witch dust lady's face was gloomy. Her eyes had been locked on Yi Xian's face, but now they had shifted to the pitch-black Black Lion warship. With a shake of her hand, she placed the simple jade zither on her shoulder in front of her chest. Holding it with one hand, she waved her arm and played it. Chapter 3445. Translator, Naiwabo Studio Editor, Naiwabo Studio. The Kai demon flag swings in the heavens clang. The sound of the guqin was bleak, revealing an incomparably sharp demonic killing intent. As the sound of the guqin rang out, a gigantic blood-red heavenly saber roared out from the ancient jade guqin in the fiend dust woman's hand. It slashed down from the sky, heading straight for the Black Lion Star Fortress. The power of this guqin was very strong, and it had different attacking methods. Illusion kill and blood kill were two of the methods that the fiend dust woman had displayed. Previously, in the human clan's cultivation camp star area in the third universe, the fiend dust woman had used the guqin of hatred in the battle that had made her famous. She had displayed the power of illusion kill. A large number of starry sky experts in the surrounding void had their minds affected when they heard the sound of the guqin, and they began to hallucinate. This kind of hallucination was not a real illusion, but it had the power to kill. In the end, after that battle, some starry sky experts had died under the power of the guqin of hatred's illusion kill. They had lost their breath before they could walk out of the guqin's illusion. At this moment, there were a large number of top experts from the three universes in the surrounding void. Although the fiend dust woman looked down on the world and was unruly, she was not as arrogant as young Master Linghu, who looked down on all the heroes in the world. Naturally, she would not casually display the power of the guqin's illusion kill. That would be too stupid. The sound of the guqin would kill all the existences in this star area, so it would undoubtedly make too many enemies. Because of this, The power of the Guqin of hatred she had displayed at this moment was called Blood Kill. Compared to Illusory Kill's indiscriminate area of effect attack, Blood Kill's ability to lock onto its target was much more precise. At this moment, this gigantic blood-red heavenly saber whistled through the air and headed straight for the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress, which was 100,000 meters in diameter. Even Yi Xian, who was standing in the void not far from the Black Lion, was not included in the attack range. The Fiend Dust Woman's purpose this time was obviously to teach Yin Qi, who had spoken rudely to her, a lesson. Yi Xian naturally could not allow this to happen. His expression immediately darkened as he snorted coldly. He didn't have a good impression of Zhao Lingyang to begin with, and the moment she arrived, she immediately brought him quite a bit of trouble. Moreover, the two of them were now enemies that couldn't be resolved. Otherwise, if Yi Xian failed in this system competitive mission, he would have to pay the price of his life. His evolution path would be cut off, and the devouring system in his body would be taken away by the other party. Yi Xian could not accept all of this. On top of that, Yi Xian and Devil Dust Lady were given different punishments for failing the competitive quest. It was obviously unfair, so Yi Xian was quite resentful. At this moment, when he saw how arrogant the Fiend Dust Woman was and how she attacked at the slightest disagreement with the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress with a single slash, he was infuriated. You dare to act all high and mighty while carrying a broken zither? You actually want to kill this ancestor's subordinates in front of this ancestor? Do you want to be suppressed? Swish, swish. As the cold words came out of his mouth, Yi Xian waved his hand twice in succession. Two faint dark green lights shot out from his palms, and the wind seals expanded. In the blink of an eye, they turned into two dark green withered claws that were thousands of feet long. When the Netherworld claws appeared, one rushed toward the blood-red heavenly saber while the other rushed toward the Fiend Dust Woman's body. While blocking the opponent's attack, they also wanted to counterattack. Rumble. Clang. A deafening explosion resounded as the 10,000 Zhong-long blood-colored heavenly sabers collided with the dark green Netherworld withered claws. A terrifying energy hurricane erupted, and a small part of the void became blurry. The devastating energy storm caused ripples to appear in the void of the universe. In the face of the other Netherworld claw, the Fiend Dust Woman was calm and fearless. She sneered and waved her hand again. A cloud of blood-red energy whizzed out from the body of the ancient zither, and once again, it caused a burst of energy explosion. In the surrounding void, the masters from the three realms of the universe were dumbfounded. This kind of power was too amazing. Whether it was the remote antiquity magical skill, the Netherworld claw, or the remote antiquity treasure, the zither of hatred, they were far beyond what an ordinary master of the starry sky could possess. Although this battle was only a short collision, it was incomparably gorgeous and extravagant. Brilliant colors bloomed in the void, dazzling everyone's eyes. It was also at this moment that the experts of the various forces in the surrounding void thought that this battle would soon continue and become more and more intense. However, an unexpected change occurred. Rustle, the crisp sound of a hurricane suddenly came from a distant part of the universe's void in another direction. A blood-red flag made of animal skin suddenly appeared in the sky. It was thousands of feet long, but it emitted an endless murderous aura that shook the sky. Even the void faintly resonated with it, which attracted the attention of Zhong Tu, Wu Meizi, and the other powerful figures of the universe. Following behind this blood-red flag made of animal skin, a black-haired figure in a black robe strode over. His face was cold, and the lines on his face were as sharp as knives. He exuded a cold and resolute aura. Seeing this figure, someone immediately exclaimed. At the same time, he revealed the origin of this blood-red flag made of animal skin, which shocked everyone. This person was the fallen demon's son. He was one of the 4 peerless talents of the human race. He was at the 9th level of the mystic light realm, the successor of the primordial demon clan, the hall master of the fallen magic hall, and he owned the primordial treasure, the Kai demon flag. As for this powerful flag made of animal skin, it was the Kai demon flag, a primordial treasure. It was said that during the primordial era, there was a powerful primordial spirit named Kai Yu. He had the body of a human and the hooves of an ox. He had 4 eyes and 6 hands, a copper head, and an iron forehead. His ears were like halberds, and he had horns on his head. He used his horns to push people down, and even his voice could summon the wind and rain. This Kai-Yu was violent and loved to fight. He had a strong killing intent, and he was called the primordial demon god. Some people called him the Kai demon. This Kai demon flag was related to him. It used Kai-Yu's skin as the flag and his bones as the flagpole. It was refined by a powerful being from the primordial era. When the demon race was activated, red clouds of killing intent surged on the flag. If it could display its full power, it would have the power to sweep through the heavens and earth. This Hall Master wants this blood-red fog. All of you, leave. As exclamations sounded from the surroundings, the fallen demon's son's figure flickered. With a single step, he arrived in front of the black blood beasts. He raised his hand and grabbed the black flagpole. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Rumble. Roar. It looked like a casual wave of the flag, but a few ancient fiend celestial projections that were tens of thousands of feet tall were hurled out of the flag. They were all crimson-bodied and horned beasts, and they roared as they charged toward the pink pillar of light. This person's purpose was clear. As soon as he arrived, he went straight to the pink light pillar where the primordial treasure, Yuan Luo, was located. He even said that he had taken a fancy to this treasure. He even scolded the countless experts in the surrounding void to leave quickly. He was so arrogant that he was even more arrogant than young Master Linghu, who had caused a sensation in the three realms of the universe not long ago. In the surrounding void, all the top forces from the three realms of the universe were instantly enraged. It was also at this moment that the familiar system notification sounded out once again in Yi Xian's mind, causing him to roll his eyes. Another one. Chapter 3446. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Claw of the Netherworld Broken String Ding. Congratulations to the host for discovering a system carrier. Host, Fallen Demon Son, Rank 1 Void Master. System Evolution Level, Intermediate Mutation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for activating the System Competition Mission. Mission Requirement, Subdue the Fallen Demon Son. Mission Success Reward, Redeem a treasure from the system store of the other party. Punishment for mission failure, redeem a treasure from the system store of the other party. With the arrival of the Fallen Demon Son, the familiar system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind again. This time, his expression was slightly better, and he was not as gloomy as when he first met the Demon Dust Woman. After all, although the devouring system in the fallen demon prince's body was also an intermediate mutation, the direction of its mutation was unknown. At the very least, it was not as ferocious as the witch dust ladies, who had forcibly snatched it from the bodies of other system carriers and had the deprivation attribute. Although the system competition mission between Yi Xian and the fallen demon son had been activated, the punishment for failing the mission was very fair. However, the fallen demon son's expression completely changed at this moment. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Moreover, there were two competitors at once. One was Yi Xian, and the other was the demon dust woman. He looked at Yi Xian from a distance of thousands of miles in the void, and there was a suspicious look in his eyes. Previously, in the territory of the cultivation camp in the third universe, the fallen demon son had fought with the devouring doppelganger. At this moment, Yi Xian gave him a vaguely familiar feeling. But soon, his gaze moved away from Yi Xian and swept toward the demon dust woman in the other direction. His expression was gloomy and solemn. When I first saw you, you were clearly not. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. This is really surprising. Speaking of this, the fallen demon son's eyes shone with a murderous intent. Obviously, like Yi Xian, he was very unhappy with the demon dust woman's devouring attribute mutation system ability. Even if he failed the system competition mission, she would devour the system in his body, and then his existence would be erased. It was really annoying. These words were said without rhyme or reason, and the powerhouses of the various forces in the void were confused. Some of the old monsters seemed to have understood something, and all fell into silence. However, although the fallen demon son was arrogant when he had first arrived, he had summoned the demon flag and summoned a few demon god phantoms, demon god shadows, and translation of the demon god translation, demoner translation. Combs's realm, was. What's more, Yang Luo was there, and it didn't look like it was going to escape immediately. The fallen demon son was not in a hurry, and even Yi Xian was temporarily put aside by him. His most important target now was the demon dust woman. It was precisely because of this that the experts of the various great powers who were roaring furiously in the surrounding void suddenly stopped in their tracks, and they no longer pressed forward. They looked at the sudden change in the scene before them with slight astonishment. They were all puzzled as to why the fallen demon prince had suddenly turned to attack the witch dust maiden, and he had even disregarded the treasured artifact, lustful mist net, clang. The two of you should join forces. I'll suppress you together. The demon dust woman's eyes were filled with murderous intent. She sat down cross-legged in the void and waved her right arm. The sound of the zither rang out, and two huge blood-red dragons rushed out of the zither. They opened their mouths and roared as they rushed toward Yi Xian and the fallen demon son respectively. Roar! Roar! In the blink of an eye, the 4,000-meter-tall demon gods that rushed out from the Kai demon flag began to engage in a fierce battle with one of the blood-colored dragons. As for the other blood-colored dragon, it also traveled thousands of kilometers and approached in the blink of an eye. It raised its claw and pressed down towards Yi Xian's head. You're really a toad yawning. Each of you is more arrogant than the other. How can this ancestor be suppressed by you two little kids? Yi Xian sneered. His body swayed, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. With a wave of his hand, a dark green light shot out. It expanded with the wind and turned into a dark green claw that was thousands of feet long. With a slash, it cut off the tail of the blood-red dragon. A scarlet energy rain poured down, reflecting a small part of the void red. Roar! The blood-red dragon roared angrily. Although it was an energy body, because of the zither, it was clearly endowed with some kind of demonic nature. It appeared to be extremely agile. After the dragon tail was cut off, its ferocious nature was completely aroused. With a roll of its body, it rushed toward Yi Xian again. Yi Xian had already used the Netherworld Claw more than once. It was basically a single slash and a single swipe, making it seem extremely simple. However, in reality, this kind of Netherworld clan bloodline ability was clearly not the case. The reason why the other changes did not appear before was because with its incomparably sharp aura, just a simple swipe and claw was enough to achieve its goal and solve the problem. Other more complicated divine ability changes were completely unnecessary. But this time, the 2,000 feet long blood dragons summoned by the demonic zither of hatred were clearly extraordinary. This could be seen from the fact that the other 1,000 feet long blood dragon was able to fight against 4 and directly block the 4,000 feet long demon god phantoms formed by the fallen demon child waving the Kai demon flag. Similarly, on Yi Xian's side, the Netherworld Claw, which had always been victorious, only managed to cut off the dragon tail of the 10,000 feet long blood dragon in front of him. It did not completely destroy it. In this way, the more complicated changes after the Netherworld Claw had a place to be used. Even if Yi Xian wanted to hide his strength, it was impossible, because with his current identity as the young master of the Netherworld, other than this divine ability, he could not use any other sharp technique. Netherworld Claw, claw into the Netherworld. Yi Xian sneered. Facing the ferocious blood dragon that was pouncing towards him, he was not afraid at all. In the next moment, the dark green claw that had just cut off the blood dragon's tail exploded with a loud bang. The raging dark green strange energy swirled in the void, expanding and retracting. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dark green skull that was thousands of feet tall. In its huge eye sockets, dense evil flames leaped. In the blink of an eye, it was thousands of miles away, as if it had teleported at an extremely fast speed. Then, the dark green skull's sinister wide mouth suddenly opened, and actually swallowed the blood dragon that was about the same size as it in one gulp. The latter did not struggle at all, and in less than a breath, it had completely disappeared. Screech! After devouring the blood dragon, the dark green skull let out a tyrannical howl towards the sky. Its eyes that were filled with fiendish flames shot out a bloody light, and its baleful aura soared. Its body also expanded in the blink of an eye, reaching a size of 2,000 feet. This was clearly the effect of devouring the blood dragon and seizing its energy to increase its power. Zheng! In the distant void, the demon Dust Maiden, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly raised her hand. A wisp of bright red burst out from between her fingers. It was actually cut by the zither strings on the first floor. Chapter 3447. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The red-eyed green rock, the demonic zither of hatred, had a total of 9 strings. Every single string was capable of conjuring a blood dragon. Furthermore, they were natal blood dragons. They were far more powerful than the regular blood dragons conjured from the demonic zither. This had already been proven before. The demon Dust Maiden had condensed 2 life-bound blood dragons from the 8th and 9th strings of the zither. Even the Netherclaw was unable to completely destroy one of them, while the other could take on 4 of them by itself. It blocked the 4 demons summoned by the demon Kai banner that were over 10,000 meters tall. But even so, when the second transformation of the Netherworld Claw appeared and the claw transformed into the Netherworld, the 9th dragon, whose dragon tail had been severed, still could not escape the fate of being devoured. The fall of the natal blood dragon and the breaking of the 9th string were only external wounds that cut the witch's finger. What was more serious was the recoil, which caused certain internal injuries to her. The demonic zither of hatred was damaged as well, requiring post-battle repair. In this battle, its power had been completely affected. After all, if the 9 strings of the demonic zither were to be completed, there would have been an ultimate move, which would have conjured all 9 natal blood dragons. However, at that moment, as the 9th string was broken, the natal blood dragon dissipated for the time being. The final move of the demonic zither of hatred had no chance of being used in that battle. Her expression turned ferocious as she looked at all of that. She glared at Yi Xian and said, "Damn you. I was careless, and you damaged the foundation of the demonic zither. You'll definitely die today." Clang, clang, clang. The witch waved her hands, ignoring the blood that seeped between her fingers as she caressed the demonic zither of hatred on her knees. Bloody mist rose. Clang, 3 tunes from the demonic zither and 3 dragon roars were heard. 3 dragons that were over 10,000 feet long burst from the body of the demonic zither of hatred. The 3 dragons that appeared this time were even more bloody. They were conjured from the 5th, 6th, and 7th strings of the demonic zither. Of the 9 strings of hatred, the first was the most powerful, the 9th was the weakest, and so on. The 3 natal blood dragons that burst from the body of the demonic zither were all more powerful than the previous 2. This time, because the zither strings were stained with the blood of the witch dust woman's fingertips, its power was further enhanced. Now, the 3 natal blood dragons rushed out at the same time. One of them faced the fallen demon prince, while the other 2 surrounded the dark green skull. The battle instantly escalated, stirring up this small part of the void. 2 of the 4 peerless geniuses of the human race, as well as the mysterious Netherworld young master whose identity was unknown. The 3 of them each used their own divine abilities as they fought endlessly. In the surrounding void space, the top powers from the 3 universes had been stunned for a long time. Everything in front of them was a little chaotic. The 3 sides were in chaos, and they didn't even know the reason for the fight. In short, these 3 fellows were like water and fire, as if they were enemies in their previous lives. On the surface, it looked like Witch Dust Maiden was fighting 1 versus 2, but in reality, that wasn't the case. This was because between Yi Xian and the fallen demon's son, he would clearly launch a sneak attack or 2 whenever there was an opening. This was definitely the rhythm of a 3-way war. This left everyone stupefied. These were 3 exceptional youngsters, yet their violent tempers were just too shocking, right? They couldn't tolerate it when they met, and they had to fight to determine who was stronger. Other than that, what shocked them even more was the methods displayed by the 3 of them. Among the 3 of them, Witch Dust Maiden and the fallen demon prince were the strongest. They were at the first stage of the Void Realm, which was comparable to the elders of some races. The Netherworld young master, whose identity was difficult to determine, was even more abnormal. He was only at the 5th stage of the Grotto Heaven realm, but with the complicated changes of the Netherworld Claw divine ability, he was evenly matched with these 2 peerless geniuses of the human race. Kai Demon Flag Hall, Demon God Roar, Hateful Zither Zheng, Blood Dragon Ferocious. There was also the power of the Netherworld Claw's divine ability, and the dark green skull's murderous aura was monstrous. They were all primordial divine abilities and primordial treasures. The standard of this battle was so high that even some of the older generation experts couldn't help but look sideways. They secretly sighed that the era was indeed different. The new generation was replacing the old, and the era belonged to the new generation. They, the old generation, would probably all die on the beach in the near future. Roar. Roar. GGG. The blood dragon roared, the demon god roared, and the dark green netherworld skeleton laughed strangely. The energy bodies condensed from the internal domain of the three divine abilities and the treasures intertwined in this void. After a cup of tea's time, they were completely tangled together. The monstrous aura covered a small part of the void, blocking the figures of Yi Xian, the fallen demon prince, and witch dust maiden. They couldn't be seen clearly. Outside the area of this battle, Zhon Tu and the eyebrowless ancestor's eyes shone with an invisible brilliance. They stared closely, afraid that young Master Linghu would take this opportunity to escape. As for the experts from the top forces of the three universes in the surrounding void, they had long been dazzled by this battle, and their expressions were infatuated. Gong Wuxin, Wu Chenzi, Chou Doufu, and Yu Xianlong, the four heroes of the human clan, looked gloomy. They were not convinced by the four peerless geniuses of the human clan before. As for the so-called two peerless geniuses of the human clan, they didn't even take them seriously. However, after the battle in the third universe's heavenly battle starfield, young Master Linghu, one of the two peerless geniuses of the human clan, suppressed all of them by himself. Even the other two peerless geniuses of the human clan, young Master Linghu and Fairy Inxia, were oppressed until they couldn't do anything. That battle could be said to have greatly damaged the confidence of the four heroes of the human clan. Today, when they saw that the other two peerless geniuses of the human clan, Witch Dust Maiden and Fallen Demon Prince, were stronger than young Master Linghu and Fairy Yinyao, and that another peerless geniuses of the Second Universe's Federation had appeared out of nowhere, comparable to the invincible war god and young Master Linghu. The depression in their hearts could no longer be described with words. Not only them, but even the young clan leaders and other peerless geniuses of the Second Universe's Federation had a deeper feeling. This was the Second Universe, but at this moment, the two peerless geniuses of the human clan and the young master of the Netherworld, whose identity was still unknown. Among the peerless geniuses of the 10 clans of the Second Universe, although there was a young master of the Battle Lion clan, Shi Baofeng, who was ranked 3rd, he didn't jump for long before he was beheaded and eaten. This was simply unbearable. Screech. At this moment, in the distant void, a sky-splitting screech suddenly sounded. It was soul-shaking, and the powerhouses of the major forces in the surrounding void all looked sideways and turned their heads to look. In their line of sight, a huge green rock with a wingspan of thousands of feet was crossing the void with its physical body, flapping its wings. Behind it, there was clearly a void fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Even with full kinetic energy, it faintly couldn't keep up with its speed. The powerhouses of the Second Universe were stunned at first, but then their spirits were lifted, and they exclaimed in unison. Red-eyed Green Rock. It's actually him. It's the young master of the Green Rock clan, ranked 2nd among the peerless geniuses of the Second Universe, Peng Jingxia. Chapter 3448. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiao Beishan. The Green Rock race was ranked 2nd among the top 10 races in the Second Universe Federation. They were even ranked 3rd before the Battle Lion race. This showed how powerful this race was. The strength of the Green Rock race was not only reflected in the overall strength of the race, but also in the individual strength of the Green Rock race. This strength was reflected in the bloodline in their bodies and the special abilities in their bloodline. The Green Rock race was said to be the descendant of the ancient era's Azure Sky Rock. The ancestor of the ancient era's Azure Sky Rock was the legendary Kuan Peng. The Kuan Peng, like the Netherworld Emperor, was a supreme existence in the ancient era. It was comparable to the Golden Divine Dragon and the Void Giant Tortoise. However, it was not on the side of the headless infant corpse. It was on the side of the green eyes of the heavenly Tao. Of course, whether it was Yi Xian or the top powers of the three universes, none of them knew about this. After all, the battle of the primordial era had involved almost all the creatures of the primordial era, and all of them had to take sides. In that battle, there were hundreds of primordial sovereigns like the Golden Divine Dragon and the desolate ancient Yaksha. Yi Xian was unable to call out their names one by one, so it was understandable that he didn't know much about the Kuan Peng's camp. Perhaps there would be records of this in the clan's inherited secret scriptures, but it would clearly not be easily divulged to the outside world. It was a secret that would not be shown to others. Peng Jingxiao was the young leader of the Green Rock race, one of the 3 heroes of the Second Universe Federation. Among the 3 heroes, Lion Bafeng was ranked last. Other than Peng Jingxiao, who was ranked second, there was an even more amazing existence. Although he was also at the Void Realm rank 1, Peng Jingxiao was not a match for him. This was because his bloodline was too powerful. This person was called Jiao Batian. Jiao Batian was the young master of the Blood WRM race and the leader of the 3 heroes of the Second Universe Federation. He was also in the 12th Great Realm, Void Space rank 1, but he was said to be able to fight against the older generation experts of the 13th Great Realm, Genesis Realm. The Blood WRM race was the strongest race in the Federation of the Second Universe, the strongest race. It was said that this race was the descendant of the ancient era's 9-headed blood dragon, and the ancestor of the 9-headed blood dragon was the legendary Blood Sea Demon Dragon. The Blood Sea Devil Worm was like the Rock and Netherworld Emperor. It was an exalted existence during the primordial era, and it could similarly compare to the Divine Gold Dragon and Void Tortoise. However, its faction was the same as the Kuan Peng bird. It was the enemy of the Headless Infant Corpses faction. At this moment, Peng Jingxiao had revealed his bloodline true body. He had turned into a red-eyed green rock with a wingspan of 1,000 zhong. He flapped his wings and charged forward at an extreme speed. The green fortress behind him could barely keep up. Meanwhile, in another direction, a massive crimson cloud was surging toward them from a distance of countless kilometers in an instant. The blood cloud was boundless and vast, spanning thousands of miles. Within it, one could vaguely see 1,000 zhong long one-horned blood jiao dragon swallowing the clouds and spitting out blood. Its aura was disdainful, and its speed was not any slower than Peng Jingxiao's. Behind the one-horned blood flood dragon, there was also a space fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters. This space fortress was blood red, and a 9-headed blood flood dragon was engraved on its hull. This was the symbol of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the leader of the various races of the Second Universe. In the void, the experts of the top forces were stunned at first, and then they exclaimed again, 9-headed blood dragon? The Blood Dragon race's universe master is here. He is the leader of the top 10 races in the Second Universe. It seems that the Desolate Era's treasure Yang Luo is really attractive. The top 3 races in the Second Universe didn't even participate in the turmoil in the Third Universe's heavenly battle starfield. They are not interested in young Master Linghu and his Medicine King's ancient cauldron. But this time, they came one after the other. The Battle Lion race has retreated, but the more powerful Green Rock race and Blood Dragon race have come at the same time. This void is going to be chaotic. There will be a good show to watch. The universe masters of the various races won't make a move easily. Although the Green Rock race and Blood Dragon race have living fossils that are beyond the universe realm, and their overall strength is stronger than the Dark Turtle race, this is the Dark Turtle Sea. The nest of the Dark Turtle race is where the Dark Turtle race is located. Even the universe masters of these 2 races can only guard it. It seems that the universe masters of the human race can't make a move. After all, this is the Second Universe. Besides the Dark Turtle race, the Green Rock race and Blood Dragon race also have universe masters of the human race. If they don't make a move, the human race's universe masters can only watch. Yes, this battle is destined to be a competition between the younger generation. Although the human race has 2 peerless geniuses, the Demon Dust Woman and the Fallen Demon Sun, and even Xiao Yaozi and Fairy Yin Xia may be lurking in the dark, among the younger generation of the various races in the Second Universe, Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Batian have also arrived. It's hard to predict who will win in the end. It's a pity that the 2 peerless geniuses of the human race, the invincible war god, are still in the cultivation camp. They are being chased by the Tenju Celestial Palace and can't get away. Young Master Linghu died early and was exiled to the void turbulence. Otherwise, if he was here today, the battle would be more exciting. Isn't it the same? Although young Master Linghu is gone, there's young Master Netherworld. He's just as monstrous and abnormal. Moreover, he's also a big foodie. Even Lion Barfeng was roasted by him. His ferocity isn't inferior to young Master Linghu's at all. Yes, this person's identity is now questionable. He may not be the young master of the Netherworld race from the end of the desolate antiquity era. He is too mysterious and shocking. Screech. Roar. Just as the experts of the top forces in the void were exclaiming, from the left and right of the void, a roar of a rock and a roar of a dragon came at the same time. The Cyan Fortress behind Peng Jingxiao and the Scarlet Fortress behind Jiao Batian both stopped steadily thousands of miles away, occupying two different positions in the void. Like the camps of the other major forces, they formed an encirclement, firmly trapping the pink light pillar that was still soaring into the sky. However, the two red-eyed Cyan Rock and the ferocious Blood Dragon did not stop at all. They directly rushed into the encirclement where the battle was taking place. Previously, only the Demon Dust Woman, the fallen Demon Son, and the Netherworld Young Master were fighting fiercely here. But now, it was obviously different. Two of the three heroes among the geniuses of the second universe had joined the battle. The five-sided battle royal basically determined the ownership of Yang Luo. Because the older generation of universe masters could no longer fight, the older generation experts of the other forces of the human race side and turned their heads to look at the younger generation behind them. They were also of the younger generation, but they were not qualified to participate in this battle. Chapter 3449. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Corpse. Flames fill the sky. Screech. Roar. The roar of a rock and the roar of a flood dragon could be heard from both sides. Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Batian had made their moves at the same time. A large amount of green mist gushed out of the red-eyed green rock's body. The wind and clouds swirled and covered a corner of the void, sealing the entire battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the rules of the void seemed to be affected by something, which was beneficial to the red-eyed green rock. Peng Jingxiao's aura skyrocketed, while the power of the others was suppressed. At the same time, in another direction, the ferocious blood flood dragon, which was originally thousands of feet tall, punched out with its claws. Then, an energy blood flood dragon of the same size roared and appeared in front of Yi Xian in an instant. Roar. Roar. Although this energy blood flood dragon was the same size as Jiao Batian, it had 9 ferocious heads. Each of them spat out fire, water, and smoke, which also covered a small part of the void, covering Yi Xian's entire body. These were 2 kinds of bloodline divine abilities. They were similar to the bloodline divine ability of the Battle Lion tribe, which originated from the Bloodslaughter Lion tribe. They belonged to the Green Rock tribe and the Bloodflood Dragon tribe. The innate divine ability of the Green Sky Rock tribe, Demonic Rock seals the heavens. The innate divine ability of the 9-headed Bloodflood Dragon tribe, Demonic Bloodflood Dragon Fis. As soon as Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Batian entered the battlefield, they immediately displayed their strongest bloodline divine ability and forcibly joined the battle. The chaotic battle between the 3 of them turned into a chaotic battle between 5 people in the blink of an eye. Young Master Netherworld, Lion Barfeng is our 3rd brother. You dared to kill him and roast him. Today, we will not let you live. Yes, one of the 3 heroes of the second universe has fallen. Today, this young master will use your Netherworld blood as a sacrifice to comfort his soul. Roaring furiously, Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Batian simultaneously descended. Although their target was only Yi Xian, the latter had already engaged in a fierce battle with the fallen demon son and the witch dust woman. It was difficult to distinguish between them, and their attacks were unable to determine the target. In the end, the only result was a chaotic battle between the 5 of them. Humph. In the next instant, the fallen demon prince let out a muffled groan from his nose. He had been hit unintentionally. The energy dragon with 9 ferocious heads collided with the 2 demon gods. One of the heads was directly devoured by one of the dragon heads, causing the fallen demon prince to suffer a small backlash. Zheng. Fresh blood splashed out from Devil Dust Woman's hand again, and the 8th weakest dragon was severed. The natal blood dragon was already barely able to hold off the 4 demon gods. Now, the 9 blood Jiao dragons rushed in, and 3 of the Jiao dragons spat out mist at the natal blood dragon, causing it to crumble. You two are simply courting death. What does our battle have to do with you? The 3 elites of the Second Universe Federation? Wasn't one of them already killed? The remaining 2 will also perish here today. The fallen demon prince and devil dust woman were enraged, and they roared at the same time. They waved the demon flags in their hands, and the ancient zither rang, summoning several demon god phantoms and blood-red giant dragons, which roared towards Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Batian. Yi Xian didn't hold back, and he didn't care about the cost. He waved his hand again, and although there was no dark green withered claw this time, there was a dark green radiance that shot out from his palm and sank into the glabella of the 2,000 feet tall dark green skeleton. With this palm strike, Yi Xian's face instantly turned pale. The price he had to pay was not small. He had to pay half of the dark baleful energy of the netherworld physique, and the innate cold yin spirit he absorbed in the yin pond had been turned into pure energy, boosting the dark green skeleton's power. It was overflowing with ferocity, and its power skyrocketed. Huff, under the strong wind, the originally 2,000 feet tall dark green skeleton expanded to 5,000 feet in the blink of an eye. It roared silently, and its blood burst out. It opened its mouth and devoured half of the 9-headed blood Jiao dragons. 4 of the Jiao dragons' heads were destroyed, and they turned into blood energy mist that was swallowed by the dark green skeleton. Xiao! 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 At the same time, Peng Jingxiao also displayed his might. The red-eyed green Peng flapped its wings crazily, and the entire void that was shrouded by the green mist trembled slightly. Then, countless arrows in the shape of feathers appeared in the void of the universe that was affected by the power of the demonic rock's sky-sealing field. Like green goose feather snowflakes, they covered the sky and covered a part of the sky. This was one of the killing methods of the great green Peng's innate divine ability, the demonic Peng sealing the heavens field. Although the demonic Peng sealing the heavens field sounded like a sealing ability, how could the great green Peng's innate divine ability be so simple? Previously, Peng Jingtian had only displayed the basic form of this innate divine ability. He had covered a small part of the void with the unique field of this innate divine ability to strengthen his attacks and weaken his enemies. To put it bluntly, it was only a supplementary effect. And right now, the killing power of this innate divine ability was displayed. The green feathered arrows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth like a snowstorm instantly moved, whistling unceasingly. Except for the targets that Peng Jingtian had specifically instructed not to be targeted, all other existences within this sealed world would be targeted. This included the light pillar that was not far away from where the 5 of them were fighting. Thousands upon thousands of green Peng feathers shot into the pink light pillar. Because they were in the form of energy, they immediately collided with the pink light pillar, causing some kind of magnetic field to become chaotic. The pink light pillar that was originally like a lamp post that pierced the sky suddenly rippled. Inside the light pillar, the pink silk cloth that was 1,000 feet wide began to undulate even more violently. This directly affected Haidarigami Corp's progenitor, who was undulating on the silk cloth with her bare feet. Her dance was no longer as graceful as before. At the same time, Haidarigami Corp's ancestor was finally awakened from her intoxicated state of dancing. She extended her attention out of the pink light pillar and took in everything that was happening outside. Screech, Haidarigami Corp's ancestor, was enchanting and cold. At this moment, her eyes were bursting with bloody anger. While roaring to the sky, she shook her right arm and a 30-feet-long bloodbone spear appeared in her hand. The spear tip was steaming with black flames. That was the innate corpse flame. There were also many ferocious primordial evil spirits phantoms appearing and disappearing. These were all powerful creatures that were slain by Haidarigami Corp's ancestor in the remote antiquity era. At the same time, boundless black and red corpse flames seethed from the fiery red armor worn by Corp's ancestor Hanba. It instantly suffused an area of 50 kilometers in the surroundings, and it transformed the space in an area of 50 kilometers into an ocean of corpse flames. In the sky above the sea area, Countless powerful primordial evil spirits roared, soared into the sky, and then collapsed. They set off Haidarigami Corp's ancestor, who was holding a bloody spear and standing barefoot above the sea of flames. Her corpse flame was even more monstrous. Rumble, at this moment, the pink light pillar that was hundreds of miles in diameter and had an unfathomable height completely collapsed. The pink silk that was hundreds of feet wide turned into a wisp of bloody light and shot into the space between Haidarigami Corp's ancestor's eyebrows. She took a step forward and appeared at the place where Yi Xian and the others were fighting. Her blood-bone spear shook the sky. Chapter 3450. Peerless Beauty, the Greater Demon, the Rock? The Blood Sea Devil Flood Dragon? No, it merely possesses a very faint bloodline. The Zither of Hatred? The Crimson Devil Banner? I've actually seen it again. But why is it in the hands of such an ant? There's actually a Primeval Netherworld with a pure bloodline? This is absolutely impossible. The Netherworld Emperor has fallen a long time ago, and the Netherworld's bloodline has been completely severed at the end of the Primordial Era. I'm Corp's ancestor. I'm Hanba, Hu Qing, Jiang Chen. Where are those fellows? Wait. Why are so many memories missing? Where is this? Even the aura of time is different. What exactly happened? 8. As soon as Corp's ancestor Hanba was born, she immediately awoke from her intoxicated state and summoned the Bloodbone Spear, destroyed the pink pillar of light, and took a step forward to descend into the world. Her eyes were filled with dense bewilderment at the first possible moment, and her pitilessly beautiful face had a stupefied expression. She looked around blankly while muttering to herself, and in the end, she actually held her forehead with one hand while howling madly towards the sky with pain. Obviously, only a strand of Corp's ancestor Hanba's soul quintessence was sealed within the treasure artifact, Hanba. Even though she was still herself, she was too damaged, and it was even to the extent that her memories were no longer complete. This scene stunned all the starry sky experts in the surrounding void. The peerless battle between Yi Xian and the others had stopped, and the entire expanse of space had fallen into deathly silence. When they faced Corp's ancestor Hanba in such a state and heard the perplexed muttering coming from her mouth, the hearts of everyone shook violently, and they couldn't help but sigh with emotion. An almighty figure of the primordial era, an existence that was almost at the supreme level of that era, had actually been reduced to such a state. Her body had perished a long time ago, and only an incomplete strand of her soul quintessence remained, and it was sealed within an ancient treasure. This was too miserable. Many people started to develop their train of thought because of this, and they started to recall the peerless battle that occurred at the end of the primordial era all those years ago. Exactly what sort of calamity had occurred that caused even an existence that was second to the supreme level of the primordial era to be reduced to such a state? However, this was a battlefield, and it was also the place where an extremely important primordial treasure had appeared. It was not a peaceful place, and it was destined to be impossible for people to calm their hearts and sigh extravagantly. The thoughts of Corp's ancestor Hanba's quintessence of life quintessence was quickly disrupted, and they suddenly came to their senses, and their thoughts returned to reality. Whoosh! Rumble! Hiss! The Corp's ancestor Haidarigami roared again. This time, the expression on his face was completely ferocious. With a shake of his right arm, he pointed out from a distance of 500 kilometers, and 2 streams of black corpse flames shot out. He pointed to the east and actually broke through the barrier of distance. He tore through the void and directly appeared in front of the witch dust maiden. He turned into an incomparably sharp spear and pierced through her shoulder. A rain of blood immediately poured down, dyeing the ancient zither of hatred that rested on the witch's knees red. A canopy pointed to the west and instantly arrived. It was also a spear that pierced through fallen demon child's left arm, causing the demon Kai banner he held in his left hand to almost fall from the sky. This was not the end. Almost at the same time, the sea of black corpse flames around Corp's ancestor Hanba began to churn. 2 huge black corpse flames soared into the sky from the north and south, turning into 2 hazy figures. They were like corpses and demons, with blood-black flesh on their backs. In the blink of an eye, they tore through the void and appeared behind Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Batian respectively. Their fangs were like spears, and they ruthlessly bit down on their necks. Roar! Aoo! Peng Jingxiao and Zhao Batian were caught off guard. Their huge bloodline true bodies trembled violently, and their figures were already unstable. They almost fell from the void, and their auras were slightly weakened. This was clearly the rhythm of the two hazy corpses draining a small part of their bloodline essence qi. At the same time, a faint pink glow rushed out from between corpse ancestor Hanba's eyebrows. It turned into a waterfall, and like a nimble ghost blade, it slashed towards Yi Xian in the other direction. Roar! The dark green skull, which was already 50,000 feet in size, instantly roared. With a slight sway, it directly blocked in front of Yi Xian. Unfortunately, just as its ferocious wide mouth opened, the blood-colored waterfall that was formed by the primordial treasure, Yang Luo, in the shape of a thin brocade blade, had already slashed down vertically between the eyebrows of the dark green skull. In the blink of an eye, it was cut into two and exploded with a loud bang, turning into two dark green infernal energy that quickly rolled and dissipated. Pu. The dark green skull collapsed, and Yi Xian was hit by the backlash of the divine ability. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The nether body had suffered a serious injury in the blink of an eye, and had lost the ability to fight for a short period of time. He could not continue to use the nether body's bloodline divine ability, Nether Claw. He had to use the Yin Pool innate cold liquid to heal his internal injuries before he could fight again. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took 3 breaths of time. The 5 supreme masters of the younger generation had reached or were comparable to the 12th great realm, the Void Realm. However, in just 3 breaths of time, they were all defeated by Hanba alone. The prestige of one of the 4 ancestors of the desolate ancient corpse path had been deduced to the extreme in just a few breaths of time. It was simply like a dream, with peerless grace. Although the corpse ancestor Haidarigami only had a strand of his spiritual sense origin left, he still had the cultivation base of the 15th great realm, the late stage of the universe realm. He could suppress the existence of the 12th great realm, the Void Realm. Even if there were 5 opponents, it was actually reasonable for him to complete the task within 3 breaths. However, there were more than 3 late-stage universe realm masters in the surrounding void. But if they were to attack just now, they would definitely not be able to do it. Whether it was Yi Xian, Demon Dust Maiden, Fallen Demon Sun, Peng Jingxiao, or Zhao Batian, the 5 of them were not ordinary existences. Even if they encountered the Genesis Realm Masters of the 13th Great Realm, they could still fight. Moreover, the 5 of them had treasures of the Desolate Ancient Era or the bloodline of the powerful existences of the Desolate Ancient Era. Their combat strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed. But even so, they were still collectively suppressed by corpse ancestor Hanba in just 3 breaths of time. Such a result of the battle shocked everyone, and the surrounding void was filled with gasps. Even Long Ziwen, Zhon Tu, ancestor Wu Mai, and the other almighty figures in the 15th level of the universe turned pale with astonishment. They instantly realized the gap between them and corpse ancestor Hanba. Although they were all the mighty figures of the universe in the 15th realm, the corpse ancestor Drought Demon was an existence that truly originated from the primordial age. Now, just a wisp of incomplete spiritual sense was already so powerful. His combat experience and combat awareness were still there. He could definitely fight 2 or 3 mighty figures of the same realm by himself. This was definitely a heaven-defying rhythm, but even so, they still had to attack. Chapter 3451. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What a blind dog. Corpse ancestor Haidarigami suddenly attacked and suppressed the 5 geniuses within 3 breaths. This scene shocked everyone, and all the experts from the top forces of the 3 universes in the surrounding void were in an uproar. The powerful figures of the universe roared and rushed out immediately. There were a total of 10 powerful figures of the universe present, and a total of 5 from the Federation of the Second Universe. There were 2 elders from the Green Rock clan and the Blood Dragon clan guarding the Starry Sky Fortress, 2 elders from the Barbarian Bull clan and the Inji clan from the Chenkuan clan, and one who was alone and did not represent any clan. He was a powerful rogue cultivator from the Second Universe. In addition, there were 4 powerful figures of the universe from the Third Universe. They were the Imperial family elder Long Ziwen of the Immortal Dynasty, the elder Zhon Tu of the Heaven Battle Emperor clan, and his old friend ancestor Wu Mai. In addition, there was also a protector from the Tenju Celestial Palace of the Cultivation Camp. In addition to these 9 people, there was another powerful figure of the universe. His entire body was shrouded in a grey fog. No one knew which force he came from, but it was suspected that he was the ancestor of a servant clan under the Tianji clan of the First Universe. At this time, as the powerful figure of the universe, corpse ancestor Haidarigami, attacked, the 10 powerful figures of the universe from the 3 universes all jumped out and used all kinds of methods. Some even took out their offensive treasures and swarmed forward together. This was the rhythm of besieging corpse ancestor Haidarigami, wanting to suppress him and seize the primordial treasure, Yang Luo. So what if your corpse ancestor Haidarigami? You might be a figure in the primordial era, but in this world, you're just an incomplete source of spiritual sense. Even your memory is incomplete, so you can't cause much trouble. Hand over the treasure Yang Luo immediately, or today will be the day you completely die. You can't even save a wisp of your soul. Corpse ancestor Haidarigami, I advise you not to make a mistake. Rumble, screech, swish, along with numerous furious roars that resounded through space, the entire expanse of the universe had been thrown into chaos. The 10 great figures of the universe had joined forces to fight the corpse ancestor and Hanba at the area where the pink pillar of light had shot into the sky and its surrounding. All kinds of energy surged endlessly, and the void was cracked. Turbulence in the void, and the light of all kinds of magic treasures and arts bloomed continuously. It was so is translation ancestor Haidarigami. Translation translation, 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 is translation, is translation, 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 translation. The methods of the Universe Almighty Expert were too terrifying. Normally, if 2 Universe Almighty Expert were to fight in anger, it would completely disturb a large area of space. But now, 11 Universe Almighty Experts were fighting in a chaotic battle, and the circle of battle continued to expand. In a short span of 10 breaths, the area of 10,000 miles was already filled with surging energy. The scene inside was completely obscured, and it was impossible to see clearly. At the same time, Peng Jingxiao and Jiao Batian, who were caught off guard and suddenly injured, also retreated bravely. The Qiankuan clan elder who was guarding the Starry Sky Fortress had already made his move. The fight for the Yang Luo had nothing to do with them anymore, so healing their injuries was more important. On the other hand, the Witch Dust Maiden, the fallen demon's son, and Yi Xian were the exact opposite. Although they retreated at the same time and avoided the area where the 11 supreme beings were fighting, the 3 of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. They teleported at the same time and chose the space on the right side of the chaotic battlefield in the central region, continuing to tangle with each other. To the 3 of them, this battle was unavoidable. Even if they were seriously injured and on the verge of death, they had to persevere. The pressure on the Demon Dust Maiden was slightly less, because even if she lost this competition, she would at most have to pay 2 of the System Exchange Store's treasures and shoulder a large amount of system debt. Even so, this kind of pressure was almost unbearable for her. After all, if she really failed the system competition mission, Yi Xian and Fallen Demon's son would definitely not be polite. Even if they did not need it, they would definitely choose the treasure with the highest exchange price. Her losses were too heavy. If even she was in such a situation, then there was no need to mention Yi Xian and Fallen Demon's son. Once they failed the system competition mission, then they would not even be able to protect the devouring system within their bodies. Everything would be taken away by the Demon Dust Maiden, including their lives. So, compared to the Demon Dust Maiden, Yi Xian and Fallen Demon's son were under even greater pressure. Amongst them, Yi Xian was in a bad situation. Earlier, Corpse ancestor Haidarigami had attacked Yi Xian's group of 5 at the same time. Even though the Fallen Demon's son and Demon Dust Maiden had suffered quite heavy injuries, they had both utilized a primordial treasure during the battle. So, a portion of Corpse ancestor Haidarigami's attack had been shared with the primordial treasures they had refined. On the other hand, Yi Xian was different. He was using the innate divine ability of the Netherworld bloodline. When the 50,000-meter-tall dark green skull was destroyed by the silk bloodblade, Yi Xian was the only one who suffered the backlash. After that attack, his nether lineage had been heavily injured. Even though he could still maintain it, he no longer had the ability to attack. Both the fallen demon sun and demon dust maiden had vaguely sensed this. The fallen demon sun frowned. He had already realized how difficult it would be to deal with the demon dust maiden. However, the system competition mission was extremely disadvantageous to him, so he could not afford to lose. Under these circumstances, even though he was competing with Yi Xian, he had planned to first join forces with Yi Xian to deal with the demon dust maiden together. After all, once the demon dust maiden's crisis was resolved, even if he lost the system competition mission against Yi Xian, he would at most lose a system competition treasure. The pressure would be completely different. But right now, Yi Xian was in such a state, causing his plan to become unrealistic. Currently, the fallen demon sun was considering what kind of response he should take in this situation. As for the demon dust maiden, she did not hesitate at all. Since Yi Xian was currently at a disadvantage, eliminating one of them first was naturally the best choice for her. This was because once she won a system competition mission, she would immediately receive a lot of benefits. Not only would her injuries recover immediately, but her cultivation would also skyrocket. She might even be able to grasp more techniques. With this thought, a murderous light flashed in the demon dust maiden's eyes. Her figure swayed, and she immediately pounced towards Yi Xian. Almost at the same time, the fallen demon's son finally made his decision. His choice was the same. He would first eliminate the weaker Yi Xian. This was also beneficial to him. Previously, he had taken a fancy to a treasure in the system exchange store. It was very beneficial to him in his current predicament. As long as he could kill Yi Xian, even if he was severely injured, the fallen demon son would immediately be able to obtain or exchange treasure from Yi Xian's system exchange store. The system in Yi Xian's body was also at an intermediate mutation, so it was very likely that he would have the treasure that he needed. It was precisely because of this consideration that the fallen demon's son waved the demon dust maiden in his hand at the same time as she rushed out. A demon god thousands of feet tall lunged towards Yi Xian. Two competitors actually attacked him at the same time. The originally three-sided chaotic battle turned into a 2-on-1 in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian became a pushover. It was as if everyone wanted to pinch him. Chapter 3452. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan my lords or a blind dog. As soon as Yi Xian roared, the experts of the starry sky in the camps of the major forces in the surrounding void immediately exclaimed in surprise. Almost all the experts of the starry sky who were originally paying attention to the battle between the 11 powerful figures of universe on the other side all shifted their gazes over. After all, the entire void over there was covered by the rolling and surging energy mist, and nothing could be seen. However, it seemed that something big was about to happen here, and it must be extremely exciting. Previously, it was just a three-way battle, but now, the demon dust woman and the fallen demon son attacked the netherworld young master at the same time. The battle strength displayed by the three of them was equal in the previous battle. Although the netherworld young master seemed to be more amazing, his cultivation was only at the 10th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, but he could fight evenly with the demon dust woman and the fallen demon son, who were at the 12th level of the void realm. However, just now, in the face of the lightning attack of the corpse ancestor Hanba, the netherworld young master was clearly injured the most, and it seemed that he had lost the ability to continue fighting. However, the demon dust woman and the fallen demon son, who still had the strength to fight, attacked him at the same time. Under such circumstances, the netherworld young master's situation and danger could be imagined. All of this was witnessed by the experts of the starry sky in the camps of the major forces in the surrounding void, and they were well aware of it. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard Yi Xian's arrogant roar, they were stunned at first, and then sighed one after another. They believed that Yi Xian knew that he was going to die, and that he was going crazy before despair. Alas, what a pity! The netherworld young master is definitely stronger than the demon dust woman and the fallen demon son. In this battle, the battle strength he displayed just now is equal to the two of them, but he is only at the 5th level of the Grotto Heaven realm, and he doesn't have any ancient treasures in his hand. He fought evenly with them with his brute strength, but now he is going to die. This is definitely an existence comparable to the two peerless geniuses of the human clan, the invincible war god and the young master Linghu. His growth potential surpasses that of the demon dust woman and the fallen demon son. Whether he really came from the ancient times or not, his talent can't be buried. He was originally destined to bloom in this world. It's time, it's fate. He didn't possess any precious treasures in this battle, and he was heavily injured by the corpse ancestor, Hanba, causing him to seem to have lost the ability to continue fighting. This is the sorrow of a tiger that has fallen to the ground. Even though Devil Dust Maiden and Devilfall Sun aren't dogs, a tiger like young Master Netherworld is going to lie down in his lair. There will be an eternal mystery left in this world. With the fall of young Master Netherworld, his identity and origin will become an eternal mystery, just like young Master Linghu's final whereabouts and life and death. Those who are too monstrous will incur the jealousy of the heavens. Young Master Netherworld was like that, and so was young Master Linghu. Was this a vicious cycle? Could it really be the power of curses? Will the invincible war god in the human cultivator's territory be spared? Following these exclamations and sighs, the atmosphere in the surrounding void instantly became a little stagnant and oppressive. All the Starry Sky powerhouses looked at Yi Xian with a trace of pity in their eyes. In the distance, the pitch-black Black Lion Star Fortress suddenly began to charge at full speed, and the muzzles of the death ray cannon on the ship were activated. This was clearly the result of Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Ju being unwilling to accept the imminent death of young Master Netherworld. They gradually became crazy and wanted to use the power of the death ray cannon to disrupt the rhythm of the battle. There was no doubt that as soon as the death ray cannon was fully charged, they would immediately give the order to bombard. The fleets of the several major forces in the void facing the Black Lion Star Fortress had already begun to dodge to the sides to avoid being caught in the crossfire. However, everyone was obviously not optimistic about this kind of struggling remedy. Devil Dust Maiden and Devilfall Sun were already existences in the 12th Great Realm, rank 1 void. They were also peerless geniuses of the human clan. Their methods were extraordinary, and they also had a primordial treasure. Moreover, they were thousands of miles away. In this situation where they already knew the whereabouts of the Black Lion Star Fortress, even the death ray cannon might not be able to cause any substantial hindrance or interference to them. In this battle, young Master Netherworld was bound to die. This was the consensus of all the spectating powerhouses. However, it was at this moment that a heaven-shaking change that no one had expected suddenly occurred without any warning. Your cultivation is high, and you have treasures. I have nothing. My cultivation has not recovered, and I am only at rank 5 Grotto Heaven. I don't have any treasures, and I only have the bloodline ability of the Netherworld clan. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes were bloodshot. The Devil Dust Maiden and Devilfall Sun's joint bullying made him furious. He was a little crazy and was on the verge of going berserk. As he spoke, his hair fluttered wildly, and his expression was ferocious. His figure was suspended in the void, and he did not dodge the full force attacks of Devil Dust Maiden and Devilfall Sun. He completely ignored them. In the end, he roared to the sky, however, I also have a final trump card, which is enough to suppress all enemies in the world. Screech, as Yi Xian's roaring voice sounded, the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest also suddenly burned and instantly disappeared, leaving only a piercing roar of a corpse. It was clearly a roar from the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest, but because Yi Xian also happened to look up at the sky and roar ferociously, all the powerhouses in the surrounding void mistakenly thought that this strange roar came from Yi Xian's mouth. Before the roar ended, Yi Xian's face showed a hint of sluggishness. What happened to the infant corpse? Even if it didn't show its true body, it should at least show some terrifying magical power, right? Yi Xian would not reject this. Although he had already said that he would train himself and try not to rely on the power of the infant corpse and the Rai Di seal to resolve the crisis, he did not have the ability to deal with it. It was just that he was afraid that his identity would be exposed, so it was inconvenient for him to use many of his methods. Under such circumstances, it was completely acceptable for him to occasionally let the headless infant corpse use its methods to resolve the situation. However, the situation was clearly not right. Just now, the corpse lamp tattoo on his chest was so hot that Yi Xian thought that the mysterious guy was going to use some kind of ultimate move. That was why he roared such words domineeringly, claiming that he still had a final trump card, which was enough to suppress all enemies in the world, but the result was a big joke. The headless infant corpse only let out a strange roar, and then completely went silent. The corpse lamp tattoo on his chest no longer had any burning sensation. Yi Xian had already figured this out, so he could be sure. This was clearly a scam. The last few words were shouted in such a high-profile manner that the countless starry sky powerhouses in the surrounding void were all aghast. They all looked over in shock, and even the black lion in the distant void had stopped recharging. If he did not use any ultimate move in the end, there was no need for the fallen demon son and the demon dust woman to make a move. Yi Xian himself would die of shame and anger, vomiting blood and dying on the spot. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face turned green. The demon dust woman and the fallen demon son, who were rushing towards him, also showed vigilance and suspicion on their faces. Just as Yi Xian did not know how to deal with the aftermath, the corpse ancestor Haidarigami suddenly roared angrily in the distance where the 11 universe masters were fighting in the sky. This is the aura of our master. Chapter 3453. My beloved, rise. This is my lord's aura. Screech, the murmur of corpse ancestor Hanba resounded, causing all the experts from the various top powers in the surrounding space to be stunned. Before they could react, a violent howl that shook the heavens suddenly sounded out from the place where the aura was in chaos, and it clearly revealed a wisp of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Immediately after, a blood-red light shot into the sky. Corpse ancestor Drought Demon, who was besieged by 10 supreme experts of the universe, suddenly erupted with a powerful aura at this moment. He directly broke through the encirclement that even sealed a small area of space, transforming into a ray of light that shot towards Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, she was already 100 meters away from him. She suddenly stopped, revealing a pitilessly graceful figure. However, on that pitilessly beautiful face, the original ferocious expression had already disappeared, replaced by a wisp of excitement. Even her eyes were slightly red. My lord. Under the dumbstruck gazes of all the experts in the surrounding space, corpse ancestor Drought Demon, who had charged out of the encirclement, actually knelt down on one knee in the air. The blood-bone spear in his hand had also disappeared. He lowered his head and cupped his hands towards Yi Xian as he called out, My lord. Plop. Plop. This scene was too strange, causing everyone to be caught off guard. Some of them were stunned on the spot, their bodies froze, and they almost fell from the sky. Among them, this included the demon dust woman and the fallen devil child, who were charging towards Yi Xian. Their figures had just stopped 1,000 miles away because Yi Xian's sudden roar was somewhat suspicious. After all, he was a peerless monster who could fight them to a draw in the heavenly passage realm, so they couldn't help but be afraid of his crazy counterattack before his death. The moment their bodies froze, they were already on full alert. But even so, the demon dust woman and the fallen devil child still did not expect to see such a scene. They felt their vision go black, and they almost fell from the sky on the spot. My lord. What kind of joke is this? What kind of method did this kid use? How could he have so easily fooled a universe master from the primordial age in such a short period of time? After all, less than a minute ago, the corpse ancestor, Hanba, had made a move against Yi Xian, causing him to suffer a heavy injury and lose the ability to continue fighting. If this fellow was really in existence from the primordial era, then how could the corpse ancestor Hanba not have recognized him earlier? Yet now, he had suddenly recognized him after he suddenly roared. Besides that, even the Netherworld Emperor from the primordial era probably didn't possess the qualifications to become the master of the corpse ancestor, Hanba, right? Even though the Netherworld Emperor was an exalted figure of the primordial era, the corpse ancestor, Hanba, was a great figure of the primordial era that was merely inferior to the exalted figure of the primordial era. Coupled with the fact that he was one of the 4 ancestors of the corpse Tao, he was wild and unyielding, so it was absolutely impossible for him to respect the Netherworld Emperor as his master. All of this was filled with a dense and strange aura, causing the demon dust maiden and the fallen demon son to have a bad feeling. So, after they glanced at corpse ancestor Hanba with astonishment, the two of them glanced at Yi Xian with complicated gazes, and then they didn't hesitate to immediately turn around and flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. Even though Yi Xian was slightly stunned as well when facing all of this, he was obviously the first to recover from his shock. At practically the instant that corpse ancestor Han Ba let out that vicious roar, he'd understood exactly who the master Han Ba spoke of was. It was clearly the headless corpse of an infant. It was even to the extent that he wasn't surprised. Even the divine gold dragon and the primordial Yaksha had over 100 supreme existences under his command, so what could corpse ancestor Han Ba, who hadn't attained the supreme exalt rank of the primordial era, be? However, this at least allowed him to understand one thing, and that was that corpse ancestor Han Ba's main body was on the same side as the infant corpse back then. To put it bluntly, they were on the same side. Since that was the case, then the matter of him accidentally injuring him could be forgotten. Thinking like this, Yi Xian's resentment towards corpse ancestor Han Ba disappeared, but he definitely wouldn't let go of this perfect opportunity to act like a big bad wolf. He immediately placed his hands behind his back and glanced disdainfully at corpse ancestor Han Ba, who was still cupping his fists and lowering his head, kneeling on one knee in the void 100 meters in front of him. He nodded slightly and said, "Oh, at least you still have some intelligence. You actually recognized this ancestor. My beloved, rise, plop, plop." As soon as these words left his mouth, a series of thumping sounds came from the surroundings. Many experts fell from the sky like dumplings, while the demon dust maiden and the fallen demon son, who had turned around and fled, were so angry that the roots of their teeth were itching. Everyone could see that Yi Xian was pretending, but in the face of such a situation, what could they do? The person kneeling in front of him was a supreme expert of the universe. You two blind dogs, you actually want to run? Before the demon dust maiden and the fallen demon son could escape far, Yi Xian's cold laughter rang out. He raised his hand and pointed into the distance, shouting, "Why are you still kneeling? Just keep the two of them here and bind them. Don't kill them." What he wanted was for the two of them to admit defeat and allow him to win the system's competitive mission. If he really killed them, the exchange treasure in the system's exchange store would probably be wasted. In addition, as long as he could win the system's competitive mission, then the system in his opponent's body would be branded with a subordinate source code, which would definitely be of great use in the future. Therefore, Yi Xian had never thought of killing them, including Xiaoyaro Zi and Fairy Yin Xia. Whoosh! As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, a blood-red waterfall rushed out from between the corpse ancestor Hanba's eyebrows. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth that was thousands of feet long. It wrapped around the demon dust maiden and the fallen demon son, completely imprisoning them. A supreme expert of the universe had made a move, and he had even used the primordial treasure, the Yang Luo. There was no doubt about the result. In the blink of an eye, the Yang Luo, which had shrunk again, brought the demon dust maiden and the fallen demon son to Yi Xian. It tightly wrapped the two of them, making them look like human-shaped cocoons. Not a single inch of their skin was exposed. Yi Xian sneered, "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to admit defeat. Otherwise, once the Yang Luo tightens its grip, you will immediately explode into pieces of flesh and blood." 2 sighs came from the 2 pink human-shaped cocoons. At least they could keep their lives if they admitted defeat. There was no need to choose. Almost at the same time, the familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind, "Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission has been completed. The host's reward is to choose any exchange item from the opponent's system's exchange store. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system's competitive mission has been completed. The system's reward is to unconditionally copy all the information in the opponent's system database. At the same time, imprint the system's source code and establish a subordinate relationship." The same system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind twice in succession. At this point, his tight heartstrings were finally completely relaxed. Everything was settled, and there were no more changes. Chapter 3454. The target of public criticism. Just as the system's notification sounded in his mind, the demonic dust lady and the fallen demon prince, whose bodies were completely bound and sealed in a huge humanoid cocoon, had their faces visibly darkened. Their faces were so dark that it was as if water could drip from them. At this moment, their hearts were dripping blood. They gnashed their teeth fiercely, and their faces were full of unwillingness, but there was nothing they could do. The sound of the system notification rang out, which meant that the competition had failed, and they had no chance to make a comeback. But no matter how unwilling they were, they didn't lose their temper at all because Yi Xian had executed such a divine ability at the critical moment, and even corpse ancestor Hanba had been strangely subdued by him. They had no choice but to accept all of this. Ha ha ha, the two of you still lost in the end. Yi Xian raised his head and laughed heartily. He was in an extremely good mood. However, he did not waste any time. He immediately issued an order to the devouring system in his body, and chose a treasure for exchange from the exchange store in the fallen demon sun and demon dust lady. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The two treasures that were chosen for the exchange directly appeared in his body. Yi Xian didn't even bother to look at them in detail as he directly threw them into his undying world. At the same time, the source codes of the fallen demon sun and the demon dust woman's systems, as well as the data copied from each other's systems, were all completed. At this point, Yi Xian had completed the two competitive missions that had been launched at the same time. Moreover, he had obtained the primordial treasure, Yang Luo. For Yi Xian, everything in the Sea of Hellish Turtles had been completed. It was time to leave. However, it was also at this moment that a series of frenzied roars and roars suddenly came from the surrounding void. The energy mist thousands of miles away was still surging, and 10 figures with terrifying auras whistled over at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they were already close, gathering flame chop. 7 stars trample the heavens, seal the heavens. Fengyu Huiming. Devastating silver bullet wave. These 10 figures with terrifying auras were precisely those 10 great figures of the universe that had besieged corpse ancestor Hanba earlier. At this moment, they'd attacked at the same time, and they'd approached Chen Shi in the blink of an eye. The brilliance of all kinds of magical treasures was dazzling for a moment. Among them, the fastest figure was actually the protector of the Earth Extinction Temple from the Third Universe's cultivation camp. This person was a woman, and the overturning nation's silver bullet wave she displayed was similar to a powerful deity who could shrink the ground into an inch. This was a kind of ethereal footwork that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful. Coupled with the invisible energy emitted by the true qi, the ever-changing situation was perfectly combined together. It could quietly control the rhythm of the battle unknowingly, making the opponent feel awkward. The weak could defeat the strong, and the control of the battle would always be in the hands of the weak. Unknowingly, Yi Xian even had a strange feeling that his heartbeat was synchronized with his opponent's footwork, which made him feel a chill run down his back. It was also at this moment that another mighty figure of the universe suddenly waved his hand from afar. He roared, "Illusion Ghost's triple kill." The so-called triple kill was actually 3 different blade techniques. The blade was like an illusion ghost, and each style was stronger than the previous one. Each style could kill, and it could be said to be able to kill illusionary ghost. As he waved his hand from afar, a huge energy blade that was 100 feet long rumbled over. There were 3 layers of dim shadows superimposed on the blade, and its aura was terrifying. However, this slash also broke the rhythm of the battle that the female protector of the Earth Extinction Temple had unknowingly mastered. The feeling that made Yi Xian's heart follow the opponent's footwork suddenly disappeared. The female protector's face was cold. She knew that the other party did it deliberately. Although these 10 people had joined forces to attack, they were actually secretly fighting each other. Everyone wanted to get Yang Luo. Once someone had an obvious advantage, the others would naturally destroy it secretly. Without waiting for the female protector of the Earth Extinction Temple to react, one of the 9 great figures of the universe behind her waved his hand and cast out 9 bloody lights, which turned into 9 banners and firmly inserted in the surrounding void. These 9 blood-red banners were a set of yin magic treasures called the 9 yin beast soul banners. It was said that they were made from the souls of more than 10,000 ferocious beasts in the starry sky and the black threads refined from the foul air in the depths of thousands of cold stars. They were extremely vicious. There were a total of 9 banners. Once they were cast out at the same time, they could instantly form a sealing formation and seal a corner of the void. At this moment, with Yi Xian and the corpse ancestor Hanba as the center, the void within 1,000 miles had been temporarily sealed. Now Yi Xian was obviously the target of public criticism. These 10 great figures of the universe had only targeted the corpse ancestor Hanba before, but now they had surrounded him as well. In the surrounding void, the great figures of the universe in the fleets from the top forces of the 3 universes were eyeing him covetously. He had become the center of attention, which made Yi Xian complain inwardly. Now was the time to retreat. How could he escape when he was suddenly under the attention of so many people? Seeing Yi Xian's eyes flickering, Zhong Tu and the ancestor without eyebrows subconsciously exchanged glances. Both of them were enlightened. They had already realized something, so they quietly slowed down their attacks and even feigned attacks to jointly occupy a position. At this time, they were no longer thinking of leaving the corpse ancestor Hanba behind. Instead, they secretly helped Yi Xian leave, and then they would attack and take everything for themselves. Although the corpse ancestor Hanba was extremely powerful, and even if the 2 of them joined forces, they might not be able to resist him. However, if Yi Xian wanted to leave, he would definitely change his identity and quietly escape. Under such circumstances, the corpse ancestor Hanba would not be by his side. He should have entered the Yang Luo and been absorbed into Yi Xian's body. In this way, as long as they were fast enough to restrain Yi Xian at lightning speed and cut off the opportunity for him to use the Bao Luo, everything would be settled without suspense. 2 powerful figures of the universe attacked at the same time. Moreover, they were well prepared. Their opponent was only at level 5 of the Dao Insight realm. It was not a problem for them to do this. Let them go. Don't worry about them. Yi Xian swept his gaze over the 9 yin beast soul flags in the air. He was fearless as he indifferently said, "Previously, you were able to calmly withdraw from the encirclement of these 10 old bastards. I believe it shouldn't be difficult for you to do so now, right? I'm tired. There are 2 gigolos in the 9 dragons Cyan Phoenix carriage. I can use them to nurse my body. But first, I need to find a quiet place." As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at the black lion in the void in the distance. He pointed at it and said, "Hey, let's go there." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the pink Yang Luo quietly shook and threw out the fallen demon sun and the demon dust woman. Then, it unfolded and rolled, directly covering Yi Xian. The corpse ancestor Hanba also jumped into it. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red waterfall and soared into the sky. Without any suspense, it rushed out of the imprisonment of the 9 shadow beast soul banners. It was as if there was no one around. Chapter 3455. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The cicada shedding its carapace Hanba, the ancestor of the corpse tribe, looked down on everything. She had escaped from the joint attack and imprisonment of 10 equally powerful figures of the universe twice. This was not something that could be explained by the fact that she was a wisp of the spiritual sense of a powerful figure from the remote antiquity era. Everything must be related to the treasure of the remote antiquity era, Yang Luo. Although this strand of corpse ancestor Hanba's spirit sense was sealed in this treasure, it was also because of this that this strand of her spirit sense had fused with this treasure. Perhaps there was more than one strand of the Huanggu Yang Xiu's spirit sense that was sealed in this treasure, but she was the only one that had awakened. The power of the treasure, Yang Luo, could be fully exerted in her hands. From a certain point of view, this was actually the same as if the treasure was obtained by a powerful figure of the present age and completely refined. However, if it was in the hands of a powerful figure of the present age, even if they refined it, if their cultivation was not high enough, they would not be able to exert the power of the treasure to such an extent. The power of the treasure that Hanba, the ancestor of the corpse tribe, had just displayed, could be used to attack and defend. It could also enter and leave the void as if there was no one there. Perhaps this was not its strongest state. At least, it could only be exerted by a powerful figure of the universe. If one's cultivation was higher than that of a powerful figure of the universe, the treasure would be even more powerful after being refined. At this point, the powerful figures of the starry sky who had witnessed everything were all enlightened at this moment. They had a deeper understanding of this mysterious treasure of the remote antiquity era. Precisely because of this, when a large number of gasps sounded in the void, the fleets of the top forces immediately activated their kinetic energy and surrounded the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress from all directions. A large number of powerful figures of the Starry Sky followed behind the 10 powerful figures of the universe. They all took out their magic treasures and used all their means to seal this part of the void and do their best to stop the escape of the Black Lion Starry Sky. At this time, the treasure, Yang Luo, which had turned into a blood-red waterfall, finally entered the main passage of the Black Lion Starry Sky, which had been opened in advance. Then, the main passage closed, and the rumbling sound of kinetic energy starting came. In the Black Lion Starry Sky, Yin Chi's excited roar faintly sounded, "Charge! Charge! Once it's done, we'll perform a spatial leap and leave this place." Even he had realized that he had to flee now. Otherwise, he would become the target of all the fleets and experts in the surroundings. He had obtained the Yang Luo, and the corpse ancestor and the drought demon had been subdued by the ancestor. The other forces would not be willing to accept this. This matter could not be settled peacefully. "You want to leave? I'm afraid that's impossible today." "That's right. We must not let him leave. Otherwise, who will be able to suppress the Netherworld Young Master in the future?" This guy was already heaven-defying to begin with. He was comparable to Prince Xian of the human clan, the invincible god of war, and young Master Linghu. He could be said to be one of the 4 great Evilders of the present age. Now, he has obtained the precious weapon, the smokescreen net. Just the wisp of spiritual sense that has already been awakened in the world is already a top-notch universe mighty figure. He is like a tiger that has a seed. If we don't suppress him today, he will definitely bring disaster to the present age. Especially the various races of the second universe. I'm afraid that everyone will be in danger in the future. This guy is a big foodie who is not inferior to young Master Linghu. Even Lion Bafeng was roasted into a braised lion's head in public. What else is there that he doesn't dare to do? Surround him immediately. We must not let him escape. If the Black Lion wants to perform a spatial leap, even if the precious weapon, the smokescreen net, is destroyed, we can only take action. At that time, thousands of cannons will fire at the same time. The Black Lion will be turned into powder after a round of fire, not to mention the Netherworld Young Master in the ship, Buzz. Buzz, along with the exclamations in the surrounding void, the space oscillators of the battleships were fully loaded. Thousands of battleships of different levels. Thousands of space oscillators of different types and powers were aimed at the Black Lion that was surrounded at the same time. Ripples immediately appeared in the void, and it was completely trapped. Not to mention performing a spatial leap, even ordinary navigation was extremely difficult. Its speed could not be increased at all. It was like moving at a snail's pace. Under such circumstances, it was no longer realistic for the Netherworld Young Master to use the Black Lion to escape. It was simply impossible. However, whether it was the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, or Zhon Tu and the eyeless old ancestor, none of them were worried in the slightest. The former basically knew a little about Yi Xian's background, and the latter at least knew his identity as young Master Linghu. Previously, in the heavenly Chen Star region under the rule of the Heavenly War Empire in the Third Universe, the situation was the same, but young Master Linghu still left calmly. Today's situation was also not difficult for him. At this time, Zhon Tu and the eyeless old ancestor were secretly communicating with each other. This brat is full of tricks. Now that he has entered the Black Lion, if nothing unexpected happens, he has most likely changed his identity. I think something will happen soon. Yes, at that time, he will definitely take advantage of this opportunity to escape. You and I have to be careful, don't let him escape. Exchanging a glance, the two of them quietly retreated to the back. Their figures gradually faded away, disappearing from sight. The 10 mighty figures of heaven and earth were originally eye-catching figures. However, at this moment, the void was too chaotic. The energy and chi were extremely chaotic, and the shadows of people were flickering. For a short period of time, no one noticed the mysterious disappearance of Zhon Tu and the ancestor of the eyebrows. At the same time, in the Black Lion Star Fortress, Yi Xian's figure appeared, and then the pink silk cloth that was originally wrapped around his body automatically loosened. The corpse ancestor Haidarigami did not appear, and the pink silk cloth was directly absorbed into Yi Xian's body with a wave of his hand. Old ancestor, what should we do now? Seeing this scene, especially that the corpse ancestor Haidarigami with a terrifying aura did not appear, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Ju were slightly relieved and immediately came forward, their faces full of panic, because in the void around the ship, the space oscillators of thousands of battleships and fortresses had been activated, so it was impossible for the Black Lion to perform a space jump to leave. It doesn't matter, it's just a group of chickens and pottery dogs. I need to heal now, and after I recover, I will refine the precious weapon Yang Luo, Yi Xian sneered in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. He did not have the slightest good impression of this group of people, especially Yin Qi. Yi Xian now knew that he was the one who put the immortal and imperishable bead in the Shunnong cauldron, so it was good that he did not kill him personally. After waving his hand with a calm expression, Yi Xian walked towards a cabin. There's no need to pay attention to those fellows outside. The treasure, Yang Luo, is still in this ancestor's hands. They won't be willing to destroy it. At most, they'll just threaten me. After I recover from my injuries and refine the Yang Luo, it will be easy to join forces with Haidarigami to break through the siege. After that, the secret door of the cabin behind him was already closed. Yi Xian waved his hand to set up a restriction, and then directly issued an order to the devouring system in his body, immediately activating the universal coordinate jumping ability attached to the system title, and jumping to the destination, the second universe bit wall, the ancestral land of the Yin demon clan. Yin's Nest. Chapter 3456. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor. Henyi Translations I don't understand. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. During this period of time, the Black Lion had been under tremendous pressure. The thousands of warships, fortresses in the surrounding void had been fully activating the space oscillators, trapping a large area of the void. The Black Lion in the central domain could not even perform a normal flight, let alone perform a space jump. It had been 2 hours, and it had not moved half a step, remaining in the same place all the time. During this time, the flagships of the top forces of the 3 universes in the surrounding void sent out threatening words from time to time, saying that they were going to use force. Each time, the tens of thousands of Yin demons in the Black Lion were scared witless. After all, there was only one Black Lion, while thousands of warships and fortresses of various types were surrounding it. There were even many small fortresses and real space fortresses. If thousands of cannons were to be fired at the same time, the heat of the energy light beams from the star cannons could directly vaporize the Black Lion. However, these guys didn't take action in the end. On the one hand, they were unwilling to let their precious weapon, the Smoky Net, be destroyed. On the other hand, they were still hoping that they could capture Yi Xian alive or force him to surrender. In addition, the 8 powerful figures of the universe, including Long Ziwen, the imperial elder of the everlasting dynasty, each occupied a region. However, they didn't take any action in the past 2 hours. They had already discovered the strange disappearance of Zhong Tu and the elfless ancestor and realized that there must be something fishy about it. However, they didn't have time to care about it. After all, they had all seen young Master Netherworld enter the Black Lion with their own eyes. Now that this part of the void was confined, teleportation, space jump, and even teleportation formations couldn't be used, young Master Netherworld must still be in the Black Lion. As long as this didn't change, they didn't have to worry about Zhong Tu and the elfless ancestors' tricks and plots. They just had to keep an eye on the target. However, because they were afraid of the corpse ancestor, Hanba, these 8 great figures hadn't made a move during the past 2 hours of time, and it was even to the extent that they didn't speak much. All of them resided in the surrounding space as they thought bitterly about a good plan. In fact, they were anxious and worried that the situation would change if they delayed. However, none of them dared to act rashly. If they took action and were ambushed by Ancestor Corpse Drought Demon as soon as they entered the Black Lion, that would be too unfair. The other party was a top-notch almighty who could fight against several universe almighties at the same time. He could not let his guard down. At the same time, On the top floor of the Black Lion Star Fortress, the three elders, Yin Qi, Yin Ba, and Yin Ju, had been waiting in the main control cabin on the top floor the entire time. They were more than 1,000 meters away from the cabin door that Yi Xian had entered. Ever since Yi Xian had entered, the three old fellows had not taken a single step away. They stared at the cabin door, hoping every minute and every second that it would open immediately. This kind of situation of being surrounded by enemies and threatened from time to time, yet being completely unable to move an inch, was too heart-wrenching. Every second felt like years. Unfortunately, it was useless for them to be anxious. After entering the cabin, the ancestor did not come out. After 2 hours, the three old men's patience was exhausted. At this moment, they finally could not sit still anymore. Yin Ju immediately got up and walked toward the independent cabin where Yi Xian was in seclusion. Yin Qi and Yin Ba looked at each other, but did not say anything. They stayed where they were and waited. The door of the independent cabin was not closed from the inside. The restriction set by Yi Xian was only a simple tactical array that blocked the detection of divine sense. Therefore, after the cabin door was opened, Yin Ju stepped in quickly. After a short while, Yin Ju, who had finished walking around the few rooms inside, walked out with a pale face. He was like a completely different person from when he went in. In just more than a minute, his eyes were staring blankly, and his eyes were dull. He was simply like a walking corpse. He even muttered to himself, "Gone, gone, gone." Yin Qi and Yin Ba's expressions changed immediately. They hurriedly went up to him. The former asked anxiously with a trembling voice, "Old Ju, what's wrong with you? What's gone? What's gone? I don't quite understand." "The ancestor is gone. The ancestor is." Hearing Yin Qi's questioning words, Yin Ju's body trembled. He shuddered and came back to his senses in an instant. Then, he jumped up and roared in exasperation, "Old ancestor, my ass. That guy is really a fake. He left us behind and ran away alone. Let alone the people in the cabin, there is not even a hair. We're finished. Finished. We're really finished. Those guys outside will eat the three of us." Yin Qi and Yin Ba's expressions changed drastically. They fell to the ground and were completely dumbfounded, in the surrounding void outside the cabin of the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress. For 2 hours, the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress did not move at all. As time went by, the atmosphere in the surrounding void became more and more strange. The Starry Sky Masters in the fleets of the top forces from the three universes became more and more anxious. Some of them even began to feel restless. Finally, from the flagships of these fleets, several figures dashed out one after another toward the 8 supreme beings of the 15th realm, who were occupying one side of the inner circle of the encirclement. Then, they all asked the elders of the Universe clan for help. "Elder, we can't go on like this. 2 hours have passed. Even if young Master Netherworld wants to recover from his injuries first, there should be enough time. This is too strange. I'm afraid there is something fishy. Although the surrounding void has been confined, and even the teleportation array can't be activated, young Master Netherworld is definitely still in the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress. But if this continues, the situation will become worse. If something unexpected happens, it will be even worse. Should we take some measures? Why don't we send some masters to approach the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress and test it out? If there is no problem, then we will invade." Long Ziwan, the 8 supreme beings of the Universe clan from the Green Rock clan, the Blood Dragon clan, and the other clans frowned. They turned to look at each other and exchanged glances. In the end, they nodded one after another. This couldn't go on like this. They were already impatient. The dozen or so figures who came to ask for help were overjoyed and immediately returned to their flagships. After a short while, a small team rushed out from the flagships of the fleets in the surrounding void. There were a total of hundreds of people, and they swarmed toward the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress from different directions. They approached the fortress cautiously. At this moment, the hearts of the other masters were in their throats. They were afraid that the moment this group of probing forces approached the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress, they would be ambushed by Corpse Ancestor Hanba, who was hiding inside. However, A scene that no one had expected suddenly appeared at this moment. Whoosh! An energy light screen flashed, and the main passage of the Black Lion Starry Sky Fortress suddenly opened. Then, a large flag stretched out from inside. The flag was actually a large piece of white cloth. Surrender. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chapter 3457. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations gone just like that. It was not only Jean Tu and the ancestor without eyebrows. In fact, the moment the white flag that represented surrender stretched out from the main channel of the Black Lion, all the experts of the big influences in the surrounding void, especially Long Ziwen and the other 7 powerful figures of heaven and earth, were on high alert at the first moment. With young Master Netherworld's temperament, how could he admit defeat, surrender, and allow himself to be captured? It should be known that he still had the corpse ancestor Haidarigami, who could fight against several powerful figures of the same level. In addition, he had the primordial antiquity treasure, Yang Luo, which could attack and defend, and had the terrifying power to break restrictions. Even if he could not take the Black Lion battleship and the more than 10,000 clansmen of the Yin Demon clan, he could not leave together with them. But if he risked his life, it was very possible for him to leave alone under the cover of corpse ancestor Haidarigami. Therefore, in the eyes of the surrounding experts, this kind of surrender after waiting quietly for 2 hours was clearly a trick to deceive the enemy. The Netherworld young master wanted to numb the opponent, and perhaps create chaos later, and then take advantage of the chaos to find an opportunity to escape. In the surrounding void, some people started to sneer. Jean Tu and ancestor Wu Mai, who were hiding in the distance, secretly opened their divine senses to the maximum extent, and gazed at everything invisibly. A few breaths of time passed in the blink of an eye. The white flag swayed for a while, and then slowly extended outward. Then, a pair of hands appeared at the end of the flag, and then a face stretched out, full of anxiety. His head stretched out stealthily, and looked left and right. After revealing a smile that was uglier than crying, Yin Qi finally gritted his teeth, and walked out of the main passage shakily, and his figure appeared in the void outside the battleship. However, all the experts in the surrounding void ignored him. Their gazes were fixed on the main passageway behind Yin Qi, and they locked onto him. "There's more, of course there's more." Yin Qi was stunned, and then smiled awkwardly. He bowed to the surrounding like a grandson, and slowly walked out. He still held the white flag in one hand, and the other hand, he gestured to the main passage behind him. Soon, Yin Ba walked out. Then Yin Ju. Then, one by one, the clansmen of the Yin Demon clan followed. It was almost like a long line. One by one, they walked out in succession. Their faces all looked like they had just lost their parents. After exiting the main passage, they obediently lined up in the void outside the ship one by one, as if they were waiting to be inspected. Realizing that their ancestor was an imposter who had abandoned them, those guys lost all their temper. The only thing they could think of now was to behave themselves with their tails between their legs, hoping to appease the fury of countless experts from the fleets of more than 100 top forces in space. At this moment, the surrounding void was completely silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the main entrance of the Black Lion battleship. At the same time, some eyes were patrolling the other parts of the enormous Black Lion battleship, in case the Netherworld young master hid himself and walked out from other directions and left quietly. However, this void was now under the full power suppression of thousands of void oscillators. Coupled with the fact that there were 8 supreme experts of the universe who were only several hundred miles away from the void and shrouded it with layers upon layers of divine senses, no matter how good the concealment technique or secret technique was, it would definitely be exposed. Therefore, although the Netherworld young master didn't appear in the main passage or other positions, the experts in space weren't worried at all. When the map was exhausted, the dagger would appear. However, what no one had expected was that the dagger had been delayed for too long. There were more than 10,000 clansmen of the Yin Demon clan in the Black Lion battleship. When they walked out of the main passage one by one and filled the void outside the battleship, the Netherworld young master still didn't appear. Shenyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru glanced at each other suspiciously. They had successfully met up with the rest of the clansmen and squeezed into a corner. She even lowered her voice and muttered to herself, "What the hell is this guy doing? Wearing down their patience." But what's the use? He hasn't left, has he? Look at the expressions of these clansmen of the Yin Demon clan. It's as if they've all died. This clan is disagreeable. They wouldn't be like this unless they've lost all hope. Although the three of them knew of Yi Xian's methods, the current situation was still like this. Under such circumstances, even a supreme expert of the universe wouldn't be able to leave quietly. Therefore, even they were certain that Yi Xian was still inside the Black Lion. Zhao Qianru's guess was just a casual guess. At this moment, all the clansmen of the Yin Demon clan in the Black Lion battleship had come out. There was no one at the main passage of the Starry Sky Fortress. Outside, there was only a black mass. However, the gazes of many experts in the void were still fixed there. Yin Qi also saw the problem at this moment. He complained in his heart. His face twitched a few times, and he turned his head to look at a kind-looking expert hundreds of miles away. He swallowed his saliva and said weakly, Senior, everyone has come out and gathered. There's no one in the Black Lion battleship. Can we start the next step? In his opinion, since they surrendered, they naturally had to give an explanation. No matter if it was circumcision, compensation, or other humiliating terms, as long as these fellows were willing to negotiate, there would be no problem. At least they wouldn't have to worry about their lives. How dare you? How dare you fool me? The old man whom Yin Qi was interested in was the imperial elder of the everlasting dynasty, Long Ziwen. Although he looked kind, he had a violent temper. Before Yin Qi could finish speaking, he roared and almost slapped him to death on the spot. No, the little bastard you're looking for, he's gone. Yin Qi was so anxious that he was about to cry. In the end, he told the truth. More than 2 hours ago, just before I raised the white flag, I found that the secret room he entered was already empty. We are also victims. That guy is not the young master of the netherworld at all. He must be lying. I don't know what kind of trick he used, but he disappeared just like that. At the end of his words, Yin Qi spread out his hands. He looked so dejected that he almost sat down and wailed on the spot. His demeanor and expression didn't seem to be fake. The 8 powerful experts looked at each other, and an extremely bad feeling surged in their hearts. In the distance, Zhong Tu and ancestor Wu Mai, who had been waiting in ambush, couldn't sit still anymore. They showed themselves in the void and turned into 2 streams of flowing arrows, flying straight into the main passage of the Black Lion battleship. At the same time, anxious words were heard. Fellow cultivators, half of you stay outside to guard, in case there's a trick. Chapter 3458. Translator, Naiwabo Studio Editor, Naiwabo Studio. The third form whoosh. A ray of light so weak that even his divine sense could not detect flashed past. Then, Yi Xian stepped out of a void vortex that had suddenly appeared. As soon as he pulled his hind leg out, the void vortex behind him completely disappeared without a trace. Even the fluctuations in the void were extremely weak. The range that it spread out was not more than 10 feet, which was only slightly bigger than Yi Xian's body. It was also because of this that when he stepped into the same void vortex in the independent cabin of the Black Lion, he could leave so quietly. Even though there were 10 powerful beings of universe in the void around the fortress, they did not sense him at all. Although it was not the first time that he had used the universal coordinate jumping ability of the system's title, there had never been so many powerful beings of universe guarding nearby, including the time in the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. Therefore, this time, after successfully leaving without attracting anyone's attention, he once again had a clear understanding of the devouring system's ability. It was really hard to believe that this was just a technological product of the human race's technological race. Back then, the human race's technological pioneer Xingbo was really amazing. His talent was simply amazing. Until now, there were still too many unexplainable things about the devouring system that he left behind. Xingbo back then was probably not as simple as a technological pioneer. Unconsciously, Yi Xian was lost in thought for a while. But soon, he shook his head and dispelled the thoughts in his mind. The time and place were not suitable. Looking around, he quickly saw his surroundings clearly. It was the Yin Pool in the heart of the Yin Demon clan's nest in the second universe, where he had left the interstellar coordinates not long ago. The reason why he chose to return here instead of the Death Star vortex in the third universe was that this place still had value. Yi Xian did not intend to let go of this pool of innate yin-cold spiritual liquid. Before he left, he had to take it with him. In addition, his nether body also needed to be healed and restored here. This was the Yin Nest's forbidden area. Apart from a few elders and the leader of the Yin Demon clan, Yin Di, no other clansmen were allowed to set foot here. Therefore, Yi Xian was not worried at all, even though there were still many of his clansmen left in the Yin's nest. As for the patriarch Yin Emperor in the depths of the Yin Pond, he was in a life-and-death seclusion. Before he broke through beyond the universe realm and evolved his bloodline into the netherworld physique, he couldn't come out of seclusion. But now, Yin Emperor, who was at the peak of the universe realm, had been in seclusion at the bottom of the Yin Pond for several hundred years, but there was no sign of him making a breakthrough. Yi Xian didn't believe that things could be so coincidental that Yin Emperor would make a breakthrough just as he quietly returned and began to treat his injuries. It was precisely because of this that Yi Xian could be said to be extremely confident. He directly sat down cross-legged in the depths of the Yin pool, circulated the nether body, and started to recuperate. The innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid was not something that could be found anywhere. In the entire second universe, there was only one such place, and it was the birthplace of the Yin Demon clan. It could be said that every drop of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid in the Yin Pond was a treasure. For the Yin Demons, one drop of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid could sustain their cultivation for a year. It was enough to show how precious it was. But this was the second time that Yi Xian had bathed in the Yin Pond. At this moment, his entire body was immersed in the boundless innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid. He sat cross-legged and gradually sank to the bottom of the Yin Pond. As the nether body circulated, Yi Xian's injuries from the corpse ancestor Han Bai's attack began to slowly heal. As the saying goes, break and rebuild. This time, although Yi Xian's nether body was far from reaching that level of breaking, it was extremely serious. After all, after taking that attack from the corpse ancestor Han Bai, his nether body had reached a state where it could only maintain its current state, and he couldn't use the nether claw to attack anymore. At this moment, as the large amount of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid in the Yin Pond turned into pure innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid and entered his body through the 108,000 pores on his body, Yi Xian's nether body seemed to be nourished by an endless drizzle. Not only did it rapidly heal itself, but it also improved in some way. A small part of the special energy transformed from the innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid was used to heal Yi Xian's nether body, but more than half followed his nether body and was absorbed by the dark green withered claw that represented the bloodline ability of the nether claw, which was suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Gradually, some complicated and obscure patterns appeared on the surface of the dark green withered claw. It became more and more simple, and exuded an aura of vicissitudes. Faintly, there seemed to be circles of invisible mysterious ripples that rippled out from Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. They passed through his nether body and appeared in the Yin Pond outside his body. These invisible mysterious ripples were clearly related to Yi Xian's nether claw bloodline ability. At this moment, they rippled out from Yi Xian's sea of consciousness and appeared in the Yin Pond, gradually affecting the enormous pool of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid. Some kind of ripples occurred, as if some kind of resonance. In the end, it affected the entire pool of innate Yin chilling spiritual liquid. Moreover, a certain cave dwelling at the bottom of the Yin Pond that had been completely sealed off by a restriction seemed to be affected by this mysterious resonance. At the entrance of the cave dwelling, a translucent black light curtain appeared, and this light curtain gradually began to ripple. This was the place where the Yin Emperor, the patriarch of the Yin demon race, cultivated in seclusion. At this moment, the mysterious power of the nether claw bloodline ability in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had passed through the black light barrier of the cave dwelling and seeped into the cave dwelling. Yi Xian was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, his entire body and mind were immersed in the complicated patterns on the dark green claw that hovered in the air above his sea of consciousness. Even though he too did not know why all of this was happening, he vaguely understood that this was a sign that his nether body was evolving. Along with the evolution of the nether body, the corresponding bloodline ability, the nether claw, would become even more powerful. Previously, When he used the Netherclaw bloodline ability, he could only manifest 2 forms. The first was the dark green claw, and the second was the claw manifestation Netherclaw. The complicated patterns that gradually appeared on the dark green claw hovering in the air above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness represented the third transformation of this bloodline ability. However, the third transformation was even more powerful. It clearly couldn't be fully manifested with just this one evolution. After an unknown period of time, when Yi Xian's netherbody was completely repaired and his battle prowess recovered, the surface of the dark green withered claw that floated above his sea of consciousness was completely covered by this ancient and complicated cryptic pattern. However, the patterns were very faint and blurry. This meant that the evolution this time wasn't complete, and the third transformation of the Netherclaw bloodline ability couldn't be manifested yet. Chapter 3459. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales Refining Yang Luo. I didn't expect the Netherworld Claw to have so many forms. Just the second form of the Netherworld Claw was already so powerful. How powerful will the third form be? I'm really looking forward to it. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and a satisfied smile slowly appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. He wasn't in a hurry. The harder it was to complete the third form, the more powerful it would be. Faintly, Yi Xian started to look forward to it. Presumably, the next time he had the opportunity to encounter an energy that could allow the nether body to evolve, the third transformation of this bloodline ability should be able to be completely revealed. And now, although the innate yin chilling spirit liquid was useless, it could at most be used to repair the netherworld body in the future. At this time, the familiar system notification quietly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Current realm, level 6 Grotto Heaven realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your physical body's chi and blood realm has increased. Level 7 Grotto Heaven realm. As expected, even the Netherworld Claw that was floating above his sea of consciousness had started to evolve towards its third form. The benefits that Yi Xian's Netherworld body had obtained were obvious. It was reflected in his original body, which was the evolution of his physical body. He had taken another solid step forward, level 10 Grotto Heaven realm late stage. Yi Xian clenched his fists and muttered to himself. There was a surge of confidence in his chest. Previously, his physical body's chi and blood realm was at level 5 Grotto Heaven realm, which was the middle stage. But now, it was at level 7 Grotto Heaven realm, which was the late stage. Although they were still in the same realm, the gap between the middle stage and late stage was still very big. If he were to face either the fallen demon sun or the demon dust woman now, the result of the battle would probably not be a tie. Yi Xian was absolutely confident that he could suppress them one by one. Of course, a big battle was unavoidable. After all, he had only advanced by 2 small stages. It was impossible for him to instantly crush opponents who were on par with him. But even so, Yi Xian was very satisfied. But when he thought of the zombie king Tuoba Linfeng who unexpectedly didn't die, his mood became heavy again. Although he had already obtained Yu Yang Luo, it would not be so easy to capture the zombie king, Ta Ba Linfeng. Other than gathering a powerful elite zombie army under his command, that fellow had unexpectedly evolved into a heavenly demon body. His cultivation had soared to the late stage of the profound light realm, which was the 11th great realm. He was afraid that when Yi Xian finally found him, his cultivation would at least be at the void realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and bitterly smiled. Normal cultivators at the void realm were difficult to deal with. With Yi Xian's various powerful methods, it was possible to kill them, but capturing them alive would add endless variables. This was a long way to go, and the pressure on his shoulders was still very heavy. After tidying up his mood, Yi Xian did not leave. He quickly took out the Yu Yang Luo from the primordial era in his undying world. Even though this treasure had not been refined by him, because of the few strands of the primordial era's incomplete spiritual sense sealed within the treasure, one of the corpse ancestor, Haidarigami, had fully awakened. Therefore, before this treasure was refined, it was obviously under the control of Haidarigami. Because of this, if one wanted to refine this treasure, they would first have to go through Haidarigami. This was absolutely a headache for the other experts in the starry sky. because corpse ancestor Hanba was in existence at the advanced stage of the universe realm. So, one had to possess a cultivation that surpassed the universe realm in order to suppress her. It could be said that even if Long Ziwen and the other Cosmos Realm experts joined forces to temporarily suppress Haidarigami and seize the treasure, they would not be able to refine this treasure. After all, the 10 of them could join forces to suppress Haidarigami, but to refine this treasure, even if the 10 of them were willing, they would not be able to refine the same treasure together. However, to Yi Xian, this most troublesome problem had become something that he didn't need to worry about at all. With the headless corpse of the infant, the corpse ancestor Hanba took the initiative to recognize him as his master. It was also because of this that Yi Xian was able to casually absorb the treasure into his body. It was no different from refining it. However, the necessary refining process was still necessary. Otherwise, if Yi Xian wanted to display the power of this treasure, he would have to rely on Haidarigami, who was like a spirit of the treasure. That would be too troublesome. At this moment, Bao Luo transformed into a wisp of pink light that shot out from Yi Xian's body. He immediately floated in the cold water of the pond in front of him, and as the scales in the pond undulated, due to the fact that his power was completely restrained, it was only the size of 2 palms, making him look like an ordinary silk cloth soaked in water. However, on the surface of this seemingly ordinary pink silk cloth, there were 6 vivid female cultivators. There were 3 of them. These 6 female cultivators looked like figures embroidered on ordinary silk cloth. However, upon closer inspection, they were extremely delicate. Even their eyes were extremely vivid. Under the insight of divine sense, the tiny pores on the exposed skin of the hands and necks of the figures were extremely clear. The 6 figures, each with a different temperament and aura, were all stunning without exception. Their figures were even more heaven-defying. Perhaps the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, would not lose in terms of beauty, but their temperament was obviously inferior. After all, these 6 figures were all the top powerful figures of the primordial age. Their aura was a kind of peerless temperament that people could only look up to. His original body was second only to the Golden Divine Dragon and the Void Giant Turtle, who were at the supreme level of the remote antiquity. His incomplete spiritual sense was already at the grand completion of the universe realm, which showed how powerful he was. Naturally, he was far more powerful than the 3 women of the Purplish Warbler who had not yet grown up. Among them, the 3 figures in front of Bao Luo clearly had a gentler temperament, while the 3 figures behind him had a more sinister and ferocious temperament. This should be the difference between good and evil. Hanba the corpse ancestor was one of the 3 beautiful figures on the back of Bao Luo. Amongst the 6 figures, only the aura of the corpse ancestor, Hanba, was the most obvious, whereas the other 5 were extremely dim. Obviously, they hadn't awakened yet. So this is the 6 paths of desolation's most powerful beings' incomplete spiritual sense source. In this lifetime, these are 6 terrifying existences at the perfection stage of the universe realm. If all of them awaken like the corpse ancestor and Hanba, then wouldn't this young master's tent instantly possess 6 almighty generals? As he muttered to himself, Yi Xian's eyes blazed with a fiery light, and a feeling of incomparable anticipation surged in his heart. Chapter 3460. Yin Emperor. The process of refining the treasure hunt luster was very smooth. Yi Xian didn't encounter any obstacles. In just a few minutes, he successfully refined the treasure hunt luster. Of course, this was all because he had the help of the fully awakened Haidarigami corpse ancestor inside the treasure hunt luster. Previously, when Haidarigami corpse ancestor was still in the outside world and hadn't entered the treasure hunt luster, Yi Xian could communicate with her verbally. Of course, this kind of communication was almost non-existent. The situation at that time didn't give them the time to do so. But ever since Haidarigami corpse ancestor entered the treasure hunt luster, Yi Xian had lost contact with her even though the treasure hunt luster had been absorbed into his body. This was all because Yi Xian hadn't refined the treasure hunt luster yet. And now, as the treasure hunt luster was being refined, Yi Xian immediately received Haidarigami corpse ancestor's consciousness from the treasure hunt luster. What surprised him was that Haidarigami corpse ancestor's first consciousness was that she needed to be healed. Moreover, She clearly said that she had sensed the rich, innate, chilling spiritual liquid in the surroundings. It was very beneficial to her injuries, but she needed a large amount. She was asking for Yi Xian's opinion. This made Yi Xian feel a little strange. A great expert from the primordial era, an existence at the peak of the 9th step of the universe realm, needed to absorb energy to heal her injuries, but she was actually asking for his opinion so carefully. From her words, it seemed that she would immediately give up if Yi Xian didn't agree. This really made him feel speechless. But thinking about it, it was understandable. It seemed very normal. This was because in the eyes of the corpse ancestor, even if Yi Xian wasn't the headless infant corpse from back then, he definitely had an extremely close relationship with the headless infant corpse. This could be seen from the fact that when she heard the headless infant corpse's roar, she immediately rushed out of the encirclement and kowtowed to Yi Xian, calling out to him as her master. In that unprecedented battle back then, the headless infant corpse was an existence that could contend against the will of the heavenly way of the untainted land, which was suspected to be the green eye of the heavenly way. Although Yi Xian did not know his specific origins and details, he vaguely had a guess in his heart. Back then, the headless baby corpse had countless powerful creatures of the untainted land under its command. There were 108 supreme beings of the remote antiquity like the golden divine dragon, the void tortoise, the desolate yaksha, and the netherworld emperor. On the other hand, the corpse ancestor, Haidarigami, was merely a top-rate almighty of the primordial era all those years ago, and he was a level weaker than the exalts of the primordial era like the divine gold dragon. Headless infant corpses must have at least hundreds of such existences under their command. Therefore, even if Yi Xian was only closely related to the headless infant corpse, and not himself, for Haidarigami, he was an existence that she absolutely had to respect and revere. Not to mention that she was only an incomplete wisp of the origin of spiritual sense now. It could be said that if Yi Xian really refused, the wisp of Haidarigami's incomplete wisp of origin of spiritual sense in the treasure tool desire for smoke would definitely obey and immediately give up the idea of absorbing the surrounding innate yin chilling spiritual liquid to heal his injuries. But that was obviously impossible. Yi Xian would not do that. Anyway, it was someone else's thing. It would be a waste not to use it. Although his netherworld body would need this innate yin chilling spiritual liquid in the future, Haidarigami, the corpse ancestor, was obviously more important to him. Moreover, Yi Xian had already collected 10,000 cubic meters of the innate yin chilling spiritual liquid, which was more than enough for him to use for a period of time. Moreover, there was such a large pool here. Haidarigami, the corpse ancestor, could not use up all of it. Yi Xian could still take away the rest of the innate yin chilling spiritual liquid in one go. That was the reason why he had come here again. Soon, Yi Xian gave a reply. Haidarigami, the corpse ancestor, did not say anything else. As a top mighty figure in the remote antiquity era and one of the 4 ancestors of the corpse Tao, she had a rebellious temperament. Even when facing Yi Xian, who was closely related to the headless infant corpse, she could not be too friendly. Soon, Yi Xian felt that the innate yin chilling spiritual liquid in the surroundings began to rush into the treasure tool desire for smoke floating in front of him. At this time, he was still immersed in the depths of the yin pool. In front of him was the treasure tool desire for smoke. As a large amount of innate yin chilling spiritual liquid flowed into it, a small whirlpool gradually formed above the treasure tool desire, and the range of its influence gradually expanded. What surprised Yi Xian was that in less than a minute, the entire yin pond was affected. The water of the yin pond, which was originally just rippling scales, started to ripple. Fortunately, it wasn't very violent, otherwise, it would have attracted the attention of the yin demon clansmen who were guarding the yin nest. Of course, even if that was the case, Yi Xian was not afraid. There was nothing to worry about. At most, he would put on the airs of an old ancestor and scold a few old bastard. Another 2 minutes passed, and the water level of the yin pool had decreased significantly. According to Yi Xian's estimation, about 1/5 of the innate yin chilling spiritual liquid had been absorbed into the treasure tool desire for smoke. At this time, the treasure tool desire for smoke finally transmitted a message from Haidarigami, indicating that she had obtained enough energy. Now, she needed to refine and recover from her injuries. 3 minutes ago, The whirlpool above the treasure tool Desire had disappeared. Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the treasure tool into his undying world. With a flip of his palm, he took out a bottle-shaped storage magic treasure. He had a lot of these things in his possession, and he'd obtained a lot of treasures and resources from extorting them time and time again. Not to mention, Yi Xian had a huge fortune before this. Yi Xian had already stored a bottle of this innate yin-chilling spiritual liquid, a total of 10,000 cubic meters. And now, the treasure tool Desire for Smoke had an even larger capacity of 100,000 cubic meters. According to Yi Xian's estimation, there was about 40 to 50,000 cubic meters of innate yin-chilling spiritual liquid left in the yin pool. The treasure tool Desire in his hand was enough to store it all. Following the activation of the treasure control technique, a powerful suction force immediately emanated from the cyan spatial bottle in Yi Xian's palm. The innate cold spirit liquid in the yin pond was quickly poured into the mouth of the spatial bottle at a speed that was even faster than when it was absorbed by the corpse ancestor drought demon. At this time, if one were to look down from the top of the yin pool, they would see that the surface of the entire yin pool was dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a short 2 minutes, Yi Xian's body, which was originally soaking in the innate yin-chilling spiritual liquid, was revealed. And the surface of the pool was still dropping. Finally, after another 2 minutes, the entire yin pool was completely dried up. Not a single drop of innate yin-chilling spiritual liquid was left. This time, it was all gone. At this time, Yi Xian's figure was floating above the yin pool. Seeing that the last drop of innate yin-chilling spiritual liquid had been sucked into the bottle, he immediately sealed the bottle and put it into his undying world with a flip of his hand. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a dense black light suddenly blossomed from the bottom of the completely dried-up yin pond. Immediately after, a low and sinister sneer entered Yi Xian's ears, causing his body to violently tremble. GGG. Although you inadvertently helped this old man break through the bloodline shackles and successfully reach atavism, forming the nether body and stepping into the Starlord realm, you destroyed the foundation of my race, leaving not a single drop of innate yin-chilling spiritual liquid behind. Chapter 3461. Planar coordinate jump. Little doll, tell me, should I kill you? Or should I kill you? As this sinister voice sounded, the light screen at the bottom of the yin pond suddenly flickered again. Then, a figure walked out from the black light screen. He wore a black robe, had black hair, and a black beard. He looked to be in high spirits and was around 50 years old. He had the formless majesty of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. In addition, he referred to himself as this emperor, so it was obvious that this person should be the patriarch of the Yin Devil clan, Yin Emperor. Yi Xian's heart sank, and his expression immediately darkened. Yin Emperor had been in seclusion for several hundred years, and it was a life-and-death seclusion. If his bloodline couldn't reach ancestral awakening and form the netherworld physique, he wouldn't be able to come out. This was no longer a secret in the 3 universes. The reason for this was because this person had been forced to do so. The Yin demon race wasn't liked by other races in the 2nd universe. Although they didn't make many enemies, they were still a race with more than 10,000 people. It was inevitable that they would stumble when they were outside. Therefore, there were many enemies who were secretly eyeing them. Furthermore, the Yin demon race had to contend with both the myriad Luo Federation and the overlord of the 1st universe, the Tianji race. They were opportunists who wanted to take advantage of both sides and curry favor with both sides. Originally, this was a dangerous action that was equivalent to walking on the edge of a blade. Under such circumstances, if there were no top-notch powerhouses in the clan, they would have no confidence at all. Even though the clan leader, Yin Emperor, had already reached the 15th Great Realm, the Great Circle of Universe Realm 9th stage cultivation several hundred years ago, for an enormous clan, this level of strength was clearly not enough. Among the top 10 races in the 2nd universe, there was an existence that surpassed the 15th Grand Realm of Universe Master. There was even more than one. As for the human race of the 3rd universe and the overlord of the 1st universe, the Tianji race, there was no need to mention them. The Heaven's Legacy tribe announced that their tribe leader Di's cultivation was at the 15th level and that he was a supreme expert of the universe. This kind of statement only made people laugh. If one took it seriously, they would probably die very miserably. Such a childish existence wouldn't be able to survive for long in the current starry sky environment. It was precisely because of this that Yin Emperor made a grand vow to publicly announce that he was going into seclusion and wouldn't come out until he made a breakthrough. And now, since he had already walked out of the cave at the bottom of the lake, the truth was already very obvious. Coupled with his words, Yi Xian instantly confirmed some things. Not only had Yin Emperor broken through the universe realm, becoming an existence that surpassed the universe realm, even his bloodline had successfully returned to its ancestral state, obtaining the netherworld physique. Originally, the Yin demon clan only had a little bit of the netherworld bloodline. Although the growth paths of the starry sky experts were different, to put it bluntly, it was actually a variety of different evolutionary methods. In the second universe, the path to becoming stronger was basically the evolution of one's own bloodline. In other words, it was atavism or even transcendence. Before going into seclusion, Yin Emperor, who had the cultivation of the 15th Great Realm, Universe Realm 9, had already reached perfection in his own bloodline and was about to undergo a qualitative change. Following this breakthrough, the netherworld body formed, and the innate talent imprinted in his bloodline would immediately appear. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the Yin Emperor in front of him was most likely the same as Yi Xian. He had already grasped the netherworld claw's magical ability. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart immediately sank again. No one in the current world was clearer than him about how powerful the netherworld claw was. Currently, he was only in the 10th Great Realm, Heavenly Passage Realm 7, but the power of this bloodline magical ability was already so powerful. Yi Xian really couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying scene it would be when a heaven-defying existence that surpassed the universe realm used the netherworld claw with a wave of his hand. At the very least, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it, and even escaping would be a problem. If it was the 15th Great Realm Universe Realm expert, Yi Xian might have been able to use all kinds of methods to barely escape, but now, he was facing a super old monster that surpassed the universe realm. If he wanted to live, there were only two paths he could take. He could directly ask the headless infant corpse to suppress the other party, or he could directly use the interstellar coordinate jump ability to escape in an instant. The former method was naturally the most reliable. Once the infant corpse took action, the other party would only be beaten up. To put it more harshly, the Yin Emperor didn't even have the qualifications to be beaten up by the infant corpse. As for the latter method, Yi Xian was confident in facing the 15th Great Realm Universe Realm expert, but the current Yin Emperor was a super old monster that surpassed the universe realm. No matter how fast the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system title was, it still needed time to activate. Yi Xian didn't dare to be sure whether he could successfully use the coordinate jump ability to escape under the watchful eyes of the other party at such a close distance. In addition, the place where Yi Xian was standing was already the Yin Pond where he had branded the interstellar coordinates in the second universe. If he wanted to use this method to escape, he would have to directly activate it. The interstellar coordinate jump ability was on the level of the first universe's black hole, or the third universe's Death Star vortex. This was even less safe. Although Yi Xian had experienced the interstellar coordinate jump ability many times, he had never experienced it before. If it took even longer, Yi Xian might not even know how he died when facing the Yin Emperor. It was too risky. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Yi Xian bitterly smiled inwardly. He couldn't count on the headless infant corpse. That fellow was just a brat. When he wanted to attack, he would naturally attack. However, if Yi Xian took the initiative to ask him, he wouldn't even respond. His only choice was to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability, but before that, he had to at least use some methods to distract the other party's attention. Or perhaps, tie him down. There was no need to think about the Netherworld Claw and Fallen Sky Bow bloodline abilities. There was no doubt that they were powerful. Unfortunately, Yi Xian's cultivation was too weak. The power he displayed couldn't cause any trouble to the super-old monster that had surpassed the universe realm. Even the Rai Di Seal and Thunder Origin Bead were useless. Yi Xian had already tried it in the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates in the 3rd Universe's cultivation camp. The Thunder Origin Bead couldn't even injure the core of a universe realm expert like Tian Chenzi. It could only cause him to fall into an awkward situation, let alone a super-old monster that had surpassed the universe realm. Perhaps when Yi Xian's cultivation was stronger in the future, he could compress and condense the Thunder Origin bead a second time. This would give the bead even more power, but right now, it was useless. It was the same for the Farmer God Cauldron. It might not be able to seal the super-old monster in front of him. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian suddenly realized that although he had many precious treasures and powerful abilities in his hands, his cultivation was too weak. Once he encountered a true super expert, none of them could be used. Fortunately, he had just refined the Yang Luo not long ago. Even if it was stored in the undying world in his body, Yi Xian could directly communicate with Corpse ancestor Hanba. With her battle prowess that could rival 10 universe realm experts, even if she couldn't defeat the Yin Emperor in front of her, she could at least contend with him for a period of time. Thinking of this, Yi Xian secretly gave